Tomboy. The Hartigans, Book 3. By Avery Flynn. To all the readers who've seen themselves in the Hartigans series, you're pretty damn fabulous just the way you are. Chapter 1. $1 million. Under the table. Tax-free. Just please, for the love of God, do me this one favor. Phone pressed against her ear, Fallon Hartigan walked out into the cool, crisp fall night after a shift in the St. Vincent's Hospital emergency room that had lasted approximately 60 years. The voice on the other end belonged to one of her best friends, Lucy Kavanagh, who odds were would be her sister-in-law sooner rather than later if her brother Frankie had his way. Fallon loved them both, but her feet ached, her back hurt, and her patience not something she was really known for was a whisper in the wind. "We both know you don't have $1 million, she said, rooting around in the front pocket of her backpack for her car keys. "But he does," Lucy said. The he in question was Zach Blackburn, Ice Knight's defenseman and all-around scourge of the greater Harbor City metropolitan area. As any Ice Knights fan knew, Fallon was a die-hard team had overpaid to bring him here, and thanks to his shitty playing and piss-poor attitude, he was now known as the most hated man in Harbor City. Fallon might live in working-class Waterbury, but the feeling on her side of the harbor was the same. Blackburn was a selfish player. He had a huge chip on his shoulder. He punched out fans. He ignored his coach. He didn't talk to the other players on the team once they left the rink and sometimes not while they were in it. He also happened to be Lucy's biggest client, which was not a surprise because she was the best PR crisis management bad boy whisperer in town. That meant when Blackburn fucked up, Lucy magically managed to make it all better. Except not this time. Why? Because this time the big man baby had the flu and no one to wipe the sweat from his overpaid brow. This time he needed a nurse. "And he is going to pay me $1 million to take his temperature for the weekend because he has a regular case of the flu?" Fallon asked as she pulled out her keys and hit the unlock button. "Well," Lucy said, "he hasn't agreed to that yet, but give me time." So, yeah, Fallon wasn't about to become a millionaire overnight. That was a good thing. It wasn't like her student loans or credit cards needed to be paid off or anything. She yanked open the driver's side door of her gently dented Nissan sedan and tossed her backpack onto the passenger seat before getting behind the wheel. "I just spent an entire shift dealing with a pack of egomaniacal jerks with the letters MD after their names. Why would I want to spend an exceedingly rare, and therefore amazingly precious, actually not scheduled to work weekend feeding chicken noodle soup to the most hated man in Harbor City? A nickname, by the way, that he has more than earned. Because you wouldn't be helping him recover from the flu for him," Lucy said. "You'd be doing it for me." That was so not fair. Fallon let her head drop to the steering wheel, her forehead hitting the middle with just the right amount of force to make her horn beep. She jolted back, looking around to see who in the hospital's employee lot had seen that bit of idiocy. Her gaze landed on two paramedics standing outside their ambulance. Of course, one of them had to be Hank Moran. The lanky paramedic who kept Axe body spray in business blew her a kiss. Fallon managed to keep her gag reflex in check, but just barely. "Are you really using the bestie card on this?" she asked. "I am," Lucy said. "Frankie and I are already halfway to Missouri to visit my dad. Even if we turn around now, I won't be able to be there until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest." That couldn't happen. The real reason for the trip, unbeknownst to Lucy, was that Frankie was going to propose on some floating dock in a lake Lucy's family owned. Fallon didn't understand the importance of doing it there, but she'd helped her brother pick out the ring anyway. The last thing she wanted was to fuck up that moment for Frankie and Lucy. Still, there was one more possible out. Doesn't this guy have groupies or an agent or someone who can spoon-feed him, since he probably just has the man flu that most people would suffer through in silence? She asked. "If he did, I wouldn't be calling you. Please, you're the only one I can ask. Gina is down in Jamaica visiting her brothers, and Tess's introverted nervousness would make her implode. I wouldn't do this to you if there were any other way." Fallon closed her eyes and leaned the back of her head against the driver's headrest. Her drool-worthy plans for her weekend off all centered around sleeping, the kind of uninterrupted sleeping that was so good that when you woke up you weren't quite sure what year it was. God knew she needed it. She worked full-time at St. Vincent's, Waterbury's busiest hospital, which saw more trauma cases come through the ER than any almost other hospital in the metro area. In addition, she volunteered at a neighborhood health clinic that was the epitome of a make-do-with-what-you've-got facility. Sure, she managed to sweet-talk bully the administrators at St. Vincent's into donating what amounted to 50% of the clinic's supplies, but it still wasn't enough for the clinic to serve all of the people who needed help. Many of them still ended up in St. Vincent's ER because they couldn't afford preventative care or early treatment that would have kept a minor injury from developing into a major problem, which was exactly what the clinic offered when it had the supplies. She loved both her job paid and unpaid, but, man, she was exhausted from burning her candle at both ends. So a whole weekend off? That was better than chocolate, a trashy reality TV marathon, and a fresh batteries in the vibrator orgasm all combined. And sadly, now it wasn't going to happen. Why? Because she had awesome friends for whom she'd do just about anything, even if they were giant pains in her tired-as-hell ass. Letting out a sigh and mentally calling herself every bad word she could think of, Fallon turned the key in the ignition and said, "Give me the address." If he was going to die, Zach Blackburn wanted to do it alone. The angry-looking chick on the other side of the security gate that led to the house the Ice Knights had rented for him had other ideas. Sweating like he'd just gotten off the ice after a triple overtime game in the finals, he lowered himself into his desk chair and flicked the switch for the speaker at the gate. "Go away." The woman in blue scrubs with her hair pulled back into a long braid didn't even flinch. She flicked a tired gaze up to the security camera. "No." He let out a groan that made his tender gut twitch. "Why the fuck not?" "Lucy sent me," she said. Shit. Lucy was his PR savior and sort of friend, as much of one as someone like him could have. She threatened to send a nurse to make sure he didn't die. He said he didn't need one, that he could take care of himself, as always. Then, like an asshole, he'd puked his guts up with her still on the phone. He knew she'd send help, and that's how he'd ended up watching his security system app for the first sign of any do-gooder who showed up so he could send them away immediately. He didn't have to guess about the identity of the woman glaring at him through the CCTV. Fallon Hartigan. He'd met her once a few months back when he'd gotten bamboozled into being Lucy's shoulder to cry on after she'd had a fight with her boyfriend. Fallon had been part of the trio of women who'd relieved him of that very awkward duty. He couldn't remember the names or much about the other two. But Fallon? Yeah, he'd had a fantasy or three about that long braid of hers and seeing her fuck you expression turn into something more along the lines of fuck me harder. Not that he'd done a thing about it that night. He'd been too damn glad Fallon and her friends had shown up. He loved Lucy like a sister, but tears weren't his thing. Really, feelings weren't his thing. Of course, up until the ass crack of dawn this morning, getting so sick he actually called for help was not his thing, either. Still, just because he would have maybe sorta been okay with Lucy helping him didn't mean he was good with having someone else in his space. He needed to get rid of Fallon. Quick. And the best way to do that? Hip check to the ego. "How do I know she sent you?" "You could be a stalker fan," he said, the words sounding more like a croak than a harsh accusation, since his belly picked that moment to deke and swerve. "I'm Fallon Hartigan. We've met before." Fallon lifted her arms, the move showing off the shapeless blue scrubs she was wearing. "Anyway, do I look like I'm a puck bunny here to try to bang you into playing like you're worth the payout the Ice Knights gave you?" No, she didn't. But even if she had looked like the mini dress-wearing hottie he'd booted out this morning before he got sick, he was too close to death's door to appreciate the view. "Go away. I'd rather die in here on my own than have to deal with a pain in the ass like you." "Really? That's what you're going with?" "Oh, hold on." She started digging through her backpack. "Here it is." She lifted her empty hand out of the bag and held it palm up, looking down at it with a sweet smile as if she was holding something of astronomical cuteness. That's all the fucks I give about what you want. Her gaze snapped back up to the security camera placed outside of his gate. Her big blue eyes narrowed. Lucy wants me to take care of you while you get over your slight case of the man flu, and I told her I would, so that's what I'm doing. Now let me in. Something in his gut bubbled and cramped, causing beads of sweat to pop out along his forehead. Want had nothing to do with it. He needed to get her away from here. Obviously taking his silence as a no, Fallon pulled out her phone and started to dial. What are you doing? Calling Lucy so she can cut her vacation short to come babysit your whiny ass, since you won't let me in. He gripped the armrests of his office chair and sent up a prayer to whoever was listening to just please, let him get through the next 60 seconds. Or, Fallon said, an evil gleam visible in her eyes even on the shitty security monitor. Are you gonna let me in? An icy wave washed over him, the kind that meant the fates were sending a big fuck you on the no more throwing up thing. I don't want to. Fallon snorted. Welcome to the real world, where we rarely, if ever, get what we want. Now that was something he knew all too well. He'd wanted parents who hadn't embezzled all of his money, a hockey career that wasn't marred by scandal, a town that didn't hate him, teammates that didn't look at him like he was nothing but trash, and an end to the streak of shitty playing that had plagued him since the Ice Knights traded for him. But, most of all, at that moment, he wanted to keep whatever was in his stomach in his stomach. Cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. Fallon Hartigan may be a pushy pain in his ass, but that didn't make her wrong. He was most definitely not going to get what he wanted. Propelled by powerful, stomach-mandated urgency, Zach flipped off the monitor, pressed the button to open the security gate to let Fallon in, entered the security code to unlock the front door, and then sprinted to the closest bathroom to puke up his guts. Again. This sure as hell wasn't the life he'd dreamed of when he laced up his skates for the first time, back when he'd thought his parents saw him as more than just a paycheck. A non-nurse would have bolted. However, when they said nothing scared a nurse, they weren't kidding. It would take more than Zach Blackburn dry, heaving to send her screaming for the exits. And yes, that would be exits plural. The house he lived in was massive, if woefully underfurnished. Literally, it looked like the guy had just arrived in town a week ago instead of 7 months right in time to ruin the Ice Knights' run for the playoffs last season. Not that Fallon was still bitter, but she was totally still bitter. After peeling him away from the porcelain god, she'd moved him into the kitchen for a better-smelling piece of scenery. It was one of those fancy kitchens where there was a cooking area, an island the size of her bathroom, an eating area big enough for a table for 10, but which held only a card table and a single folding chair, and a sitting area with a dark brown leather couch and a massive TV. Zach was sitting in the middle of the couch with a green plaid blanket wrapped around him. It was almost comical. Here was this hulk of a man with a sexy dimple in his chin, steel bar going through his eyebrow, and a hint of a vibrant tattoo on his forearm peeking out from where the blanket had fallen away, all cuddled up like a swaddled baby. However, the fact that his skin had a sweaty, pasty, vomiting way too much sheen to it pretty much killed the humor vibe. Poor guy. Okay, he was still the jerk whose selfish play resulted in the end of the Ice Knights' playoff dreams last year, but the man was obviously hurting, and she couldn't just turn off the nurse thing. It was who she was, so much so that she'd even forced her siblings to play hospital with her growing up. She picked up the folding chair and carried it over to the sitting area, along with a cup of warm peppermint tea. She handed him the tea and set up the chair in front of him before sitting down on it. He looked at the Ice Knight's mug in his hand as if it were a live grenade. Of course, if she'd been throwing up as much as it seemed he had, she'd be a little hesitant about drinking or eating anything, too. It's peppermint tea, she said. It'll help soothe your stomach. He brought the mug up close to his face and sniffed the swirling line of steam coming up from it. You aren't one of those touchy-feely alternative nurses, are you? People have been using peppermint to ease nausea symptoms for eons, she said as she took out the little spiral notebook and pen she'd stuffed in her scrub pants pocket. If you want to skip it because it's not a pill that came from a little brown bottle with a child-proof cap, you can go right ahead. He brought the mug up to his nose and sniffed again. Then, he took a sip. He didn't smile so much as grimace a little less. Fine. She could live with that. When did you first start experiencing symptoms? She flipped open her notebook. Just because she didn't have a patient chart didn't mean she wasn't going to keep track of symptoms and vitals. This morning. Had you been feeling ill before that? Nope. He closed his eyes and let his head fall back against the couch. Everything was fine and then, pow, I wanted to die. Sure, it could be the flu, but Fallon was starting to suspect something else. Anyone around you been sick? Not that I know of, he said, as if he didn't give a shit either way. Fallon glanced at the kitchen. It wasn't so much clean and tidy as it was barren. No dishes in the sink. No bananas or anything else in the fruit bowl. Only a basket decorated with a golden bow and filled with tissue paper, ribbons, and muffins that was sitting in the middle of the island like it had gotten lost on the way to Martha Stewart's house. She turned back to Zach, who was drinking the tea as if he hadn't distrusted it in the first place. Eat anything different than usual or from a new place? I don't eat out. Where'd the muffins come from, or do you cook? She asked. A woman brought them over. He twisted on the couch, looking at the island behind it. I had 3. Fallon could practically hear the ding-ding-ding in her head, and she scribbled down food poisoning and the pertinent information in her notebook. And how soon after that did you become nauseous? A few hours. He whipped back around, growing red no doubt because of the quick movement, and closed his eyes. Do you think she poisoned them? She did have a Cajun rage tattoo. Besides her family, nursing, and the trio of women she called her best friends, there was nothing in the world she cared about more than the Ice Knights. She wasn't just an everyday fan. She was a super fan. She knew every stat and every factoid, right down to the fact that Coach Peppers had a 6th toe. And the Rage? There was no bigger rivalry in sports than the one between the Ice Knights and the Rage. The Rage played dirty, and their fans were obnoxious. She snapped her notebook shut. You slept with someone with a Rage tattoo? Well, Zach said as he curled his lips upward into the signature sexy smirk that had gotten him a huge endorsement deal, since it obviously hadn't been his playing in Harbor City. We didn't exactly sleep. What was it with dudes always having to pull out their metaphorical dick to show how big it was? Be it hockey players or the doctors she worked with, she was so done dealing with the male ego. Yeah, well, if it gets out that you bang Rage fans, the tri-state metro area will be lining up to poison you. She stood and carried her chair back over to the card table that was sitting underneath a for-real chandelier. It was a small one, sure, but still a chandelier. Like they need another reason, Zach grumbled. So what do I have to do to get over this? Unfortunately, she said with a smile to show exactly how not sad she was about it. Sleeping with a Cajun Rage puck bunny really was a step too far. You just have to wait for it to clear your system. It's probably a minor case of food poisoning. You'll be fine. We just need to keep you hydrated and make sure it doesn't get worse. He asked, pushing himself up from the couch with a groan, crossing over to the island, and, like the prima donna he was, leaving the empty mug on the coffee table by the couch. Yeah, I promised Lucy I'd stay until you were out of the woods, and I'm sticking to it. Unlike some people, she didn't have a lot, but she had her word and she didn't break it. He kept his distance, but something in his stance changed, making him seem bigger than the team stats that listed him at 6 feet 3 inches and 238 pounds. What was your name again? He asked, his voice dropping to a lower register than before. Felicia. That's my sister. Fallon couldn't believe it. He was still trying to get her to leave. She knew the signs. She'd grown up around men who couldn't express what they were feeling if someone tried to beat it out of them with a baseball bat. The Irish weren't exactly known for being in touch with and wanting to talk about their emotional needs. Faith? He asked. That's my other sister. Sure, there were only a limited number of common girls' names that started with F, but the fact that he'd nailed 2 of her sister's names while he was supposedly trying to remember hers? Yeah, she wasn't falling for it. He shifted. Fiona? It took everything she had not to crack a smile. That's sister number 3. There are 4 girls in your family? As if he didn't know. He must have gotten at least some background information about her before he agreed to let Lucy ask her to come over. Plus 3 brothers. She nodded, not letting herself react outwardly to his little display. And I'm flattered you obviously remembered my bio from Lucy. He glowered at her in silence, his eyes so dark they were practically black, zeroing in as if he could scare her. That wasn't going to happen. 1. She got more attitude from her pediatric patients than this. 2. Lucy trusted the guy, and Fallon trusted Lucy. 3. She was a Hartigan, and they didn't back down from anything. Finally, he spoke. There are pillows and blankets in the box by the hall closet, Fallon Hartigan. Pick a room with a bed in it. I'm going to sleep. And without so much as a mumbled thank you for giving up her weekend to play nursemaid, he turned and walked out of the kitchen and down a dark hallway. Most hated man in Harbor City? Yeah, she could corroborate that. Food poisoning or not, Zach Blackburn was one prime, grade A asshole. She glanced down at the basket of muffins and grinned. Fallon wouldn't have been surprised if the Puck Bunny had tried to poison the prick on purpose. God knew she was tempted right about now. Instead, she took out her phone. Fallon, he'll live, and you owe me. Big time. Lucy, going that well, huh? Fallon, what did you tell him about me? Lucy, just that you're my bestie, Frankie's sister, maybe some family stuff, and that you're an awesome nurse. The basics. Fallon, that's a lot. Lucy, he doesn't trust a lot of folks. He needed background. He has his reasons. Promise you won't let him get to you. Fallon, I can promise not to kill him, but that's about as much as you'll get from me. He's the most obnoxious man I've ever met, and I work with doctors who think they're God, not a god, but the actual big guy himself. Lucy, just give Zach a chance. You'll love him. Yeah, that was so not going to happen, not even in a parallel universe. Chapter 2. The blaring ring echoed off the bare walls of the nearly empty mansion as Fallon Hartigan marched down the hallway with murder on her mind. As soon as she got to the source of that ringing, she was going to give Harbor City what they wanted most and kill the most hated man in hockey. Sure, she might get arrested, but the metro area would probably throw her a parade. She turned the corner and stopped dead in her tracks outside the open double doors, leading to the overpriced defenseman's bedroom. The man who'd been puking his guts up less than 24 hours ago was in the middle of a king-size bed, wearing nothing but a smirk and a bedsheet that was draped so low across his hips that she could see miles of those V-lines south of his hard abs. Like she was a newbie nurse on her first set of rounds, her breath caught, and a blush she most definitely did not want to appear started to burn her cheeks. Damn her pasty Irish skin. Still, she had to admit, if only to herself, that the view was fucking amazing. The man was a professional athlete and had the muscular, inked-up chest to prove it. Practically against her will, her gaze traveled over the plentiful ink across his pecs and lingered a few breaths too long on his silver nipple rings. Seemingly indifferent to her perusal, Zach swiped his thumb across his cell phone screen, ending the incessant ringing. About time, he said, his voice a mellow, low rumble. I've been ringing for you for almost 10 minutes. He dropped his phone on the small table next to the bed and then lounged against the headboard, managing somehow to look down his nose at her even with their current height differential. Forget killing him, she was going to go after her bestie. It was Lucy's fault Fallon was even here. She squeezed her eyes shut and counted to 10 as she recalled all the reasons why the man was a menace and not the solution to her 3-month-long sexual dry spell. He was a selfish player. He was surly to the press, to the fans, and probably to his neighbor's dog. He'd banged a puck bunny tattooed with the logo of the Ice Knight's most hated rival. She counted to another 10 while remembering why she couldn't off him. He was Lucy's client. He was, for some incomprehensible reason, one of her bestie's friends. He had the skills to turn around the Ice Knight's so-far shitty season if he could remove the giant chip from his shoulder and start playing as if he actually liked hockey again. Exhaling a deep breath, she reopened her eyes and barely noticed his muscular shoulders this time as she moved away from the door. There. All better. She'd managed to pack away the Hartigan attitude, and her temper hadn't even made an appearance. Bully for her. Now to get back to that cool, clinical demeanor she strove for whenever she was on the clock. "You rang," she asked, managing to keep a good 73% of her annoyance out of her tone as she walked farther into the room. Yeah, he'd rang for mercy. Every part of Zach Blackburn ached as if an oversized green muscle man had plucked him up from the sidewalk and smashed him against one of Harbor City's skyscrapers. Some of the biggest names in professional hockey had threatened to tear the defenseman's head off. Several of them were even justified in doing so. Then there were the fans. The last poll of Knights fans had his approval rating at 3%. There were bloodthirsty dictators who ranked higher than that. And the media? They'd circled him like vultures waiting to pick the meat off his bones as soon as he'd signed his contract, reporting his every move and mistake. But it hadn't been any of those who'd made him wish for death. Sitting up in bed hurt his tortured gut enough that he couldn't bite back his groan, but he tried to cover it with a cough. He needed to get Fallon out of his house. Something about the woman's "I will call you on all of your bullshit" attitude got to him. "I'm fine now, so you can take off," he grumbled, shoving his hands through his hair, pushing back the part that flopped over his forehead and got in his eyes. "Not gonna happen," she said, taking a few more steps inside his bedroom. "I promised Lucy I'd stay until I was sure you were on the mend. And last night was such a good time you wanted to stay here for more? That's your idea of fun." It looked like it just might be. Nothing about her, from her no-nonsense braid to her oversized t-shirt and joggers combo, screamed party girl, puck bunny, or anything else close to the women that had surrounded him since it became apparent he was designated for hockey's big time. "Since I usually see much worse on a daily basis, I'll live. Today, it looks like you might too." Her gaze flickered down from his face before speeding back up to somewhere just north of his head, her eyes wide. "You need to pull up your covers." That made him bristle. The last people who told him that he needed to do something were his folks, who'd gotten him to unknowingly sign contracts for huge loans they'd taken out in his name. They'd called it boring minutiae that he didn't need to worry about. And because he'd been a trusting moron, he'd believed them. After all, they were, at the time, both his parents and his managers. Who else would better watch out for him? Well, it had turned out the answer to that question was just about anyone else in the world. The accountant he'd finally hired when he couldn't shake his suspicions called what his parents had done embezzlement and financial ruin. So long, humiliating, shitty story short, he could give two shits what anyone felt he needed to do ever again. However, something about the pink staining her cheeks had him looking downward. The basketball shorts he'd been wearing when he'd finally collapsed last night onto his king-size bed, the only piece of furniture in the huge bedroom, had worked their way down, way down. And Fallon had noticed. He glanced over at her and caught her snapping her attention back up to his face again as she approached his bed. But her gaze kept dipping back down, her blush deepening with each look. And for the first time in 2 days, he stopped thinking about how miserable he felt. Fallon Hartigan couldn't stop looking, even though it was obvious from her grimace that she didn't want to. Well, this could be useful. All he wanted was to deal with the grossness of food poisoning on his own. Alone. No one seeing any crack in his defenses. That's how he lived his life now. He probably always should have. All he had to do was make Fallon want to leave, and acting like a total dickhead would be the fastest way to do that. "Pull up my covers?" he asked, knowing he was about to put his skate across the line of decency, even if he had absolutely zero plans of following through. Of course, it wouldn't be the first time he fought dirty, as many of his opponents on the ice would attest. If I do that, how are you going to give me a sponge bath before you leave? She jolted to a stop at the foot of his bed, and he practically heard the match strike the dynamite. Hey, sponge. Bath? He shoots. He scores. He would have lifted his arms in celebration after she stormed out of the house, of course, but something in his gut bubbled and cramped, causing beads of sweat to pop out along his forehead. Want had nothing to do with it anymore. He needed to get her away from here. Hello? This is Karma here to fuck you up, asshole. Ignoring the vehemence in her tone, along with the continuing twist in his stomach, Zach shrugged and ran one of his hands down the hard ridges of his six-pack, playing the part of a sexist jerk who would actually ask for a sponge bath. I ran a fever yesterday. It made me all sweaty. Closing her eyes, she tipped her pointed chin toward the ceiling and sucked in a deep breath. That gave him a chance to try to will his stomach to chill the fuck out, which worked about as well as could be expected. He barely got the oh fuck expression off his face before she lowered her chin and opened her eyes, staring right at him with nothing but sweetness and light. The air around him stilled, and the little hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Well, I'd hate for you and your weekend condicionto slip in the shower and crack open your head, she said, putting enough sugar in her words to put him in a diabetic coma. Where do you keep your sponges? Like the homecoming queen in a slasher movie, Zach bolted from his bed, managing to yank up his basketball shorts from just above his junk to his waist. He held up his hand like she was a vampire he had to ward off. Don't even think about it. Her laugh burst out, full and teasing. She'd gotten him. She'd seen right through him like he was an unshaded window. With her eyes as big and round as an anime heroine's, she cocked her head to one side. Do you no longer need my professional sponge bath expertise? I'll have you know that I excelled in the wax-on, wax-off motion of it at nursing school. She let out a deep, melodramatic sigh. If only I could have specialized in that instead of trauma medicine. Zach dropped his hand and closed his eyes. She was fucking with him. He clamped his jaw shut so she wouldn't see the smile fighting to get out even as his stomach was screaming in protest at his sudden movement. Finally, he opened his eyes and took in a deep breath, knowing he had to get her out of this room before he puked again. Point taken. I'll just get in the shower. He started edging toward the en-suite bathroom. Good. She crossed her arms and gave him a don't fuck with me again smirk. Anyway, hasn't anyone ever told you that nurses aren't scared by anything? They hadn't, but then again, if it didn't have something to do with on-ice defensive strategies, he wouldn't have been paying attention. And how'd that work out for you, Blackburn? Are you going to play nice now, so we can make Lucy happy and she can stop worrying about her client and enjoy her well-earned vacation? She asked as she walked to his bedroom door. Another wave of impending doom washed over him, the kind that meant the fates were sending him a big fuck you on the no more throwing up thing. Fine. Fallon nodded and walked out of his bedroom right in time for him to rush to the bathroom. Chapter 3. A few hours later, Zach knew his health had turned a corner when he started wondering if his own personal nurse Ratchet was as bossy in bed as she was outside of it and what that would be like. No doubt it was the lingering effects of the food poisoning. Mouthy women weren't his thing. Also, he usually went for a certain kind of woman, the superfemme, puck bunny kind. Big boobs, big hair, big red lips that he liked wrapped around his dick. Attila the nurse didn't have any of those. Scratch that. He'd gotten a hint about the size of the rack she had hidden under her bulky sweatshirt that said nurses know where to stick it, but not enough for confirmation. The woman is here to help your sick ass, and all you can do is wonder why she didn't hot herself up for you? Blackburn, you're a dick of epic proportions. The minuscule voice of his former, non-asshole self that he hadn't been able to stomp to smithereens over the past year wasn't wrong. That didn't mean he was going to listen, though, because the sooner he could get Fallon out of his house the better. The whole idea of having someone in his space made him more uncomfortable than a jockstrap full of itching powder. Is this what you wear all the time? He asked with more growl than he'd meant, but any memories of his parents tended to do that to him. Good thing he only thought about them when he looked at the nearly empty house he couldn't afford to furnish, each time he laced up his skates to play the game they'd ruined for him, and basically every time he fucking inhaled. Fallon paused mid-march because the woman did not walk. She attacked from the kitchen island to the card table where he sat on the one chair. She glanced down at her outfit. "You mean clothes?" The woman was annoyingly obtuse. "What do you wear out on dates?" "Why?" she asked, setting a bowl in front of him filled with soup that smelled like heaven, a massive endorsement deal, and the best orgasm of his life. "Are you asking?" It took a second for his brain to make sense of her words. The soup really did smell that good. He wasn't asking. He didn't ask. He hadn't asked since before he'd gotten a 4-year ride at Michigan. The women just sort of appeared by his side when it was time to leave the bar or asked him to go out. The idea of having to ask a woman out on a date was almost as weird as actually going out on one. He didn't do that. He hooked up. "Still, would you go? Do I look like I have a head injury?" She rolled her eyes and marched back to the island where her own bowl waited. "Hell no." "The fuck?" Sure, he was an asshole, but in his experience, that didn't stop people from wanting to be close to him. Turned out that was because they wanted something from him: money, their name in bold letters on a gossip site, bragging rights for having banged a pro hockey player, but a hard no was basically unheard of. He sat up straighter on the folding chair. Why not? She didn't even bother to look up from her bowl. "You're not my type," she said before putting a spoonful of soup in her mouth. What is your type? And why did he care? Damned if he could answer either one. "Has anyone ever told you you're annoying when you aren't throwing up?" she asked. He shrugged and had his first spoonful of the soup she'd made from a can and some random veggies she'd found in his fridge. Damn, it was good. "Do you really think there's an insult that hasn't been lobbed my way?" Those pale pink lips of hers curled into a smile. Probably not. The woman was as cold as the ice he usually skated on. "If I had feelings, they'd be hurt right now." "Uh-huh. I'm very worried," she said, putting down her spoon and giving him an assessing look before walking back over to him at the card table. "Okay, let me feel your cheek just to make sure the food poisoning is just that. I still don't understand how you don't have a thermometer. Any preference on which set of cheeks?" The words were out before he could stop them even if he wanted to. His goal was, after all, to get this woman out of his house. Do you know how many times patients have said things like that to me? Or worse. Or accidentally let their paper gown slip. You'd think someone being injured enough to go to the emergency room would impede their wandering hands. You'd be wrong. By the time she'd finished, a red splotch had appeared at the base of her throat. Zach was beyond used to being the goat in any situation. He asked for it. He relished it. He craved it as a kind of defiant defensiveness. Usually, any evidence of a verbal bomb's direct hit loosened some of the tension, stringing him tight at least for a few moments. But with Fallon, it kind of felt like kicking a puppy, one that was a snarling, snipping cur, sure, but a puppy all the same. "I'm sorry," he said before shoving another spoonful of soup in his mouth and swallowing as soon as the hot brew hit his tongue so that it burned all the way down his throat. "Won't happen again." "Good," she said, her voice curt. "Now, let me feel your cheek." Grudgingly, he turned his face to the side and upward. There wasn't a reason why he was holding his breath, but he was as she pressed the back of her hand against his cheek. It wasn't that no one touched him. That puck bunny from the club had touched him a lot before leaving him a basket of adulterated muffins. Trainers had their hands on him, checking out a tweaked ankle or easing sore muscles. This was different, though, more intimate. She didn't care about how quickly he could get out on the ice, or how he could get her name in the paper, or how much he could line her pockets. And that made it awkward. Everyone always wanted something from him. If there was one thing he could count on in life, it was that. From his parents to agents to fans to puck bunnies, everyone just wanted to use him for their own benefit. She moved her hand to his forehead, her touch reassuring, and he let out the breath he'd been holding. "Looks like you'll live." Fallon took a step back, the color in her cheeks a little deeper than it had been a minute ago, and cleared her throat. Lucky for you, you had a somewhat mild case of food poisoning. As long as you stop banging Cajun Rage fans, you should be all right. The doorbell rang before he could say anything. Annoyed at the interruption, he slid his thumb across his phone screen and brought up his security systems app. As soon as he spotted the woman wearing a tight, tiny nurse's uniform, unbuttoned enough to show off her damn impressive rack, he let out a groan. Fallon glanced down at his screen. Is that Miss Muffin? His gut rumbled in remembered agony. Yes. Coming in closer, so they were practically cheek to cheek, she stared harder at his phone and then sucked in a harsh breath. Is she wearing a nurse costume? She asked in a tone that set off every alarm bell in his head. Glancing down as if he needed to confirm it, he said, Looks like it. Fallon straightened with a huff and jammed her hands on her hips, grumbling something under her breath that he didn't quite catch. Well, she said, turning away from him. That takes the guesswork out of whether or not she gave you food poisoning on purpose. His gut clenched hard enough to make the soup in his belly slosh around. Of all the things for someone to do to him, trying to poison him wasn't the worst. Still, it was a pretty crappy thing to do to a person on purpose. Are you shitting me? Fallon didn't answer his rhetorical question. She was already halfway down the hall, marching toward his front door. Zach figured he had two options: watch the whole thing go down on his screen via his security app, or go see what would happen next, live and in person. Yeah, it wasn't even really a choice. Fallon flung open Zach's front door and made a beeline for the security gate, determined to get to it before the idiot inside decided to open it and let Miss Hemlock back in. The woman on the other side of the gate must have heard the door because she turned away from a schlubby guy who stood next to her with his cell phone out. Her eyes went wide with surprise for all of a whole millisecond before narrowing into two perfectly lined slits of displeasure. Well, that was too damn bad because Fallon was thrilled to see the other woman. You've got some gall to show up here after this stunt you pulled. You could have seriously hurt him, Fallon said through the wrought iron arms of the security gate. The other woman tossed her long, pin-straight, impossibly shiny black hair over one shoulder. I have no idea what you're talking about. Really? Then why the cheap costume? This was not cheap. The other woman put her hands on her hips, and her hot pink painted lips formed a perfect O of offense. How dare you? Fallon crossed her arms and gave Miss Hemlock a chilly smile. As easily as you dare to purposefully give someone food poisoning. The other woman's gaze slid over to the guy hanging off to the side, so far away that he was practically squashed between the shrubs lining the driveway. In addition to the cell phone in his hand, he had a camera with a telephoto lens hanging from a strap around his neck. Miss Hemlock curled her lips into a confident smile, but she couldn't stop twisting the string of the micro-apron tied around her waist. You have no proof that it was on purpose, she said. Fallon scoffed. So you're pretending you just happened to show up here dressed like that after Zach puked his guts up for almost 2 days? Even with her impeccable makeup, there was no missing the way the other woman's face lost its color. He wasn't supposed to actually throw up, she said, doubt seeping into her tone. It was more of a joke, really. Well, he was throwing up too much to laugh, Fallon said. She no more than got the words out before the photographer and the just-for-fun poisoner both looked past her. No need to guess who had walked up behind her because Miss Hemlock's bent posture had straightened, and the "oh fuck what did I do" look on her face transformed into a sexy pout. Oh my god, Zachy, she said, more flirt than apology. I'm so sorry. Zachy? Fallon turned and looked at the guy who, even at a few pounds lighter after losing his breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the past 48 hours, still didn't look like a Zachy. Nope. Not even close. Even the idea of it made Fallon bite back a laugh. Zach rubbed his square jaw and asked, "What was the plan, Shelley?" That was exactly what Fallon wanted to know, too, and she mentally gave Zach a high five before giving the other woman her full attention. This should be good. Shelley leaned forward in some kind of magic girly girl move that showcased her cleavage and trailed a hot pink painted fingernail up one of the security gate bars, looking at Zach from beneath mile-long eyelashes. Why don't you let me in where we can talk all about it, and I can show you just how bad I feel about the whole thing. There was no way Zach would fall for that load of claptrap. No way. Fallon snorted and glanced over at Zach, who was not looking at her with a "can you believe this shit" look on his face. Nope. His gaze was on Shelley, more correctly, on her boobs. It took everything Fallon had not to thwack her palm on the back of his head. Men. He finally tore his focus away from Shelley's cups that raneth over and up to her face. We both know you don't really feel bad. If you did, you wouldn't have brought the press with you. He glanced over at the photog. Hey, Marty. The photographer lifted his chin in greeting. Blackburn. Shelley let out a huff that sent her bangs flying upward. You know how this works, Zachy. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement for everyone, you, me, and Marty. No, he said, sounding more tired than he had a minute ago. It's a way for you to use me to lengthen your 15 minutes, and for Marty to get an extra freelance check. Normally I wouldn't mind so much, but you went too far, Shelley. I have a game tomorrow night. But, Zachy, she said with an exaggerated pout. No, Shelley. The vein in his temple pulsed, the only tell that this whole thing was pissing him off. Go home. That's right, and think about how damn lucky you are that he's not pressing charges, Fallon mentally added. Fine. Shelley straightened, smoothed away any hint of repentance from her face. But don't go blaming me if you have a shit night on the ice again. You've been a bust since you got here, and my muffins had nothing to do with that. Final poisoned arrow delivered. She turned and flounced on her spiked heels back to her shiny red sports car, yanked the door open, got in, revved the engine, and took off with her tires squealing. Fallon didn't like the woman, but she had to admit that Shelley wasn't wrong on the state of Zach's play. Plus, the other woman sure knew how to make one hell of an exit. Once the only thing that remained of Shelley was the scent of burnt rubber hanging in the air, the photographer gave Fallon a piercing once-over, brought up his camera, and snapped a few shots. So, who's the new one? Blackburn? Zach took a step forward, partially blocking her from Marty's view. It's a secret. Oh, really? Marty asked, still clicking away. What's your name, honey? There were two people in the world who could call her anything close to a pet name, her granny and her dad. Anyone else who tried it was playing Russian roulette with his gonads. Marty was lucky there was a fence between them. I am not your honey, she said with enough ice in her voice to reverse climate change. Feisty, Marty said, seemingly unperturbed. I like it. So how do you manage to swoop in and snag Blackburn from the sharpened talons of Harbor City's favorite party girl? Because that's totally what she'd done. She didn't. Really, Blackburn? Marty lowered his camera, an incredulous look on his face, as he turned his attention to Zach. Does she realize the innocent me ploy hasn't worked since the invention of social media? I like the tomboy, without makeup thing she's got going, though. Hello, Fallon said, waving her hand, the annoyance at being talked about instead of talked to making her skin prickly. I'm right here, and I can hear you. What sounded like a smothered laugh came from Zach. She turned her glare on him as he stood there with his muscular arms loose at his side, as if this was just another day ending in Y. And don't you, she pointed a finger at Zach, even think about answering for me. He raised a pierced eyebrow, and his lips twitched as if he was trying not to smile, but he kept his mouth shut. Marty let his camera down so it hung on the strap around his neck, and swiped his thumb across his phone, opening an app. Okay, mystery lady, why don't you start by telling me who you are and how long you've been? He paused, the creepy look on his face making her skin crawl. With Blackburn, there was no missing what the guy meant by with, and it wasn't dating. I am not fucking him. Really? The photog turned to Zach. That's the story you're going with? No one's gonna believe that, even if she's a little rustic compared to your normal hookups. Fallon was about 2 seconds from opening the security gate just so she could strangle the photographer. What an asshole. Rustic? So she didn't have a girly girl card or a VB membership to Sephora or a shoe addiction, and so she only made it to the salon twice a year for a quick trim of her ends, no blowouts, no stupid head massage. That didn't make her rustic, as if she was a dilapidated cabin in the middle of the woods desperate for a makeover. It just meant the idea of glitter eyeshadow or spending more than 20 minutes getting ready in the morning made her break out in hives. But for this Guyan, to be honest, so many other people her lack of girly girl ways meant she had less value in the only thing he thought mattered when it came to women, fuckability. She turned to Zach. Would you just tell him? He gave her a considering look and then shook his head. No way, you told me not to speak for you. And with a grin, he lifted his hand to his mouth, mimed a key turning in a lock, and tossed the invisible key over his shoulder. Then, because that wasn't bad enough, he turned and started back up the driveway as if he hadn't just all but told the photographer that they were fucking. I guess that answers that, Marty said, clicking off a few shots with his camera before starting toward the older model sedan parked on the street. Of course, he didn't get in the car without tossing a parting shot over his shoulder. See you in tomorrow's Harbor City Post. Fallon closed her eyes and counted to 20. She should have told Lucy no. She should have let Zach puke his guts up in solitary. She should have welcomed Shelley, the fake nurse who couldn't button her uniform all the way up. But no. She'd gotten suckered into caring for someone who couldn't give a shit about the fact that she'd given up her very limited free time to help a virtual stranger, or that she didn't want to be plastered all over the tabloids as the most hated man in Harbor City's latest fang babe. Suddenly, it seemed like Shelley had been onto something because the idea of poisoning Zach Blackburn didn't seem like such a bad one. Zach wasn't skulking, it was his driveway. How could he be? Instead, he was just hanging out on the porch with his back to his front door, watching Fallon as she turned to face him and stood there with her eyes closed, her jaw clamped shut, and her fists clenched. He knew what that pose meant. He made it happen enough. She reached her limit, and it was only a matter of time until she said some version of fuck this shit and left. Good. The last thing he needed in his life was some do-gooderevin. If she did have a snarly disposition he could totally identify with and an ass that made his hands itch to squeeze, taking him on as a charity case. He didn't need help, and he'd been a dumbass for letting Fallon in his house in the first place. Of course, watching her go full righteous fury on Shelley had been pretty fucking entertaining. It was kind of refreshing to be around someone who still thought they could shame someone out of behaving like a selfish ass. Too bad that couldn't be done. It was a use or be used world, and if she didn't know that already, it was beyond time she learned. As if she could feel his gaze on her, Fallon finally opened her eyes and gave him another dirty look. At least he figured it was her version of a glare. He couldn't count the number of times in his career that he'd stared down the "I'm gonna tear your head off" fury of a guy skating straight toward him after Zach had delivered what may or may not have been a completely deserved hard check to some prima donna player. After years of that, Fallon's little narrowing of her eyes and tightening of her jaw didn't make much of an impact. She marched up the driveway, stopping at the bottom of the steps leading up to his porch, enough energy spiking off her to short out the city. Are you going to just hide there on your porch, or are you going to explain to me why you just pulled that shit? What shit? He asked, keeping the don't give a fuck attitude in his voice. Using your silence to confirm to that bloodsucker that we were sleeping together. Yeah. Once he got Fallon to leave, he was going to have to call Lucy, even though she was on vacation, and have her kill Marty's story. Lucy was going to be thrilled he'd messed with her friend like that, even though there wasn't a damn thing he could have done to have stopped it. His ass was about to be a few bite sizes lighter after Lucy got done, but there wasn't a choice. He wasn't going to put Fallon through the Harbor City media ringer when there wasn't a good reason for it. Not that he'd admit that out loud. He shrugged. You told me not to speak for you. You're an asshole. Yeah, he was, and it was best for all involved if she realized it now. I never claimed otherwise. She let out a frustrated groan and started up the stairs, mumbling to herself, why did I even bother? Short answer? She shouldn't have. He kept that little tidbit to himself, though, because as she brushed past him there was no missing the countdown to detonation vibe emanating from her. She might not be an enforcer with a mean right hook, but Fallon wasn't to be fucked with, either. He could respect that. Really, he kinda admired it. Leaving so soon, he asked, because again, he was an asshole. She didn't slow her pace or look back at him. Not soon enough. He followed her through the house, the sound of their steps echoing in the vast emptiness. Staying outside in the hall, when she stepped into the room she'd crashed in the previous night and stuffed her belongings into her overnight bag. Zach watched, waiting for the feeling of satisfaction at shoving someone else out of his life to fill him. 2 minutes later, when she was zipping her bag shut, he was still waiting. "What if I start feeling sick again?" he asked, walking a few steps behind her as she strode through the bedroom door and down the hallway toward the front exit. "Make sure you get to the bathroom in time." She made it 3 more steps after that bit of advice, each one a little slower than the previous one before coming to a full and complete stop. She didn't turn around, but there was no missing the way her shoulders rose and fell when she took a deep breath. If your symptoms return, you should go to the closest urgent care to get checked out and make sure it's not something more serious. And don't forget to hydrate. Seemingly satisfied, she marched forward again, opening the front door and walking out before jerking to a stop just on the other side. "Where's your car?" she asked. The same place as his furniture, his paycheck after the delinquent debt payments, and his self-respect nowhere. "I don't drive." Turning to face him, she gave him a once-over, taking his measure in such a non-personal, professional way that it gave him the uncomfortable feeling of being back in juniors with the scouts in the stands. She must have decided he wasn't about to keel over anymore because the clinical detachment melted away and her stink eye returned. She held her hand out toward him. "Give me your phone." "Why?" he asked even as he pulled it from his pocket, swiped his thumb across the screen to unlock it, and gave it to her. "If you can't get a ride to urgent care," she said as her thumb sped across his phone screen and then hit the call button. "Call me. I'll get you there." The Ice Knight's unofficial theme song sounded from her phone, stuffed in the outside pocket of the overnight bag slung over her shoulder. She ignored the noise, tapped a few more times on his screen, and gave him back his phone. Then, without another word, she turned, got into her car, and drove away, stopping only long enough to press the exit button for his security gate. It wasn't until Zach was back in the house that he looked down at his phone screen. In his contacts, she'd added herself under the name Zach ate more tainted muffins. His laugh bounced off the unadorned walls in his foyer. Sure, the sound was more than a little rusty, but it slipped out of him anyway as he walked with a lighter step than usual back to the kitchen to watch game tape and prep for tomorrow night's game. He didn't get any farther than his kitchen before his phone started pinging with notifications. He clicked on the first one. "The most hated man in Harbor City has a new honey, but will she make him any sweeter?" The headline was accompanied by an image of him looking like he was smiling down at Fallon as she looked back at him, a soft, sweet look on her face. What had actually been going on in that millisecond? Who the fuck knew, but it sure looked like they were totally into each other. How in the hell Marty had managed to click his shutter at just the right moment to show the wrong thing, Zach had no idea. The photographer must have pulled over before getting on the parkway and uploaded the pics. It was probably a smart plan. Knowing Shelley, it was only a matter of time before she whispered her version of events into some reporter's ear. Fucking A. Zach shoved his fingers through his hair. Lucy was going to kill him if Fallon didn't get to him first. He was so screwed. Chapter 4. This is the defenseman we were looking for. Well, it finally happened, fellow Ice Knights fans. Defenseman Zach Blackburn showed up to work and played better than he has in years. No one was more surprised than those of us at your favorite hockey blog, The Biscuit. To be honest, your humble correspondent with a killer manicure had written him off as an overpaid journeyman with a bad attitude and molasses on his skates. Last night's game against the Toronto Kodiaks, the though, showed just what the front office must have seen in the 6'3" Minnesota native who started his career with the Detroit Blades, where he had a stellar rookie season before becoming the mayor of Mediocreville. It all started last night with Blackburn's crushing hit on Crispin Ferris shortly after puck drop, and ended with his body-sacrificing dive in front of the home team's goal to block what would have been an empty net score in the final minutes. That move led to Chris St. John scoring in the final seconds and a squeaker of a win for the Ice Knights. All of that leaves us with 2 questions here at the Biscuit HQ. 1. Can Blackburn repeat last night's performance? 2. How much of the improvement has to do with a certain mystery woman photographed outside of his house the day before the game? Was last night a case of a woman soothing the savage beast, or did our boy just finally remove his head from his very well-paid ass? Guess we'll have to wait until tomorrow night's game against the hated Cajun Rage to find out if she is Blackburn's Lady Luck. Chapter 5. Sundays at the Beacon All Access Clinic were always busy, and today was no exception. Sure, Fallon could have tried to beg off today's volunteer shift after she'd already put in 8 hours at St. Vincent's, but she hadn't. The clinic and the clients who visited the one place where they wouldn't have to worry about making the choice between groceries and healthcare needed her. She wasn't about to let them down. And when the funding came through for her to work full-time at the clinic and not just as a volunteer, she'd finally be able to do the kind of work she really wanted while also paying off her college loan. Make sure to take 2 of these the first day and 1 a day after that for 4 days, even if the symptoms go away first, okay? Fallon handed the young mom the sample ZPK the pharmaceutical rep had provided the clinic. You should start feeling better quickly. Sylvia accepted the antibiotics with a weary smile. Thank you. Now, was there anything else? Are the kids doing okay? Yeah, she said, looking over at her twin 4-year-olds drawing at a low table in the corner of the family-size exam room. It seemed to skip right over them and hit me. That was the way it worked a lot of the times for the folks who came into the free clinic. Young single moms existing right at the poverty line made sure the family resources went to the kids first. That meant when something came around like strep throat, their immune systems weren't up to the task of fighting the infection off. You know, we're starting a services center in the warehouse next door. Employment help and skills training. A food pantry. A closet for interview clothes. Eventually, even a preschool. Fallon busied herself with straightening the wellness and parenting pamphlets in the hanging rack, knowing that the key to getting a lot of her clients to accept help was to make sure they didn't view it as charity. For some reason, a lack of direct eye contact seemed to help with that. It's only open as a pilot program right now, but I'd love to have you take a look when you're feeling better so you can try everything out. We'd really appreciate some feedback on how we have it set up and what improvements we can make. Feedback, huh? Sylvia asked, sounding as if she knew that wasn't exactly the whole truth. It would be a huge help, she said as she walked over to the kids and checked out their drawings. I'll think about it, the other woman said. Okay, she could totally take that as a win. Thanks, I really appreciate it. After Sylvia and the kids left the clinic, there didn't seem to be a single break in the action until almost 7 p.m. Fallon was dragging by the time she walked into the break room for the monthly staff meeting. She sat down at one of the round tables next to Harley, a fellow nurse at St. Vincent's who also moonlighted as a bartender at Marino's Bar and Grill, and closed her eyes. What Fallon needed was a do-over of her weekend. Harley cleared her throat, making Fallon crack her eyes open. Turning her head, she got the full force of Harley's always cheery expression. It was a lot to take on a limited amount of sleep. Dreaming about your weekend with Harbor City's most fuckable hockey player? Harley asked, her voice low enough that it wouldn't carry beyond the 2 of them. Fallon bit back a groan. Yeah, it seemed like everyone and their dog had spotted that stupid photo of her and Zach that had run on the metro area's most popular hockey site and then been picked up by all the major news outlets. Her mom included. Questions? Oh, she'd only had about 1 billion hurled at her by her family. Some days she wanted to kill whoever invented group texting. Fallon rolled her eyes. I'm fantasizing about how good it would feel to get a full 8 hours of sleep 3 days in a row. Aren't we all? Harley leaned in closer. So does that mean you aren't going to see him again? Only on TV. And in that weird dream, she kept having that involved him in only basketball shorts, and then nothing at all. She really needed to stop eating spicy Cheetos before bed. Harley let out a sigh and shot her a sympathetic look as if Fallon ever wanted to see that man again. Too bad. Not really. The last thing she needed in her life was one more pain in the ass. So he was a disappointment in bed? Harley wrinkled her nose in sympathy. Damn. I had hopes for that one. Fallon ground her teeth together and counted to 10. I didn't sleep with him, she said for what felt like the 1,000th time since Friday morning. I'm not judging. It's the truth. Not that anyone believed her. Haley gave her a conspiratorial wink. I'm with you, whatever you want to say. Fallon didn't get a chance to try to set Harley straight because Cameron West, the clinic's director, started the staff meeting. As usual, it was a lot of bad news wrapped in success stories about the people they'd helped. The short of it? The clinic was helping people who desperately needed it, but their budget couldn't cover all the work that needed to be done. Hey, Fallon, can I talk to you for a minute? Cameron asked after he adjourned the staff meeting. Her stomach sank. Good news rarely followed that question. Sure. She walked over to where he stood by the coffee maker. What's up? There's no good way to put this. Our grant application for the money to fund a full-time salary for you wasn't accepted. I'm so sorry. He patted her on the shoulder. If it's any consolation, it wasn't just you. The grant process has gotten so competitive with federal funding dropping that we got waitlisted for the proposal for our pilot services program, too. He rubbed his palm against the back of his neck as he grimaced, the strain of the clinic's budget obviously doing a number on his stress level. It looks like the food pantry and job training pilot programs will end when the money runs out at the end of the year. The news for her was bad, but thanks to her job at St. Vincent's, she wasn't going to have to worry about how to pay her bills. The services the outreach programs could offer, though, would make a real difference for people like Sylvia and her family. They couldn't give up. Too much was at stake. There's got to be something we can do. Hope for a miracle, Cameron said. Our donors have given generously, but we just don't have enough support to cover the clinic's financial needs and the additional outreach programs. Something has to give. It's not fair. And just because there wasn't anything she could do to change it not with her bank balance, that didn't mean she was going to just sit back and accept it. But it is life. We just have to learn to accept the things we can't change, he said. And in light of this, we'd completely understand if you want to cut back on your volunteer hours since the full-time position isn't going to happen. She may have started volunteering at the clinic with the understanding that it would turn into a full-time, paid position, but she believed in its mission. You can't get rid of me that easily. And there had to be a way to raise enough funds for the outreach program before the money ran out. All she had to do was figure out how. Locker rooms on the day before a big game always felt different, more electric with a sense of heaviness in the air. It was like the last few moments before the first bolt of lightning lit up the night sky. There was no way to explain it, but Zach's body always got tuned up tight, knowing on instinct that something was about to break. It was the best feeling in the world. He had his earbuds in and his favorite playlist blasting, but hit pause on his phone and yanked out the buds when Coach stopped in front of him. You planning on playing like you did the last game? Coach Peppers asked, holding his usual mug of 3/4 sugar and milk with 1/4 coffee. Zach stopped taping the blade of his stick dough to heel with white tape. That's the color he used during the last game rather than his usual black. It seemed to have made a difference. Yeah. Last night was the first time in over a year that he'd gotten on the ice without the weight of what he'd let his parents do to him bearing down on his shoulders. From the first face-off, it had been like the days before hockey had become tainted with all of the bullshit that came with actually getting to play the game he loved. Good. Coach leaned in a little closer. How's the other thing? Besides the trainer, Peppers was the only one he'd told about the food poisoning. Not that there was anyone else to really tell. It wasn't like he was going to call up Stuckey, his defensive partner, or Christensen, Petrov, and Phillips, the forward line they most often played with on the ice, to tell them about his puke-a-thon. But his coach? The man who'd known him since he was a teenager and knew the real reason why he'd left his hometown team and signed with the Ice Knights? Yeah, he told the old man. "I'm fine." Zach sealed the tape at the top of his stick's toe and got the scissors so he could cut off the extra. The other man took a drink of his sugar-spiked concoction and looked around the locker room. All the other guys were going through their pre-ice time rituals. For some guys, like Stuckey, it was the same as before a game, listening to new age music blasting on the headphones while chewing his way through an entire pack of spearmint gum. The majority of the team, though, just talked smack as they got ready, as opposed to the near-dead silence of right before a game. "Be on the ice in 5, boys," the coach said, then turned his attention back to Zach. "2 tickets will be at the will call window for your nurse tomorrow night. You did invite her to the game, right?" Zach tossed the roll of tape back into his locker. "Delay? Him? Always. Not yet." After that photo had hit all the gossip sites, sending his social media notifications into overdrive, according to his agent, who had an intern monitoring those things, the guilt started to sink in. Yeah, he'd reached out to Lucy and confessed that he'd left her bestie hanging in the wind, but like a chicken shit, he'd left the message in a voicemail, and who in the world actually checked voicemail? He should have realized that Lucy hadn't heard his message when he didn't hear back. Of course, even if she had, the picture of Fallon and him were all over Harbor City within 24 hours. And his attempts to reach Fallon? Non-existent, because there was something about the woman that made him a little bit nervous, a fact that he'd take a puck to the mouth sans mouth guard before admitting out loud. "Blackburn," coach said, sounding exactly like he had when he'd been coaching Zach in juniors. "Why are you always so difficult?" He glared up at his coach, putting in all the obstinate screw you attitude he could muster at the moment. "It's part of my charm." Peppers just rolled his eyes. "The woman did you a solid. Say thank you and give her the tickets." Coach was almost as bad as that little bit of guilt gnawing on the back of his brain that he hadn't been able to squash. Fallon might have been a pain in his ass, the kind who didn't want to be anywhere near him any more than he wanted her to be there, but she wasn't used to the media hordes. She hadn't deserved to get chewed up and spit out by the Harbor City sports media. "Fine," he said, not showing anything but annoyance. He did still have a sense of self-preservation. "I'll text her later." "Take out your phone and do it now," coach said before draining what was in his shirt to cause diabetes drink. Was this guy kidding? What the fuck? "I'm not 16 anymore. You don't get to just tell me what to do." Coach snorted in that "I'm pretending to be amused but I can still kick your ass" way that he had. Just do it. This was fucking ridiculous. He was a grown-ass man. Who he texted or didn't text wasn't any business of anyone else, not even the guy who was his coach. And who had gone to bat for him when the front office hesitated about signing him. And who got the team to cover his living expenses. And kept the secret about what Zach's parents had done. And was more of a father to him than his own dad had been. And oh, for the love of Wayne Gretzky's and Martin Brodeur's love child. Fine. He let out an exaggerated sigh and grabbed his phone from the bench. He didn't have to scroll long to hit her number in his contacts list. There weren't enough names in there for that. Then, he thumb-typed a quick message. "Zach, you have 2 tickets for Team RW game at will call." He hesitated and went on. "Zach, sorry about pics." He ground his teeth together at the whole rah-rah friendliness vibe of this conversation and took one for the team. "Zach, and thanks for not letting me die." There. That just about said it all. Hallmark couldn't have done it better. Also, he wanted to go throw up again. That exchange was about as close to touchy-feely as he got, and for damn good reason. He put his phone back on the bench and looked up at Coach. "Happy now?" "Not until we beat the Rage tomorrow." Peppers went to take a drink from his cup and then scowled at it, no doubt because it was empty. "Be sure your lady luck is there." "She's not mine." In fact, Fallon Hartigan was not shy about the fact that she pretty much hated his guts. Coach shrugged. But she is lucky. How else do you explain the change in your play? He picked up the roll of white tape because in a hockey locker room there was no shame in being superstitious. It was weirder if a member of the team wasn't. This. Nope. Peppers shook his head. For that 180 you needed more than tape. You needed lady luck. That was a bunch of bullshit. Still, he couldn't help but let Coach's words roll over and over in his head as he watched the older man walk away to go have what Coach called little chats translation, bossing around sessions, with another player. Fallon Hartigan as his lady luck? No way. No fucking way. And he'd prove that against the Rage tomorrow night. Fallon stared at her phone. 2 tickets? For her? From him? Thank you? She flopped down on her bed, trying to get her brain to process this information. Leaving her thank you tickets did not sound like something the most hated man in Harbor City would do, at least not voluntarily. Maybe he was in a good mood for once after he'd had his best night on the ice since he'd gotten traded. The whole team had. They'd crushed the Kodiaks. No doubt, each one of the superstitious players was working the magic of their own particular good luck charm. As a card-carrying Ice Knights fanatic, she knew them all. Coach Peppers had a special tie he only broke out after a win. Stucky did a handstand walk around the perimeter of the locker room, and she jolted into a sitting position, her brain whirring as everything clicked into place. He hadn't left 2 tickets as a thank you. He'd left 2 tickets as a bribe for her to be his own human rabbit's foot. Yeah, she wasn't the fuzzy bunny type, even if it did get her team a win. A woman had to have standards. She started typing. Fallon, thanks, but no can do on the tickets. Great game last night, though. That check on Nitsky was killer. Zach, T-checks, why not? Fallon, some of us have to worry about paying bills, so we take shifts on our day off. Not a lie. If she was ever going to stop being her brother Finian's roommate, she had to save up enough for first and last month's rent. Zach, can't you get someone to cover your shift? Probably, but there was more to it than that. Fallon, I'm volunteering at the clinic after. Zach, to pay the bills? She rolled her eyes at her phone, even though he couldn't see it. It was that or suffer a fatal case of ingested annoyance. The man needed to stop acting like he had the brain power of a box of rocks. No one who could read a play on the ice like he did lacked in the IQ department. Of course, she wasn't about to tell him that. Fallon, volunteer equals no $. Did Antony's dirty hit rattle your brain before you got sent to the box? Her blood pressure got jacked up just at the memory of that vicious hit. She'd screamed so loud at the TV that even Finn had told her to calm down. Zach, Antony's an asshole. Fallon, some might say it takes one to know one. She swings. She hits it out of the park. She cackles in her bedroom while texting a guy who had this thing about him that made her nipples stand up and say hello. What? No. That wasn't it. Not at all. Zach Blackburn was Lucy's client, and she'd done a solid for a friend. That was all. Nothing more. Zach, Coach wants you at the game against the Rage. Says you are lucky. All of the bubbles of giddiness in her chest went flat. Fallon let out a long sigh and fell back onto the bed. And there it was. Confirmation. For once it would be nice if she were wrong about the way things were going to go down. Fallon, oh yeah, I'm sure. Zach, I won't beg. Shocker. Next thing he'd be telling her the sky is blue. Fallon, good, that makes things easier. The text bubble with its blinking 3 dots appeared and disappeared several times before his next message finally came through. Zach, are you always this bitchy, or is it just me? Wow. If she wasn't used to being called difficult, bossy, bitchy, a nag, or just a general pain in the ass, which, to some degree, she admitted she was, then his question just might have hurt. Instead, it hit more like a mosquito bite than a bee sting. Fallon, some of the latter, but definitely more of the former. I have a reputation to uphold. I'm the wicked bitch of the ER. Zach, that doesn't bother you? Truth? Sometimes. A weight settled onto her chest, one that she'd learned to live with long ago. She wasn't about to bend or change her ways just because her personality made other people uncomfortable. Fallon, as if I'd worry about what a snot-nosed resident said, especially after he said I had to be a bitter, dried-up cat lady since I wouldn't go out with him. Zach, are you? She looked around her room in the bungalow she shared. It used to be Frankie's room before he moved in with Lucy. There were still boxes stacked in the corner because this living arrangement was only temporary, but there weren't any kitties. Fallon, no, I just don't go in for the girly girl shit, and some assholes see that as an affront to themselves personally. Zach, people are assholes. That made her snort laugh as the invisible rock sitting on her chest shrank. Fallon, true. Story. Zach, so what's the harm in calling in sick to be at the game? Fallon, because there are actual lives on the line. Gotta go. Long day tomorrow and no pregame naps for me. The text bubble appeared and disappeared a few times again as she got under the covers. Zach, night. Fallon put her phone on the nightstand and turned off the lamp. And as she snuggled down into her pillow, she realized she was smiling. Obviously, because she was glad to finally be getting some shut-eye during which a certain Ice Knights player would not be making a dream appearance. Her subconscious wouldn't do her like that. Chapter 6. He's back, unfortunately. For a minute, we had a glimpse of the Zach Blackburn that could be. One who sacrificed for his team. One who stopped the puck, set up plays, and delivered the big checks. Last night, the only quality hit the defenseman delivered was one to Harbor City hockey fans that left their collective hope for a winning season bleeding out on the ice. Harsh? Yeah. True? You bet your butt. Last night, against the most hated rage, Blackburn biffed it. Big time. He missed checks. He made bad passes. He took dumb penalties. It was the trifecta of rookie mistakes. But Blackburn isn't a rookie. He's an overpaid disappointment, one who seemed more concerned with 2 empty seats up against the glass than the puck moving down the ice. According to the whispers, the tickets to those 2 coveted seats Blackburn was obsessed with, the ones he looked at before almost every play, they were left at will call for Fallon H. and friend. Name doesn't ring a bell? You're not alone. However, my well-placed sources tell me that you might know her better as Lady Luck. Yep, that's right. Hockey fans, Lady Luck ditched Blackburn. Last night's dismal outing is exactly what we can look forward to for the rest of the season unless Blackburn can figure out a way to make it work without Lady Luck. Because if he doesn't, that's when we start a GoFundMe to buy out his contract just for the pleasure of banishing him from town. Chapter 7. There were few things worse than participating in a hard, blades-on-the-ice practice with a monster hangover. However, getting tag-teamed at 9 in the morning after a loss via video chat with his agent, Kyle Harrison, and Lucy topped it. The two of them managed to snipe at each other almost as much as they offered up advice to keep him from fucking up his career any more than it already was. Zach baby, Kyle said, not a bead of sweat on his forehead as he jogged on the treadmill in some expensive, elite gym somewhere on the city's east side. You have got to do whatever it takes to turn things around, or the Ice Knights front office is going to run you out of town. You don't think I tried? Zach shoved his hands through his hair, trying to keep it out of his face after another night of sleeping like shit thanks to the gut-gnawing dread eating away at his stomach lining. What did you do in the Kodiak's game that was different than before? Lucy asked before taking a sip of her Mountain Dew, even though it didn't look like the sun was all the way up yet where she was in Missouri. What was different? A bunch of shit he didn't know how to put into words, so he went with the same thing he'd told Coach. I used the white tape. So you need more? Kyle asked, his words coming out quick like an overeager puppy. I can send Mikey down to the store. I'll send him all over town to get you the brand you want. Holy shit, Kyle. Calm the fuck down. Lucy rolled her eyes. You're worse than Gussie. Who's Gussie? Kyle asked. Lucy looked right at the camera and deadpanned. My dad's dog that tries to hump everything. Real classy, Lucy, Kyle said with a huff. She shrugged. Whatever, Kyle. One of these days these two were going to get in a cage match to finally fight it out. Zach's money, what little was left of it, was on Lucy. The woman was a shark in a world full of minnows. Still, as fun as it was to watch them chip away at each other, there was business to discuss. "Children," he said as he got out of bed and walked across his room to his closet to grab a hoodie. "Shall we get back to the issue at hand, mainly that trash site The Biscuit and how it's trying to get me shit-canned?" "Zach, I love you, but you're doing that yourself," Lucy said. "You want to shut up the most read hockey blog in Harbor City? Get back the magic you had the other night." "You don't think I'm trying?" Hockey was pretty much the only thing he thought about when he wasn't trying to figure a way out of the debt-ridden shithole his parents had shoved him into. "I'm the first one on the ice and the last one to leave. If I'm not watching game tape, I'm in the workout room. Hell, I even tried yoga. I'm doing everything I can think of." "Are you feeling okay?" Lucy asked, her forehead wrinkling with concern. "I could have Fallon check you out on the down low." He yanked the dark blue hoodie over his head before Kyle or Lucy could spot the smile tugging his lips upward at the mention of Fallon's name. "I'm fine." Lucy's eyes narrowed at something she saw on his face. What if everyone is right and the biscuit is onto something? Zach closed his eyes and tried to shut his mouth before a groan of disgust came out, but he whiffed that almost as much as the check he'd tried to put on Fahi the other night. "Not you, too," he grumbled as he headed out of the mostly barren walk-in closet toward the kitchen. "I've heard enough from Coach already." "Peppers thinks there's something to this Lady Luck thing," Lucy said as if that solved everything. "Zach, baby?" Kyle's voice echoed off the walls of the empty hallway unless you counted his slides abandoned outside of the kitchen. "Peppers knows his stuff." "This isn't stuff." Zach strode to the fridge and yanked it open, setting his phone against the gallon of milk so he could maintain eye contact with Lucy and Kyle while rooting around for something to eat. "It's a woman who hates me." "Oh, don't take that personally," Lucy said with a laugh. "Fallon hates everybody." His agent narrowed his eyes, and the first hint of sweat dotted his forehead. "Not helpful, Lucy." "Not asking your opinion, Kyle." She didn't flip off the camera, but she might as well have, considering the amount of fuck you layered into that 5-word answer. This whole conversation was going nowhere. It was ridiculous. He was as superstitious as the next defenseman, but there was just no way. He opened his mouth to say just that, but that's not what came out. "You really think Fallon's my 4-leaf clover?" "I wouldn't put it that way to her, but she might be," Lucy said. She took a drink of her Mountain Dew and then leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with intensity even in the ultra-bright light of his fridge. "How about an experiment? You get her to come to the next game. See how it goes. If your playing is still for shit, we try something else." Kyle sighed and wiped a towel across his forehead. "You know it pains me to say this, Zach baby, but Lucy's right." A shocked silence filled the kitchen as Zach grabbed a pre-made protein shake and his phone before closing the fridge. He'd been working with Kyle and Lucy since he'd kicked his former managers, aka his parents, to the curb for gross negligence and malfeasance. In the past year, the only thing Kyle and Lucy had ever agreed on was that Zach could get back the magic of playing. "Someone talk now, or it'll be weird," Kyle said, breaking the quiet. Looking at the problem like he would an opposing team's first line, he broke it down to the 2 things he needed to do first. "She's ignoring my texts, and I don't know where to find her." "You've been texting her?" Lucy asked, her tone all but screaming, "Tell me everything." Fallon hadn't told her best friend what happened when she'd been over here? Interesting. Instead of answering the question on Lucy's face, he started gulping down the protein shake that tasted like chocolate chalk with a chaser of putrid spinach. "You're no fun." Lucy shook her head. "It's Saturday. That's the day of the Hartigans' weekly family lunch." He pictured his own family meals growing up. They'd been silent, uncomfortable, and painful. Why someone would do that voluntarily once a week was beyond him, but if Fallon voluntarily did that, maybe that explained why she made him all jumpy, because she was obviously part alien. Zach set down his now-empty protein shake bottle. "So I catch her there?" "You might want to rethink that." Lucy paused, looking up at the trees and the pink and orange sky above her, obviously trying to find the right words. Finally, she let out a little what the fuck kind of sigh and dropped her gaze back at the camera. The Hartigans are a lot to take in. They're a little overwhelming in their sweet, overbearing, totally in your business way. Whatever. I face down men armed with big-ass sticks and blades who want to take my head off for a living, Zach said. I think I can handle one family long enough to convince Fallon to come to tomorrow's game. Lucy started laughing so hard the sheer schadenfreude joy of it bounced off the cathedral ceiling in his kitchen. Oh, Zach, you have no idea what you're in for. I'll text you the address. I'll calm down the front office, Zach baby, Kyle said as he got off the treadmill. You just get back to playing the game the way we all know you can. That was the only thing he wanted right now, and he'd do whatever it took to make that happen, even if it meant persuading one Fallon Hartigan to act as his lady luck in this harebrained schemes that just might work. 2 hours later, Zach was knocking on the door of a single-story ranch house in a working-class neighborhood that looked a lot like the one he'd lived in growing up. The sidewalks were tree-lined. The houses came in what looked like 3 or 4 models painted different shades of blues, whites, and yellows, and there were kids playing a pickup game around a basketball hoop set up at the end of the cul-de-sac. Add in a red pickup truck in the drive, and a special shed for his hockey gear to air out in, and the Hartigan house could have been the one he'd grown up in. He shivered and swallowed the bile burning the back of his tongue. The whole place gave him the heebie-jeebies. Fuck this. He was halfway through his turn away from the house when the door opened. A middle-aged woman with sharp eyes and reddish-brown hair pushed open the screen door. Can I help yo? Her eyes went wide. Oh my god, you're Zach Blackburn. And now he was stuck. Sucking up the fuck-me-ness of the moment, he pivoted back toward the door and did his best to try to smile back at the woman. Hi. Oh, wait until Frank sees you. She clapped, looked back over her shoulder, and hollered, Honey, come here. Then she turned back to him. He has so many suggestions that will really help you during the next game. Any doubt that he'd accidentally knocked on the wrong door went straight out the window. You must be Fallon's mom. I'm her younger sister. Zach's brain froze. There was no way this woman was Fallon's younger sister. He had no idea what to do, so he just stood there and blinked as if he'd gotten dinked in the head by a puck. That's when she threw back her head and let out a gusty laugh. Oh God, that look was the best. Of course, I'm her mother. She held out her hand. Kate Hartigan. On automatic pilot, he shook her hand as he tried to regain his mental footing. Is Fallon here? Lucy said she should be. Kate's eyebrows went up practically to her hairline. She should be, but she's late as usual. She shook her head in obvious maternal frustration. I tell you, that girl is burning her candle at both ends, and it's going to catch up with her. She looked at him as if he had any idea what she was talking about, as if he knew any more about Fallon. It was too much. Too familiar. Too friendly. For the love of Gretzky, he had to get the fuck out of here. Lucy had been right about the Hartigans. They were more than he could handle. Can I leave her a message? He asked. There's no need for that, just come on in. Kate stepped to the side, making space for him to walk inside. She'll be here in a minute. His palms got sweaty at the idea of sitting on the Hartigans' couch and listening to hockey advice from Frank, whoever that was, while Kate treated him like he actually had a non-selfish reason to be there. I'm not sure. Speak of my daughter, Kate said, waving at someone behind him. There she is. Think, Gordy, how? He turned around and couldn't do anything more than stare. Fallon was in jeans, a t-shirt, and Converse high tops, cruising up the driveway on a skateboard. Her long brown hair was down, and she was smiling so big, her dimples were on display right up until she spotted him in the shadows of the front porch, and her lips flattened. Ouch! She stopped and did some step-off kick move that sent her skateboard into the air, where she caught it without ever taking her eyes off of him. What are you doing here? Good Lord, Kate muttered. You'd think I never taught you any manners. Manners? He didn't give two shits about that. He wanted to win, and everyone's idiotic idea had finally burrowed into his subconscious deep enough to start to make sense in some weird way. "We need to talk," he said, standing straighter, prepped for battle. She all but rolled her eyes. "About what?" "The other night." A commotion at the door yanked his attention away from her, and the random thought wondering how he'd missed seeing those dimples before. 3 men crowded in the doorway next to Katia, a dark-haired giant, a gray-haired guy who looked like he could still do some damage in an octagon, and a third guy who was wearing a Waterbury PDT shirt and a shitty expression on his face. "What do you mean the other night?" the giant asked. "Oh, settle down," Fallon said, walking up the short sidewalk leading from the drive to the front porch. "It's not medieval Ireland, and you don't have to guard my virtue not that ship didn't sail years ago." The gray-haired brawler gasped. "Fallon Eileen Hartigan." "Oh, stop sputtering, Frank," Kate said, the words coming out with an exaggerated huff. "Like you were a virgin when we got married." "Mom." That exclamation came in 3-part harmony from Fallon and the 2 dark-haired men in the doorway. "What?" Kate shrugged her shoulders. "Your father and I have enjoyed a very healthy and satisfying sex life for almost as long as we've known each other." The guy in the police department shirt covered his face with his hand and let out a groan. "But we don't want to know about it." "Relax, Ford." Fallon stepped onto the porch, coming to a stop not exactly in between Zach and the Hartigans at the door, but pretty damn close to it. "She's just trying to distract you." "From what?" "From him." Fallon tipped her chin toward Zach. This was where Zach needed to interrupt, to put his idea to her and convince her to say yes. Too bad he was too discombobulated to make sense of the scene in front of him. "And relax, Hartigan Testosterone Committee." Fallon made a little shuffle move that blocked at least half of him from the horde in the doorway. "All I did the other night with this one, as a favor to Lucy, was make sure he didn't crack his skull when he puked his guts up from food poisoning." The reminder of his former miserable state was enough to bring his brain back online, right in time for him to have the realization that she weighs in her own way protecting him from her family. What the hell? He didn't scare that easy. Ego pricked, he ignored the audience and faced Fallon. "Can we talk?" "Come in and you two can talk while we get lunch on the table," Kate said. "You are staying, there's plenty of room. I made my special Hawaiian hamway, call it that because it has a pineapple sauce." "There. It's all decided. You can put out the plates while Fallon takes care of the napkins." I'm not sure that was not what he'd signed up for. This was supposed to be easy negotiated deal with his lady luck and leave. At no time did he want to sit down and eat pineapples and pig with a family of pushy strangers. Fallon took one look at her mother and shook her head before starting into the house, skateboard tucked under one arm. "You might as well come in, there's no getting away now." She didn't bother to wait for him. Neither did any of the other Hartigans. They just followed Kate deeper into the house, leaving the front door open as if there was no question that Zach wouldn't walk away. What he wouldn't give to prove Fallon and the rest of her family wrong. That would have to happen another day, though, because today, he had a job to do. Walking across the threshold, there was no doubt in his mind that he was in way over his head. However, if he made it through an on-ice brawl that had left him with one less tooth in his head, he could make it through lunch with the Hartigans. Zach Blackburn was in her mom's kitchen putting plates down as if he never imagined so many people could squeeze around one table. Fallon almost felt sorry for him. Today would be a light showing, what with Lucy and Frankie off getting engaged while Hudson and Felicia were in Italy visiting Hudson's mom and her husband. "Why are you here?" she whispered, as if there was a hope in heaven all of the ears in the living room weren't straining to hear what was going on in the kitchen. Zach put down the last of 9 plates around the oval table, already loaded down with potato salad, Caesar salad, hot rolls, green beans, Hawaiian ham, and more. "We need to talk." "So do it." He looked around the kitchen. The sound of a football game filtered in from the living room, and her mom was in the walk-in pantry and prep area making lemonade. "Now?" he asked. If she didn't know any better, She'd think he had never experienced the rough and tumble of being a part of a big group like a hockey team, but instead went it all alone. She grinned at him, enjoying not his discomfort, but the fact that the most hated man in Harbor City, who was feared on the ice even when he wasn't playing his best, was knocked totally off his game by being in her parents' house. Now this was his comeuppance for getting her face splashed in the tabloids. Of course, even she wasn't going to enjoy his discomfort long term. It's only going to get more chaotic. He crossed his arms over his chest. Hello, nurse, and glared at her. That was okay. She was too mesmerized by the view of his sinewy forearms and the width of his fingers. Really, she should not be thinking about that. Oh, remember that he was the one who was supposed to be feeling uncomfortable. Instead, she was the one remembering the silver bars in his nipples and the ridges and valleys of his abs. Good Lord. She needed a cold shower, or she was going to down the entire pitcher of lemonade her mom was making. Zach squared his stance as if preparing for a blow. I need you to come to the next game. Why? She placed a hand on her hip, lifted an eyebrow, and gave him the stare that made adults admit how that one thing got stuck in that one awkward spot which led their emergency room visit. It's an experiment. He grimaced and shoved back the flop of hair that had fallen over his pierced eyebrow. Lucy suggested it. That woman. Fallon loved Lucy like a good pair of arch-supporting clogs, but she could kill her right about now. Annoyance crept up her back, tightening the space between her shoulder blades. It sure would have been nice if her bestie had bothered to give her a heads up before Fallon skated up to her parents' house to find Zach hanging out on the front porch. Taking a deep breath, she prodded. Details are your friend. She suggested, and my agent agreed that if you come to the game, and I still play like shit, then we know you aren't my lady luck. The words came out fast, as if he couldn't believe he was saying them, either. Before she could say anything, as if her shocked brain could come up with a response right then, her mom came out of the pantry, hollered out that the food was ready, and everyone thundered in from the living room. There might have been 4 people fewer than normal at the weekly family lunch, but you'd never know it from the volume level. The family saying went that there were the Black Irish, the Red Irish, and the so obstinate and rebellious they got kicked off the island Irish. The Hartigans were all 3 wrapped up into one loud, rowdy family that were never not a single moment of the day out of one another's business. It was fucking exhausting. Her sisters Fiona and Faith strolled in with Ford's wife Gina, talking about how the home renovations were going for her Victorian that had been under construction since she'd met Ford. Ford came in a few steps behind, looking at his wife as if she just might be the greatest thing to ever happen to him, which she totally was. Finn strode in with their dad, Frank, both arguing in hushed tones for them, anyway, which meant one thing: they were talking about her. Great. As soon as the prayer was said and the food started being passed around, the interrogation began. The questions came hard and fast. When did you know you wanted to play hockey? How did it feel to put that hit on Anton? Who's the weirdest guy in the league? How do you like Harbor City? He responded with pat answers that sounded like he was being interviewed by a sports reporter hanging out rinkside. How did you meet? Fiona asked, throwing out the first personal question. Zach's body tensed and his grip on his fork tightened. Lucy. For once, the Hartigans were silent, waiting for him to go on. He just sat next to her and stared at his plate. It could come off as rude. Hell, it probably did to her family, but unlike her, they couldn't see the way his knee was going up and down 1,000,000 miles an hour. Zach Blackburn might be a pain in her ass, but he was a seriously freaked out pain in her ass. Probably nothing about being a professional hockey player had prepped him for the absolutely no boundaries attitude of her family. It got her in the feels just enough to stop her from sharing how he'd gotten food poisoning from tainted muffins baked by a rage fan. We met after Frankie and Lucy had their big blow-up at Ford and Gina's engagement party, she said. He was taking care of Lucy until Tess, Gina, and I could show up. Her dad grumbled something to himself and then jabbed his empty fork in the air toward Zach. And how does that explain the pictures that were all over the place of you outside his house? Frank, her mom said with an exasperated sigh. We talked about this. You're to give your daughter a little bit of privacy. That was a misunderstanding. Zaxney went into hyperdrive. I should have reached out to Lucy to kill the story sooner. When her dad still didn't look satisfied, she girded up to deflect some of the attention away from Zach before he put a dent in their floor from his leg jiggling. I didn't have a sleepover. Well, not like everyone is saying. Okay, that was amazingly delicate for her, but her parents were in the room, and it wasn't like she could just burst out with I didn't fuck him. He needed help. Lucy reached out, and I did her a favor. Zach stabbed his fork into a piece of ham on his plate. I was sick. Oh, you poor thing, Faith said, sounding exactly like the trusting kindergarten teacher she was. Are you better now? Yes, I'm watching what I eat. Of course, he meant tainted muffins, but no one but her knew that. It took everything she had not to laugh out loud when Faith's gaze went to the huge amount of food piled on his plate and then back up at him, her blue eyes wide and surprised. That was probably because except for these dinners, Faith spent most of her time with 5-year-olds whose caloric intake was far less than that of a professional athlete. He must have realized how much food he had on his plate because he grinned at her sister. No more sweets. Across the table, Fiona's snort giggled. Then Fallon's just perfect for you. Some people might have been offended. Fallon just embraced the truth of it. There was absolutely nothing sweet about her. Still, she sure as hell wasn't perfect for Zach Blackburn. That seems to be the general opinion. Zaxney stopped bouncing. Lucy, my agent, and Coach Peppers have bought into that BS from the biscuit and think she's my lady luck. Everyone at the table turned their attention to Fallon, pinning her down with so many curious looks she could almost hear their questions before the words even made it out of their mouths. My first game after I got sick was the Kodiak's game, Zach said. Everyone at the table nodded their heads. Being rabid Ice Knights fans, they didn't need more explanation of how that game had gone and how he'd played like a dream. Then, I left tickets for Fallon for the Rage game, and she couldn't come. Again, all the Hartigans nodded in understanding. And now you've got the Thunder coming up on Monday. Her dad gave Zach an understanding smile and then sent her a pleading look. You have to go. It's for the team. Nope. That was not going to happen. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. You don't believe in the luck of the Irish? Her mom asked. Okay, she'd seen too many patients who recovered when they shouldn't have not to believe that there was something out there. But that wasn't the same thing as a hockey player's desperate attempt to latch onto some silly idea. I don't believe that I'm some kind of lady luck. But if it works, you could help change everything for the team. We need you, Gina pleaded, as if her name was on the lineup. It wasn't that Fallon didn't think of her own fandom that way, too, but the last thing she wanted was to add one more responsibility to her plate. She loved the Ice Knights, but when she could catch a game live it was in her PJs, with her eyes barely open after a long shift in the ER and probably another volunteering at the clinic. Wait a minute. She swore the room got a little brighter in that moment because the mother of all light bulbs just went off above her head. Pivoting in her seat, she turned to Zach and smiled. There was no missing his worried gulp of anxiety. Smart guy. I have one condition. He nodded. I'm listening. You make an appearance at a charity carnival fundraiser for the Beacon All Access Clinic. Take pictures. Sign autographs. Try not to growl at the small children. Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Fallon, her mom said. Of course he will. That's a no-brainer. Since being voluntold was pretty much part of the Hartigan family code, she was used to it. Going by the about-to-get-run-down-by-a-Mack truck look on Zach's face, he wasn't. Will you? She asked. He looked like he'd just swallowed battery acid. I don't do those. Oh, you should, Faith said, pouring herself another glass of lemonade. Giving back to the community that supports you is important. He lifted his pierced eyebrow. I'm the most hated man in Harbor City, remember? That'll just make you a bigger draw, her sister responded. Gina piped up with, maybe we should add a dunk tank. That's a great idea. Finn nodded enthusiastically. I'd pay to send him swimming. After watching him play for years, she'd seen him move and spin with the best of them out on the ice. When the man was really playing, he was pretty awe-inspiring. The Hartigan dinner table wasn't the Ice Knight's arena, though, and he had no hope of getting away not if he wanted her at that game. So what do you say? She asked. I show up to the Thunder game tomorrow night to test out your theory, and you help raise money for the clinic. Fine, he said, sounding anything but happy about it. You won't regret it. Neither would the people who needed the clinic for their regular health care. This fundraiser really would make a difference for them with all of the grant funding falling through. However, looking around at the expectant faces of her family, she got a sinking feeling that it might not be a good plan for her. If anyone else found out about this little lady luck arrangement, the entire city would be looking at her like her family was right now, as if she really could possibly make a difference in how Zach played and improve the Ice Knights' playoff hopes. That was just too weird to contemplate. Chapter 8. Tired, but feeling the kind of loose energy that only comes after a good day before a game skate, Zach sat back in the passenger seat of his defensive partner Cal Stuckey's SUV after putting in the code for the security gate in front of his driveway. That feeling was the reason why he'd asked for a ride in the first place. Usually, he jogged home from practice with his bag strapped to his back like a military pack. Today, though, things just felt different, and when Stuckey noticed he was hot-footing at home, he offered to take Zach instead. He wasn't sure which one of them was more surprised when he said yes. Thanks for the ride. No worries, man, Stuckey said. I'm not far from here, and if I'd known you didn't drive, I would have offered sooner. Yeah, Zach didn't drive as in he couldn't afford a car, insurance, or gas money. And that was pretty much all it took to make Zach's chest tight as that all-too-familiar anxiety jacked up his heart rate. He was reaching for the door before Stuckey even pulled to a stop in front of his house. I can find my way next time. Man, relax. You are the most tense motherfucker I know, Stuckey said, shaking his head. Some of the guys are getting together at Petrov's place tonight to feast before game day. I can swing back by and get you. A pity invite? Not that he was arguing that he needed a sincere one, but he'd learned a little too well that people's motives were never just because. Nah. Zach opened the door, got out, and opened up the back passenger door to grab his practice bag. I'm good. It's really not a big deal, Stuckey said. Petrov is a more the merrier kind of guy. Zach grabbed his bag and slung it over his shoulder. I'm not much of a joiner. Tell me something I don't know. Stuckey gave him an epic eye roll. We're not all assholes, you know. I don't know what someone said or did, but if you haven't noticed, it's kinda hard to work together as a line when one person acts like they're an island on the ice. That analogy gave his brain logic cramps. I'll keep that in mind. Then, with one final thank you, he shut the door and walked into his house. His very empty house. After the rowdiness of the Hartigans' home yesterday and the bro-tactic camaraderie of the locker room today, the silence of his own house was deafening. It was almost enough for him to text Stuckey back and tell him he'd changed his mind almost. Instead, he tossed his bag into his bedroom and then went into the kitchen and started a pot of water for spaghetti. He was scrounging through the cupboards looking for a box of pasta that he swore was in there somewhere when his phone buzzed on the island. Zach ate more tainted muffins. Do you really not have any social media accounts that aren't run by a lackey? He wasn't smiling. His mouth was having some kind of muscle twitch problem. Zach, what makes you think it's a lackey? Zach ate more tainted muffins. Do you really think Reese's Pieces are better than Reese's Peanut Butter Cups? That was just idiotic. The team nutritionist would kill him if he actually ate as many peanut butter cups dipped in chocolate as he wanted, but he still managed to sneak in enough to have to do an extra few laps around the rink. Zach, who is dumb enough to think that? Zach ate more tainted muffins, apparently. You. He opened up Instagram and spotted the post Fallon was talking about right away. It was a picture of someone, presumably him, holding a bag of Reese's Pieces and declaring them his post-workout guilty pleasure. Yeah, He was going to have to sit Kyle down and have a little chat about this. Zach. TKS for the heads up. Zach ate more tainted muffins. Epi. He stared at his phone for a while the boiling water let off little pop-pop sounds in the pot on the stove. What are you waiting for, Blackburn? She said what she wanted and isn't texting back. That's not usually how it worked. Usually there was something flirty, some hinted at promise of something more. Sure, it always came with an ulterior motive, but it always came. Not, however, when it came to Fallon. And that's how, instead of turning back to the stove, he started thumb typing. Zach, are you actually off work and stalking me now? It took about a minute, but the 3 dots in the bubble finally showed up on his screen. Zach ate more tainted muffins. Yeah, right. Totally. Short shift this morning and tomorrow. His lungs squeezed tighter. She had to work tomorrow? Zach, but you'll still be at the game? Zach ate more tainted muffins. Unless there's a 60-car pileup. I wish I was joking, I'll be there. Zach, lots riding on this. Zach ate more tainted muffins. I gave my word. As if that said it all. He absently scratched his chest. If the Ice Knights traded him, that would officially be the beginning of the end of his career. Kyle hadn't exactly put it that way, but Zach knew the score. He had the next few games to show he could play like he used to, or they were going to send him off to another teamer down to minors. And if that happened, he'd be lucky to ever pay off the millions in debt his parents had racked up in his name or manage to keep the lid on what his parents had done. When he had to file for bankruptcy, everyone would find out. Then the worst would happen, it would make the news. Everyone would look at him and realize what a fool he'd been. They'd know he was just another athlete who'd trusted the wrong people and wasted his money because he was too dumb to know better. That was why he'd never called the cops on his parents, and why he'd paid them what little he had left to go away forever. Keeping his dignity by making sure the stayed secret meant everything to him. He couldn't let that happen. By the time another message from Fallon came through, his heart was ramming against his ribs, his pulse was pounding in his ears, and the hand squeezing his lungs had tightened its grip. He had to blink a couple of times to clear his vision enough to read her words on the screen. Zach ate more tainted muffins. Have you ever heard Baby Shark? Zach? He just stared at his screen, his breathing slowly returning to normal as he tried to figure out where the hell she was going with this. They were playing the Thunder tomorrow. They didn't have the Sharks on the schedule until their Western road trip later in the month. Zach ate more tainted muffins. Click this link, https://m youtube.com/watch mark v =excuse so ESA 55W. From anyone else, he would have expected it to lead to something that would probably infect his phone and send everything he had stored on the cloud out to the masses. This was Fallon, though. She was a pain in the ass, but she didn't seem the kind to fuck him over. So he clicked. And watched. And what the fuck? It was a kid's song, the kind of obnoxiously catchy, barely any lyrics song that was never going to get out of his head. Zach, why did you do that to me? Zach ate more tainted muffins, because I'm evil. Zach, can't disagree. Zach ate more tainted muffins, plus it'll be stuck in your head now, and when things start to get a little stressful you can just bop along to your earworm. How did she know? And she wasn't wrong. He was still tapping his fingers along to the beat. Zach, there is something not right about you. Zach ate more tainted muffins. There's a lot not right with me, but that's what makes me fun. Now that was the truth. Zach, see you at the game. Zach ate more tainted muffins. Yes. Sheesh. He put his phone down on the island and turned back around to face the stove. The water was boiling away, but the idea of finding the lone box of pasta and throwing it in there so he could eat alone didn't hold any appeal anymore. That easy looseness was in his muscles again. Fuck this. He switched off the stove and grabbed his phone. Zach, changed my mind about going to Petrov's house. Stucky, leaving in 5. Grab you on my way. The next night, Fallon decided it was a good thing she and Tess had seats at the very top of the Ice Knights arena's second level. Really, that was as close as she needed to get to him. The man was invading her thoughts on an all-too-frequent basis as it was. Tonight was just free tickets to see the Ice Knights, the only kind of tickets she could afford. It wasn't like she actually wanted to see him anyway. She was here for the team. She and Tess settled down in their seats with their plastic stadium cups of beer, which just about covered the cost of a ticket. A low jacked-up price tag, but it wasn't like they'd be here in person again, so they might as well do it upright. The Thunder were a physical team with a hot new rookie scoring phenom that no one seemed to be able to touch. It was gonna be a rough-and-tumble game, with odds that didn't look good for the Knights. "Excuse me," an usher said from the end of the row, looking right at Fallon. "There's been a bit of a mix-up." Before she could say anything, her bestie jumped in. "Are we in the wrong seats?" Tess asked, already picking up her purse from where it was hanging from the armrest. "I'm sorry, I've never been to a game before, and I must have misread the tickets. I did that once at Comic-Con and ended up missing my in-person visit with Patrick Stewart." She let out an unhappy sigh. "Very disappointing." The usher gave her a bewildered smile, not an unusual reaction when it came to a first-timer's exposure to Tess's embarrassed verbal vomit. "It was on our end," he said. "We actually gave you the wrong tickets at the will call window." "I'm so sorry about that. That was officially weird." Her name had been printed on the outside of the white envelope in block letters. If the guy hadn't been wearing an official usher's jacket with photo ID clipped to it, she would have been more suspicious. As it was, she checked her natural inclinations and stood up, patting the kangaroo pocket of her Ice Knights sweatshirt to make sure her phone was still there. "No worries," she said. The area around his eyes crinkled as he gave her a relieved smile. "If you'll follow me." She and Tess did, walking out into the arena's concourse that wrapped around the seating area. They went past the cinnamon pretzel place, passed by the hot dog vendor, and peeked in the exclusive season ticket holder bar as they walked by it. Instead of going up, the usher led them down a set of stairs and through another door that was guarded by an usher checking tickets, who didn't give them a second look. When they walked back out into the seating area, they were on the first level. The air was cooler down here closer to the ice as the usher led the way down the stairs and past the regular seats to the ones with thicker padding and the Ice Knights logo on them. Her pulse picked up with each step, and it got harder to hold her beer steady as realization dawned. When the usher finally stopped by two empty seats in the front, right next to the glass, the only thing going through her head was, "Oh my fucking God." These weren't just good seats, they were once-in-a-lifetime seats for a fanatical if broke Ice Knights fan like her. Eyes wide enough to fall out of her head, she turned to Tess, needing to share the OMG of the moment with someone. A casual observer, if that. Tess just smiled sweetly at the usher as if this was just a cool thing that happened. "This can't be right," Fallon said, her belly all jumbly with excitement. The usher handed her and Tess two brand-new tickets that listed their new seats. "We couldn't have our own Lady Luck sitting way up there," Coach Peppers insisted. Some of the people sitting around them looked up at the nickname and gave her curious glances that made the little hairs on the back of her neck stand up. This was very much not her jam. "Thanks," she said, trying her best to pretend that the usher and Tess were the only ones there. He tipped an invisible hat and disappeared back up the stairs like a fairy god usher who'd just turned a pumpkin into the best seats in the house. After they sat down, Tess leaned close. Deep breaths. Fallon needed both hands to put her beer in the cup holder. Damn, this was not her usual reaction to things. This must be what Lucy felt like when she found the perfect pair of shoes for 70% off. Fallon hadn't ever understood the giddy, zinging, oh my god experience of it all, but she did right now even if people were sliding sideways glances at her and Tess. Following her friend's advice, she inhaled deeply and willed herself to chill the fuck out about these amazing seats. I can't calm down, she said, keeping her voice as quiet as possible in the already chanting arena. I can practically see the individual hairs of Quartz's mustache. Which one is that? Tess asked. The goalie. Tess cocked her head to the side. But he's wearing a full face mask. I can barely see his eyes. Fallon giggled and shook her head at Tess. She was just about to explain to her very literally minded friend that she was exaggerating when the air around her turned a little more electric. She glanced back at the ice in time to see Zach skate by on his way to the tunnel after the on-ice warm-up. He came to a fast stop in front of their seats, and her heart jumped up to her throat, something she knew was physically impossible, but it didn't change the fact that it was true. His skates gave him an extra 2 or 3 inches, and the Ice Knight's sweater thrown over his pads made his shoulders seem even more broad. The steel bar that pierced his eyebrow was gone for the game, but that didn't do a damn thing to change the fact that he looked like a man who could tear someone's head off and smile as he did it. This was definitely Zach Blackburn's game face, and it did things to her things that made her breath catch as she squeezed her thighs together. Maybe sitting this close to the ice wasn't a good thing. He just stared at her for a second as if he was mentally confirming she really was there. Then that surly, snarling mouth of his curled up on one side, and he winked at her. Her panties evaporated. Oh, holy hell. This was very not good. Against her will, she lifted a hand and did an insipid finger wave thing. It was like she could see herself doing it but couldn't stop. The arena beer had to have a higher alcohol content. That was the only explanation. Never mind that she'd only had a few drinks from her cup. Being this close to the ice was probably like being at a higher altitude, too. She'd go on PubMed and find a citation after the game. Not that it mattered now because her hand was still airborne when a group of players she couldn't identify who, which she as a lifelong fan should have been able to do, which only made the embarrassment factor even worse. Game by and skated off into the tunnel with Zach in their midst. Oh, wow, Tess said, fanning herself with her hand. I thought it would be cold this close to the ice. Fallon lowered her hand, but there wasn't a damn thing she could do to lessen the flush in her cheeks. Is that your attempt at subtle? Well, I do hang out with you. That was totally true. Grinning at her friend, she lifted her beer and took a drink. Fair enough. A shared giggle and a national anthem later, and it was puck drop. The play was fast and tight. The Knights had an ease about them, though, that they usually didn't. It was fucking glorious to watch. They made it through half of the first period before scoring. Too bad the Thunder answered it a minute later while the Knights' third line was on the ice. Peppers must have pulled the team together during the first intermission, though, because the Knights came out with something to prove. Fallon was on the edge of her seat screaming her head off when one of the Thunder players took a cheap shot at Knights forward Alex Christensen. It was dirty enough that she jumped out of her seat along with most of the fans in the arena as Zach charged toward the Thunder player, dropped his gloves, and slammed the other man against the glass in front of Fallon's seat. The two men went at it, exchanging a few blows before both men got sent to their respective sin bins to the roaring approval of the fans. It was hard, it was rough, it was hockey the way it was meant to be played in Harbor City like it mattered. Why is everyone cheering? Tess asked, worry carving deep lines in her forehead. The other guy put out a shitty hit on Christensen, and Zach came to his teammate's defense, she said as the play stopped on the ice for a broadcast commercial break. It's part of his job as a defenseman. Tess gulped. It's very violent. But there's a reason for it. Imagine when they didn't play with helmets. Oh! Tess blanched. That's just awful. I'm glad they don't do that anymore. She wasn't the only one. Fallon couldn't help but check out the Jumbotron every time it showed Zach in the penalty box, making sure, despite herself, that he was okay. Things slowed down for the third period, both teams having left a lot on the ice already. But with only a few minutes left in the game, the Thunder's rookie Phenom got the puck and sailed around Stuckey. As he raced toward the goal, his attention was probably focused on only one thing, scoring, which left him vulnerable to a certain Knights defenseman. Zach went zooming across the ice, moving faster and with more grace than a defenseman is supposed to, stealing the puck and passing it to forward Cole Phillips. Another pass, a trip around the back of the goal, and a fast shot later, and the Knights scored seconds before the horn blared and declared the game over. Everyone in the arena was cheering. It was exhilarating. Fallon had never felt anything like it. She turned and high-fived the stranger sitting next to them before she and Tess did a standing, jumping hug thing that seemed like the appropriate way to express their excitement. Her heart was still pounding in her chest when one of the Knights' broadcasters went down to the ice near the Knights' tunnel to announce the 3 stars of the game. By the time she called Zach Blackburn's name, Fallon figured she and most of the fans would be hoarse in the morning. He came back out on the ice without his helmet on, sweat making his face flush, and his hair flopped down in front of one eye. He shoved it out of his face, his gaze more on the ice under his skates than the reporter holding the mic. "Tonight we saw a different Zach Blackburn," the reporter said. "Yeah," he nodded. "I'm hoping you see more of him. Don't suppose any of it has to do with your lady luck who was spotted in the stands tonight?" Zach's head snapped up, and he looked right at Fallon. A whole flock of unwanted and wildly inappropriate butterflies took off in her stomach. It had to be the effect of drinking a beer this close to the ice. There really was no other explanation. "No comment," he said in a tone that did not allow for follow-up questions. The reporter's smile faltered only for a moment. "With the plays that you made tonight, no need for one." "Thanks, Zach." There was no missing the chatter about Lady Luck going on behind her, but even the weirdness of having strangers talk about her as if she really did add any smidge of luck wasn't enough to dim the high of this moment. If Zach could play like that for the rest of the season, the playoffs weren't just a dream. The Ice Knights could go all the way. Could tonight get any better? The answer to that was an all-caps NO. "Come on, let's get out of here," she said to Tess. "Getting out of the parking lot is going to take forever." Together they hustled up the stairs and out onto the crowded concourse. "Hey there, Lady Luck," a man hollered, reaching out and grabbing her by the shoulder and jerking her around. "How about you give me some of that good stuff?" The man was probably 5'10", 200 pounds, and judging by how glassy his eyes were had imbibed more than a few beers. Everything in her body went cold as she assessed the situation. People streamed by them, too much in a hurry to beat the post-game traffic to notice what was going on. The guy's fingers were eating into her shoulder, his grip harder than his slightly weaving stance promised. This wasn't her first time having to deal with a handsy drunk, but normally there were at least a few orderlies around for help. God love Tess, but the woman wasn't exactly Black Widow. "Let go of me." She shook the man's hand from her shoulder. "Why you gotta be like that?" he said, taking another step into her personal bubble, the nearly full beer in his hand wobbling, the liquid sloshing toward her and landing on her sweatshirt, soaking it. "I'm just being friendly. I bet your friend here is a little nicer." He swayed a bit as he pivoted toward Tess. "I bet you're lucky too, honey. Tell me, if I rub you right, will some of that luck of yours come off on me?" Fallon didn't think. She didn't consider. She just went with her instincts and slammed her fist into the guy's nose. What in the hell had he gotten her into? Zach, hair still damp from his post-game shower, had slipped on his joggers and grabbed his hoodie the second one of the reporters dropped the news about Lady Luck punching out some asshole who'd grabbed her and threatened her. However, Zach hadn't bothered to throw the hoodie on before rushing out of the locker room. Instead, he'd stayed half-naked as he made a beeline to the arena security office, zipping around the slow walkers and ignoring the curious looks of the Ice Knights front office staff. He'd made it to the office in time to see Fallon sitting on a desk in the middle of the room, her sweatshirt a wet pile next to her, arguing with a guard about who had the best skate skills in hockey history. "If you don't think the Jamil O'Rourke of last season couldn't skate rings around Kellogg, then you really need to go back and watch the tape," she said, giving the guard a you-know-it's-true smirk. "The man skates like a god." Pulse pounding in his ears, Zach marched into the room and did a quick scan of Fallon from head to toe. Her long brown hair was out of the braid she'd had it in the other night. It fell down past her shoulders without a curl or a flip or a decorative highlight and didn't look like any of it had been yanked out. Her makeup-free face didn't show any sign of cuts or bruises or a swollen lip. Skimming over the Ice Knight's tank top that did not bear his number, he didn't notice any tears or bloodstains. She didn't look hurt. She looked good, more than good, with that ornery something glinting in her eye that kind of reminded him of the look on his own face when he saw himself on the Jumbotron while he sat in the penalty box. Unlike him, though, she wasn't paid to take exception to when others got roughed up. She was a nurse, for Christ's sake, one he'd pushed into coming tonight. He should have thought about the possible negative fan repercussions. He'd put her up to this, got her into something where she wasn't aware of all the facts, just like his parents had done to him. "Are you okay?" he asked, clutching his hoodie tight in his grasp. She looked up at him like he'd grown a second head. "Why wouldn't I be? You punched a guy. I'm a nurse. I can positively swear that I'll live." That got a quiet chuckle from the security guard sitting in the folding chair next to the desk. Zach, who wasn't laughing because what Fallon had said wasn't funny, glared at the older man before turning his attention back to the woman who was going to give him a heart attack before he was 30. "You could have gotten hurt." The words came out slow because he was trying like hell to use that whole mindfulness thing the team's yoga instructor was always going on about to use when the stress seemed overwhelming. He really needed that deep well of calm right now because it felt like he was about to come out of his skin. "That guy could have punched you back." Fallon rolled her eyes at him. The asshole did take a swing. His vision dimmed a little around the edges, and he curled his hands into fists. "Tell me where he is." On his way to the police station to sober up in the drunk tank. The guard, who was looking at Zach like he was a guy walking a tightrope over a bonfire, stood up from his chair, walked over to the water cooler, and filled one of those paper triangle cups, handing it to Zach. He downed it in one gulp, the coolness of it sharp in comparison to the heat sizzling through him as he kept his attention locked on Fallon. "Did he hurt you?" "No." That, and the fact that the cops had already yanked the dickbag from the building, did more for slowing his breathing and his heart rate than anything else. "Did he scare you?" he asked. Fallon scoffed. Not in the slightest. She was lying. It was as plain as the way her gaze dropped just the slightest bit and zinged to the left in the breath before she responded. The woman knew he made his living reading just those kinds of signals, didn't she? The ability to read an opponent like that was the difference between a brief stint in the minors and a career in the big time. Zach turned to the security guard, Ed going by his name tag. "Can we have a second?" "Sure." Ed nodded at him before turning to Fallon and grinning. "It seems I have some video to go watch anyway." "Finally," she said with a chuckle. "A man who can admit when he's wrong. I'm more rare than a butterfly in February." Ed gave Fallon a good-natured wink and walked out the door, shutting it behind him. That left him and Fallon in the small office together. He walked over to the desk she sat on and handed her his hoodie. She looked down at the dark blue material with his name written on it in silver thread, like it was an exotic object that she'd never seen in real life before. "Put it on," he said, his tone tight because he didn't understand why it mattered so much at that moment. She shook her head. "I'm okay. I'm just letting mine dry out a little." "Please." The single word was out before he knew what would come after. Lucky for him, he was quick on his feet. "You can pull up the hood, and it'll help hide your face a bit when you have to walk through the crowd. The press have already caught wind of everything. Ed can walk with you to the players' entrance." "Why would I go that way?" "The car is parked in the east lot." Always with the questions, but she pulled the hoodie over her head anyway. It nearly engulfed her. "I'll take you home." One eyebrow went up. "You don't have a car." "Fuck. That's right. You're broke, Blackburn. Remember? How did you get here?" Maybe he could go with her. Make sure she got home safe. Watch until she was safe behind her locked front door. My friend Tess. She was the hot and cold friend of Lucy Seether, totally silent, which was most of the time, or going on and on about some random topic. Where's she? Went to get hot cocoa. He stepped closer, reached out, and pulled one of the hoodie strings free that had gotten caught underneath when Fallon had pulled it on. Why? Didn't you know? Her gaze softened and dipped down to his chest. Chocolate cures everything. The words came out a little shaky. She'll be back any second. He took another step closer. I didn't mean for this to happen to you. It wasn't your fault. His gaze dropped down to her mouth. He didn't mean for it to, but it happened. All of a sudden it hit him. He was standing between Fallon's legs as she sat on the desk. His palms were pressed against the dinged-up metal surface on either side of her hips, so close that he'd barely have to move to rub the knuckle of his thumb against the denim of her jeans. Their faces had somehow gotten closer and closer during their exchange, and now his mouth was only inches from hers. She reached up, the tip of her finger tracing across his collarbone, almost hesitant as if she didn't want to touch his bare chest, but couldn't help herself. You have a contusion. Part of the job. One that he'd feel even more in the morning. She dropped her hand to her lap, clasping it in the other with a white-knuckled grip, as if she didn't trust what she'd do if she didn't hold on so damn tight. Do you like it? Getting banged up? Maybe if it meant she'd be the one applying the bandages. Your job. I used to love it. More than running at full blast in the winter morning air, more than staying up for a full night of sex, more than breathing. And now? Fallon looked at him as if she really wanted to know, not because it could move her closer to some goal, but because she just wanted to know. Zach had no idea how to answer. People didn't ask him these kinds of questions. They just assumed and he let them, but not Fallon. As if she realized there was more to this than just another question, she reached out again, placing her palm over his heart. A soft pink flush colored her cheeks as she tugged her bottom lip between her teeth. The room went still around them, caught on the edge of something else, something more. A hot hunger burned its way up his body as the urge to kiss her moved from being a hint of an idea to a full-fledged want. It was fueled by the post-game adrenaline rush he always got and the added oomph of worrying about her. That's all it could be. Still, he couldn't stop imagining the taste of the chapstick on her full lips, the heat of her body pressed up against his, and the silky smoothness of her hair beneath his fingers. Her hand slid upward, curving around the back of his neck as her eyelids lowered. The office door banged open. Oh my God, there are reporters everywhere. Jolted back to reality, Fallon let her hand slip away from him as Zach spun around. Tess stood in the doorway, double-fisting hot cocoa. Fucking A. What in the hell had he been thinking? He hadn't. Again. And that was the problem. Fallon wasn't just any woman. She was Lady Luck. No one, himself most definitely included, should be fucking with her. Oh, Tess said, face turning blotchy and red. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. You didn't, he said, his voice gruff, as he walked to the door. Let me know if you change your mind about an escort home. I'll be okay, Fallon said. Of course she would. People like her always would. They stayed aware. They watched out. They were surrounded by family who had weekly lunches together and friends who brought hot cocoa to fix whatever ailed them. And how about you, Blackburn? What do you got? A Lady Luck who he needed to make sure to protect from the assholes of the world, including himself. The very last thing either of them needed was for him to lose sight of what mattered. He came back from the brink of career implosion once, after everything with his parents blew up in his face, not in public, thank God. The league didn't give third chances. This was it for him. He couldn't forget that. Chapter 9. Ice Knights get a win, Lady Luck gets a knockout. Real talk, ladies. We've all been there. Some guy seems to be pretending to be nice, but he's not. He's trying to correct us, intimidate us, get us to go along so we're not seen as being a bitch. It's bullshit, and last night, Zach Blackburn's Lady Luck did a solid for all of us and knocked that supposed Mr. Nice Guy the hell out. Yeah, I know this is a hockey blog and, yes, we're going to talk about the puck, but the above had to get mentioned. So let's talk hockey. Last night's game against the Thunder was one for the books. Everyone came out and did their part, from goalie Chris Quartz, who blocked 63 of the 64 shots on goal, to forward Alex Christensen, who not only took an ugly hit, but scored the game-winning goal. And we have to talk about defenseman Zach Blackburn. With Lady Luck in the front row, he had one hell of a game, setting up the winning goal and showing the Thunder that our team wouldn't be disrespected with cheap checks. So what's next for the Ice Knights? A short break and then a 4-game road trip out west. I doubt I'll be the only one on the edge of her seat waiting to see what our boys do next. Comments. Mr. Knight, I come here for hockey news, not to hear about no makeup wearing, he-woman man-haters who punch out people who just want to talk. Josh C. He-women? Man-haters? No makeup? Really, man? WTF. Bring home the cup, no shit. I'm sure LL is really worried about what you think of her lack of makeup. Josh C., more like he should be worried about her right hook if he ever makes a dumbass statement to her face. Bring home the cup. +1. Mr. Knight, maybe if Lady Luck acted more like a lady, people would treat her like one. The Biscuit Mistress. Okay, people, I just sprayed an extra heavy dose of Troll Be Gone. Mr. Knight has been banned. Bring home the cup. Can you work that magic on the populace in general? The Biscuit Mistress. I wish. Chapter 10. Paint and Sip Night was more crowded than usual when Fallon arrived for her weekly girls' night. People looked at her a little longer than normal, and she swore she caught someone doing a pseudo-selfie with their camera angled to catch Fallon in the shot. Okay, maybe she was being paranoid. She probably was being paranoid. Still, after everything that had happened since her photo with Zach at his house had gotten out and the Ice Knights game against the Thunder, it seemed like people looked at her differently and it was weird. At least she had her girls here. That helped. It was just her, Gina, and Tess painting under the watchful glare of class leader Larry, who never had a twisted thought he didn't want to memorialize on canvas. As she sat down in the empty seat between her girls, she glanced over at the example Larry had put up at the front of the room to showcase what they'd be painting. The choice tonight? Zombies breaking through a melting glacier as a skinny polar bear slept nearby. Wow, she said. That's bleak even for Larry. Gina handed her a plastic cup of cheap white wine. I made the mistake of getting here a little too early, and he told me all about the climate change documentary that inspired it. Fallon loved her friends, but she'd never been more happy to see them than today after the hospital's human resources department head had pulled her over for a little chat when her shift ended. If she'd left when she'd meant to, she would have been the one stuck depression chatting with Larry, the tortured artist who'd obviously done something bad in a former life to have to teach paint and sip classes in Waterbury. All was fair in love and avoiding one-on-one time with Larry. So, where did the zombies come from? Tess asked, cocking her head to the side in true Tess fashion. Gina grinned. He fell asleep watching The Walking Dead. Yeah, Fallon said. That'll do it. That had all three of them giggling loud enough to get the stink eye from Larry, who shushed them from the front of the room as he started the class. Properly silenced, they made it all the way to the point where Larry was showing them how to paint a zombie's exposed elbow bone before Gina spoke up. So how did it go with human resources today? She asked. Fallon sipped okay, guzzled the rest of her wine. Oh yeah, that had been a ton of fun. There was nothing as good as being called onto the carpet at work for something that had absolutely nothing to do with her job performance. She let out a sigh. I'm still gainfully employed, but I have been warned that my off-duty behavior does reflect back on the hospital, so I better watch it. Gina gasped. Did they even care that the jerk put his hand on you and went into creepy dude zone on Tess? Fallon shrugged. Not so much. I hope they get eaten by defrosted zombies, Tess said as she added some green to her zombie's bald head. How did anyone even find out it was you? Now wasn't that the $60 million question? My guess is someone at the hospital saw it on social media and ratted me out. The security guards at the arena had been nice once they reviewed the closed-circuit video feed, but by the time she'd gotten out of there. The whole thing was all over social media, not that was the post-punch part of the night that had danced around suggestively in her subconscious as she slept. Oh no, that number one spot had been taken by one Zach Blackburn of the amazing chest and blinding biceps. Well, Tess said, at least you got a new sweatshirt out of it. Fire. Fallon's cheeks were on fire. She clamped her mouth shut before she could add the fact that she'd slept in it last night only because it was super warm and soft on the inside. Obviously. Gina twisted in her seat and leaned over so that she was practically in front of Fallon's painting. Fill me in. Copying the other woman's move, Tess scooted so that she was blocking the other half of Fallon's painting. That meant all she could do was hold her hand under her brush covered in blue paint so it wouldn't drip all over her jeans as her friends discussed her in low tones, as if she wasn't even there. I walked into the office to find our Fallon wearing a certain tattooed hockey player's sweatshirt while he stood very close to her wearing only a pair of sweatpants that did pretty much nothing to disguise that he was thinking very hard about her. That wasn't what had been happening. Fallon knew better. She definitely wasn't the kind of supermodel girly girl who Zach Blackburn got worked up over. She was just the Crocs-wearing, scrubs-owning, cherry chapstick is my makeup routine woman he confusedly thought was his lady luck. And that was exactly why she'd sworn her bestie to secrecy. Tess, she said with a groan. You promised not to tell anyone. Tess sat back on her own stool and started back in on her zombie's head. We share a bestie bond with Gina. That doesn't count as speaking out of turn. Fallon narrowed her eyes at the other woman, aka her sister-in-law. Don't you dare tell Ford. Are you kidding? Gina shook her head and chuckled. You and Zach Blackburn were all he could talk about after we got home from the Hartigan lunch the other day. If I told him this, the Hartigan family gossip bat phone would never stop ringing. Fallon's gut sank. I really need to move out of Waterbury. My life would be so much easier. Maybe there was an island somewhere that didn't have cell phone reception or an airport that she could run away to in the dark of night. Are you kidding? Gina snorted. You'd miss Tess, Lucy, and me too much to ever do that. Now stop trying to change the subject and tell me everything about this hot kiss. Flames singed Fallon's cheeks again. There was no kiss. It wasn't a lie. There hadn't been. All of the snap, crackle in the air around them, the oh my god yes reaction of her body, and the feel of him beneath her fingers. That had been all there was to it. My timing sucks, Tess said with a sigh. Your timing was perfect. And it had been. Really. For sure. 111 billion%. After Zach left, she and Tess had hustled from the arena and out to the car amid cries of oh my god, there she is. The whole experience had cemented her decision to never ever do that again or go to another game until everyone forgot about Lady Luck, which was a crock of crap anyway. I'm sorry your work is being a bag of dicks, Gina said, refilling their plastic glasses with wine from the bottle that Larry had just learned to leave by their painting stations. That sucks. So when are you going to another game? Tess asked. Fallon took a deep breath and turned all of her attention back to her painting, adding a little blue to the edge of the glacier. I'm not. Yeah, this was exactly the conversation she didn't want to have, not even with her besties, because the truth was, she wanted to go. She wanted to be the one who helped pull the Ice Knights okay, specifically Zach back from the brink. She couldn't help it. It didn't have anything to do with the kiss that wasn't, no matter what her subconscious had tried to tell her during her steaming hot, makes you come in your sleep dreams last night. Reviving people and bringing them back to who they were before fate had hit them with the bad luck stick was a simple definition of her job. It's what she did. The problem was that she liked it a little too much, like she kinda wanted to just lose herself in that aspect of it, and that was a feeling she couldn't give in to ever again. Is this about that girl? Gina asked, her question soft and empathetic. That girl. Fallon didn't need more explanation than that. All three of them knew exactly who they were talking about, hence the concern in Gina's question. She put her paintbrush down in the water because she couldn't hold it steady anymore. Her name was Carson. And you did everything you could, Tess said, reaching out toward Fallon and then stopping, her hand hanging in the air between them. Fallon let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding, bracing herself for her friend's sympathetic touch. It was the one thing she couldn't take at the moment. It had always been so much easier to give comfort than to receive it. Tess gave her a sideways smile as she dropped her hand back to her lap. You can't fight everyone's battles for them. But I want to, she said, her shoulders sinking. Gina gave her an encouraging, understanding smile. If only we always got what we wanted. And that was the pain-in-the-ass factor of it all. If she could, then Carson would have gone to treatment the first 5 times Fallon had talked to the young mother at the Beacon Clinic about her options. And if she'd done that, then Fallon wouldn't have had to help as one of the ER docs at St. Vincent's tried to save Carson's son's life after the toddler had found his mom's stash. Sure, she wasn't a social worker and couldn't have done anything beyond advising Carson to go get help and having Child Protective Services open a file, but still, if Fallon could have fought that addiction battle for Carson, she would have. She would have fought that battle for Carson and her son. Maybe things would have turned out differently, just like she was hoping they would this time with Zach. He might be lashing out in a different way, but he was hurting as much as Carson had, hence the self-destructive habits and snarly attitude. Fallon couldn't shake the idea that maybe this time she could make a difference. She could fix this for him, and there was nothing scarier than that hope. Zach patted around his big empty kitchen while 2 talking heads on the TV argued about whether his playing had turned a corner or if last night's game was just a fluke. Really, he should be used to people talking about him like that by now. It came with the Joba sort of play on the genie in the kids' movie who talked about his enormous power and teeny-tiny living space. But unlike the genie, Zach had no wish to break free of his bonds. He wanted to play hockey. It was all he'd ever wanted. But now that it seemed like his skates weren't covered in toxic sludge, he didn't want to go back to playing like shit again. He needed his lady luck, that's why he couldn't stop thinking about her. It wasn't because of how he'd made the second stupidest mistake in his life by almost kissing her in the security office. It definitely wasn't because he was kinda pissed at himself for listening to reason on that. And most assuredly, it wasn't because he'd spent the night wondering if she was still wearing his hoodie. She could wear it every day or burn it in her backyard. He didn't give 2 shits as long as his luck didn't turn. She'd promised him 1 game. He needed more. He grabbed his phone off the island and opened his contacts. She was right there under Zach ate more tainted muffins. Yeah, that wasn't going to do. He tapped on edit and changed the contact name to Lady Luck. Then he stared at it. Yeah, that made him sound like a 12-year-old. He was not doing that. He shortened it to LL and tapped start message. Zach, we need to reopen negotiations. LL, you better not be ditching the appearance. Zach, nah, I'm there. Need you at more games. The talking heads on TV had moved on to football, but he could barely hear them over the blood rushing in his ears. He needed her to say yes. LL, negotiations, huh? You want to get your agent on the line? He laughed out loud, the rusty sound bouncing off the bare kitchen walls. She was such a smartass. Zach, I can take care of it myself. LL, okay. Tell me what you want. What did he want? That seemed like a bigger question than he had an answer for at the moment. So he kept it simple. Zach, pregame phone calls when I'm on the road, and you show up in person to home games. It took a couple of beats after he hit send, but the 3 dots in the comment bubble finally appeared. LL, I do have a job, and even if I didn't, I wouldn't be at your beck and call like that. Fair enough, but that's how these negotiations went. His first contract had started off with his agent at the time asking for millions more than he as a rookie was worth. Zach, so now is when you counter. LL, is that how negotiating works? You make an offer and I counteroffer? He didn't need Fallon here to picture her body language at the moment. No doubt she had her arms crossed, one hip popped out, and a no-shit Sherlock expression on her face. This is what he got for trying to be nice for once? Zach, do you always go for the sarcasm? LL, Do you always treat people like they're dumb? Okay, that had all just escalated way too quickly. Instead of shooting off another text, he hit the info button and then call contact. It rang, and rang, and rang again. Finally, she picked up right before I would have gone to voicemail, but she didn't say anything. I was not meaning to call you dumb, he said, the words coming out in a rush because he spent most of his time getting out of having conversations, not trying to get people to engage. I've just been through a billion negotiations. It's not a me Tarzan you Jane thing. Sorry, I'm a little sensitive with all of the comments about how unacceptable I am that people I don't even know are leaving all over social media. Shit. He was hoping she hadn't seen them. He had. There was a whole man hands meme going around, a poll on one of the social media sites asking if women like Fallon emasculated men, and a Photoshop challenge to give her a virtual makeover. I'm sorry. And he was. Also, he was a selfish jerk for needing her to put herself out there anyway. If there was any other way, he wouldn't, but everything was riding on him playing like he was now, and he'd find a way to protect her from the social media attacks. He just needed time to strategize. It's okay, she said. You're not the douchebag telling me to get my eyebrows threaded, and you didn't punch the guy out. But I would have. Hell, he still wanted to. Making sure people know they can't mess with my team is pretty much in my job description. She laughed, the sound of relief after the tension in her voice before. Whatever, Zach. He paced a circle around the island, psyching himself up for what came next. There was pretty much nothing in the world he hated more than relying on someone else, but there was no getting around it. He needed Fallon. That brings us back to our negotiation. Does it? She asked. Yep. He nodded as if she could see him. So, what's your counteroffer? No. He stopped dead in his tracks. That wasn't how this went. He gave an option, she gave an option, and they kept going back and forth until they met somewhere in the middle. It was a negotiation. That was how these things worked. She had to give him something to work with. There were rules, playbooks, and game plans. That's your counter? He asked, incredulous. No. You got it. He could just picture the self-satisfied look on her face while she wore his hoodie and nothing else. Wait. Where had that last bit come from? He didn't care what she was wearing or not wearing. It didn't matter. That's not fair. And that was the lamest of responses, but his brain was seriously fumbling for a way to respond after the mental image of his sweatshirt stopping just below her bare upper thighs. Fallon snorted in his ear. Neither is life. Shoving aside the picture of her walking with long strides so the hoodie moved higher with each step, he forced his brain back to the negotiation at hand. She may have thrown him for a loop with her no response, but this was hockey, and until the buzzer went off there was always a way to make a play happen. He just had to figure out which way to deke. I'll have my counteroffer tomorrow at the fundraiser, he said, resuming his circles around the kitchen island. I even promised to be nice while I'm there. You better, the clinic needs the funds badly. You've got to smile and everything. He didn't bother to try to bite back his groan who was, after all, the most hated man in Harbor City. There was no way he wouldn't end up with at least 50 people telling him he sucked. This is going to be painful. Just remember Baby Shark. You're evil. That song had been in his head the entire first period last night. Don't I know it, she said with an exaggerated mwahaha laugh. Night, Zach. Night, Fallon. He hit the end call button, a smile on his lips, but a nugget of dread in his belly. He had to persuade her to keep being Lady Luck. Sure, it sounded dumb even when he didn't say it out loud, but he couldn't argue with the results. With Fallon, he played like he did in the beginning, like it was all just for fun. That's what had made the difference. Once he got her to agree, he'd make sure security kept an eye out for her at the arena, and he'd get with Kyle's assistant to put a stop to the shitty social media posts. Lucy would see the things he'd missed, and he'd make sure those things were covered, too. There was a way to make this work for him, and for Fallon. Maybe he could get the other guys on the team to make an appearance at the clinic during the next fundraiser. God knew everyone in Harbor City loved forward Cole Phillips, and for good reason. That guy was going to end up in the Hall of Fame someday. He was still pondering when his phone vibrated with a notification. Since the whole Reese's Pieces versus Reese's Peanut Butter Cups debacle, he'd started to keep a closer watch on his social media. Notification: get Zach's Lady Luck's effortless style. He clicked. It was a story from the High-Heeled Wonder, a local Harbor City fashion blogger, detailing Fallon's outfit at the game last night with buy links for her jeans and shoes. That started him off on a rabbit hole of posts about his Lady Luck. Yeah, some of the comments were super critical, but the vast majority of them were supportive. Someone had already started a Team Zach plus Lady Luck Instagram account. That was weird, but just maybe there was a way to use all this fan energy. The idea hit him like a high stick to the orbital bone. It was a high-risk, high-payoff play. But knowing Fallon's snarky, take-no-prisoners sense of humor, she'd find the whole thing hysterical. Without giving himself a second to overthink his plan, he turned on the camera to do a live Instagram video and click start. Hey all! I just want to say thank you for your support of the Ice Knights, and let you know that tomorrow I'll be at the Beacon All-Access Clinic in Waterbury for a meet and greet carnival fundraiser to help raise money for this amazing clinic. Come on by, hang out with me, and help the clinic meet its fundraising goal. And if he had any non-Lady Luck mojo, this would put him in the perfect position to score when it came to finishing the negotiations tomorrow. Chapter 11. The Beacon Clinic was tucked away on the border between a middle-class neighborhood and one where the cracked windows weren't always replaced, but fixed in a long-term way with clear packing tape instead. Zach's Uber slowed down in front of the clinic 10 minutes before Fallon had told him to show up. People, most of them in Ice Knights gear, were lined up down the block and around the corner. Damn, man, the driver said. Think they're here to stone you or take pics? Probably both at the same time. The crowd looked friendly, but they always did until he got within a few yards and things turned growly. He'd been hoping for a good turnout, but he hadn't been expecting all this. I'll give you an extra 10 to drop me off in the alley. You got it, man. The driver did, zipping his sedan down the alley and stopping in the employee parking lot behind the clinic. Zach pulled his baseball cap down low and hurried over to the back door. There was a keypad but no handle or intercom. Shit. He got out his phone. Zach, help. I'm at the clinic back door. LL, why? Zach, there are a million people up front. How could you have missed that? LL, holy crap. Just peeked out front. Hope we have enough hot dogs and balloons. Zach, can you let me in the back? LL, on my way. Thank Gretzky. The last thing he wanted was to do a meet and greet before he was mentally prepped. Some players took it all in stride. Not him. After what had happened with his parents, his biggest fear was having something slip and then being confronted with it out in public. At least his parents had kept their mouths shut about the whole fiasco, which had been an unexpected blessing. There was no way he wanted anyone to know what a fuck-up he'd made, how stupid he'd been. The $1 million kiss-off check he'd written to his parents had probably helped. They knew there wasn't any more money coming because that had been the last of it, and his broke ass didn't have any more. Oh my God, Abby, you know Emma is just a judgmental hag. The woman's voice was coming from around the corner, but it wasn't far off. No one in their right mind thinks your butt is too big. He glanced back at the door and willed Fallon to open it right then. Then why did she just tell me that back pockets this size on my jeans were not recommended? Another woman asked. The voices were getting closer. He took a step farther back into the shadows by the clinic's back door. Abby, you have got to listen. Oh my God, you're Zach Blackburn. We came all the way from Huddleston to see you today. That's awesome of you. She pulled her phone out of her back pocket. Can we get a picture? I think they're going to have a little table set up for me inside where we can take a pic after the fundraiser starts. Oh, this will only take a second, said the second woman. Abby, he was guessing. Promise. Heidi, the first woman, hollered loud enough to be heard 3 states away. You gotta come back here, we found Zach Blackburn. The woman's words had half a second to process before the sound of people, a lot of them rushing around back, reached his ears. He'd bet his grocery budget, which wasn't exactly Whole Foods organic big, that this wasn't how Fallon had planned for the fundraiser to go. He may not know her super well, but he knew this. She was going to kick his ass for fucking up her plan. The woman in front of him had her phone ready to go as the other woman approached him when the clinic's back door opened. Fallon walked out wearing jeans and a t-shirt, with her hair pulled back into a braid that fell over one shoulder. "It's Lady Luck," the woman said, her voice going high-pitched and squeaky. "Oh my God, you work here? No wonder Zach's doing this. Abby and I were talking, and we were trying to figure out why Mr. Never Signs Anything was finally doing an appearance. Bam. This explains everything." She reached past Zach and held her hand out to Fallon. "I'm Sarah, but everyone calls me Sugar. You totally should too, since we both have cool nicknames. At least I'm assuming your real name isn't Lady Luck. That would be nuts." She threw back her head and laughed while Fallon just stood there and blinked. It was the first time he'd ever seen Fallon thrown off her game. A speed-talking fan could be a little overwhelming, though. "I mean, could you imagine?" Sarah went on. "Still, you know someone out there has totally done that. And I really hope that kid is lucky because otherwise that would suck hardcore." When she took a second to suck in a breath, Zach jumped in. "Hey, Sugar, you still want that pic?" The woman turned to him as if she'd totally forgotten he was even there before she gave him a smile big enough to be seen from space. "Yes." He took a step closer, and then Sugar got really close hip to hip, thigh to thigh. "Where are you going with that hand close?" The first few times in his career that had happened, he'd reveled in it, nothing like a little female appreciation to enhance a horny 22-year-old's ego. After a while, though, he began to distinguish the overenthusiastic but harmless fans like Sarah from the "how can I work this into a new car" puck bunnies. "Oh my God, you smell so good. Lady Luck, will you be in the pic too?" Fallon shook her head no, but that always quick mouth of hers didn't seem to be working so well at the moment. She wasn't the first one to fall victim to the "what in the fuck have I gotten myself into" freak out. That's why most teams gave the players media training. "How about if it's just us?" Zach said, giving Fallon a wink when she sent him an appreciative look. "She's not really used to all the attention." "Oh, I totally understand," Sarah said at her signature fast clip. "I had this one Instagram post go viral this one time, and oh my God, the notifications were intense." Her friend took the pic and then switched places with Sarah, and they did the chat and pose. And that was how it went for the next 3 hours as he chatted with one fan after the other. At some point, someone brought out a table and put it in front of a large sign with the clinic's name on it. Cameron, the clinic administrator, ended up staying at the table with him and collecting the donations people dropped off before asking Zach to autograph something, drew the line at signing someone's butt and then taking a picture with him. As the line moved and flowed, he kept looking around for Fallon, only catching a glimpse of her for a second every once in a while. It was like she was avoiding him. Yeah, that's not how negotiating went, and he wasn't about to give up now. "Hey, Cameron. I need to visit the head. Can I have a second?" "Sure." He nodded. "I'll keep the crowd at bay." "Thanks, man." He ducked into the clinic and went in search of the woman who seemed to be dead set on avoiding him and almost slammed right into her. She was standing right beside a window that just happened to look out onto the table where he'd been sitting. He raised an eyebrow in question. She rolled her eyes at him, but her cheeks turned pink. "Were you spying on me?" he asked. She dropped her gaze. "No. Someone's pants were on fire. You totally were watching me." "You wish." He turned to the woman with 2 small kids standing next to Fallon. "She was checking me out, wasn't she?" The woman just giggled, but the little girl she was with nodded yes. He turned back to Fallon, not bothering to keep the triumph off his face. "Out of the mouths of babes." Antonia didn't say a single word. If a technicality was the best she could come up with, then Fallon was definitely flustered. He kinda liked it. So it wasn't just speed-talking fans that could get her out of her comfort zone. He'd done it. Why that felt like something worth celebrating, he wasn't sure, but it was, and he wanted to do the toasting with her. About how much longer do we have before the fundraiser is over? He asked. I told everyone you'd be gone an hour ago, she said, crossing her arms and lifting her chin. Now that was the Fallon he knew. Never expected you to last this long. Ouch! He smacked his palm over his heart. Just for that, you're picking up the tab during dinner. Her eyes widened. I'm not going out on a date with you. Good, because it's not a date. It's a negotiation, remember. Business. That was all it was between them. She'd be his lady luck. He'd be her fundraising charm. Everyone would walk away happy at the end of the season. That was all it was, and he'd only flinched at her answer because he'd been surprised. The line is winding down out there, so let me get back out there, and we'll head out in a bit. She looked at him like she wanted to say no. His lungs were burning from holding his breath, but he did his best don't give a fuck stance and waited her out. Just as she started to open her mouth, the little girl who'd ratted her out for spying tugged on Fallon's pant leg. She squatted down to get on the same level as the girl, who leaned in close and whispered in Fallon's ear. Fallon's gaze flicked back up to him before she closed her eyes and let out a sigh and standing up again. I'm only doing this because Antonia likes the drawings on your arms and because I'm hungry, Fallon said, her voice harsher than the excited gleam in her blue eyes. Well, that, and you helped us raise more than I thought we could in a day. His breath came out in a whoosh. Hell yes. Just wait until I come back with more of the guys. The line will be hours long. She gave him a skeptical look. You could do that? Oh yeah, I'm sure I could get some of the other players to come out for a meet and greet. Where in the hell had that come from? He barely spoke to the other guys on the team, but if that's what it took to get her on his side, he'd do it. It wasn't a date. Fallon was still in jeans. Okay, so the most she would have done was swap out into her nice jeans and a comfy shirt, but she hadn't even done that. It was definitely not a date. They just happened to be in a booth at the back of Mama's place, the one it was rumored that the Lopez matriarch only let her favorite customers sit in. Fallon knew this to be fact because she'd tried to have a girls' night dinner with Tess in this booth and been told no. However, Zach had walked in the front door and was greeted by Mama Lopez herself, a Waterbury institution, with a hug. Fallon had gotten a hard once-over. Then, Mama had led them to the coveted back booth. You need to come by more than once a month, Mama told Zach with a disapproving shake of her head. You're getting too skinny. Fallon tried to see what Mama Lopez was seeing when she looked at Zach and missed it completely. In his Ice Knights t-shirt that fit without being too tight or too loose and showed off his broad shoulders, muscular chest, and well-defined arms to perfection, skinny was definitely not how she would describe him. Not that she was looking at him that close. This was a sort of cool, even-handed clinical observation that just also happened to make it about 10 degrees warmer in here all of a sudden. Get a grip, girl. Don't worry, I will take care of you, Mama Lopez said with the wave of her hand. I'll be back with your dinner. And with that, she walked back to the kitchen without ever taking their orders. Fallon looked around. None of the other waiters even glanced their way. Is someone else bringing a menu? Nope. He leaned back against the curved booth seat and stretched his arm across the back so that his fingertips brushed her shoulder and the warm scent of his cologne, maybe that was just his smell, surrounded her. Mama will bring out a ton of food and we'll feast. Her gut sank. That did not sound like something she wanted to do on her nursing paycheck, but there was no way she'd back out on paying the bill. A woman had to have her pride. And, don't worry about the tab, he said as if he was reading her mind. I was just giving you shit earlier. Nope. That wasn't going to happen. She did not need people feeling sorry for her limited budget. Of course, that didn't mean she could afford to meet the caloric needs of a professional athlete. You're not paying for me, she said, straightening her spine and doing her best to ignore the fact that they were practically hip to hip in the small, curved booth and that his pheromones were looking at her pheromones and saying, "Hey baby," which was making it hard to think. "We can go Dutch." "It's already paid for," he said before dropping his voice to a volume level that would make it almost impossible for any of the other diners to hear. "I give Mama's grandson hockey lessons and she pays me in food." For the third time today, she'd been rendered speechless. That was some kind of record. Surprise had her pivoting in her seat to get a good look at him to see if he was kidding. He wasn't, judging by the way he shoved his hand through his hair and set his face into a surly what's-it-to-you snarl that just dared her to make something of it. Someone was feeling vulnerable. She could understand. Exposing her soft underbelly wasn't exactly her bag of chips, either. So instead of pointing out to the most hated man in Harbor City that he shouldn't be embarrassed about doing something nice, she focused on the act itself. "You give hockey lessons?" His expression warmed a whole 3 degrees. The kid's actually really good. He's got a scholarship to some private high school in the city, and I have him down to our practice rink every month to watch practice, and then we skate around. The chances of a high school player ever getting drafted are low, but if someone takes a chance on him, they'll end up with a solid defenseman. She didn't know how to process this. Zach's shitty attitude about any charitable work was well documented in the tabloids, right along with his dating history and latest on- or off-ice brawl. His refusal to do preseason appearances or interviews when he first arrived in town was the thing that saddled him with the most hated man moniker in the first place. Losing only made it stick. But giving a kid hockey lessons? Yeah, that was totally unexpected. So she fumbled around for a response, because staring at him with a blank expression wasn't going to cut it. "You're not going soft on me, are you?" she asked and immediately wanted to take back the words. "Way to sound like a real bitch, Fallon." He laughed and patted his belly. "Only around the middle during the off-season." "Was that a joke?" she asked, holding her hands to each of her cheeks and letting her jaw drop in a melodramatic expression of shock. "Did the most hated man in Harbor City make a joke?" He shrugged and shot her the bird. "It occasionally happens." They were both chuckling when Mama came back with chips, salsa, and the best guacamole Fallon had ever had in her life. Seriously, it was like an avocado and heaven had a baby. She was half tempted to lick the bowl after they ran out of chips, but managed to stop herself. It was one of her harder-fought battles. Thankfully, that was when a waiter came by with another basket of homemade tortilla chips. For a while, the only thing that could be heard at the table was the crunch of chips. "There is magic in this," she said, relaxing against the seat, the back of her head resting against Zach's forearm. A sizzle of awareness went through her at even that simple touch, making her entire body take notice. It had officially been too long if just touching the back of her head to a dude's forearm did this to her. Of course, this wasn't just any guy. It was Zach Blackburn, he of the serious arm porn, absorific torso, and the chin dimple that she kept dreaming about kissing. What in the hell was wrong with her? The guacamole had short-circuited her brain. It was the only explanation for why she hadn't lifted her head, so she wasn't touching him anymore. Agreed. "It's totally magical," he agreed as he scraped the last of the guacamole onto a broken chip and held it out within an inch of her mouth. "You want?" "Was this part of your negotiating plan?" she asked, her lungs tightening as anticipation swirled around inside her, making her nipples pucker. His gaze dropped to her already parted lips, and he sucked in a breath. "Definitely." Sure, maybe she could blame the whole body bliss on perfect guacamole, but the truth was she didn't think, she just reacted, opening her mouth and letting him feed her. He didn't just shove the half chip in her mouth or hold it out, teasing her, though. Instead, he gave her exactly what she wanted and needed at the moment. And the gentle slide of his thumb to swipe up the dot of guac that had landed on the corner of her mouth, it sent a frisson of awareness skittering across her every nerve ending. Flavor exploded on her tongue at the same time as the rest of her body woke up and said hello to the ill-advised possibilities of touching Zach. Food had always been just delicious fuel to her. She'd never understood the sensuality of it until that moment when it hit her like a bullet vibe pressed right to her clit. It felt right and wrong and oh so fucking fantastic. Luckily, Mama saved her from her own mutinous self by leading a parade of waiters back to their table with 1.5 billion plates of food. There were chimichangas, enchiladas, rice, beans, and so much more. Even better? Every single bite tasted amazing. "What's it gonna take to get you to agree to be at the home games?" Zach asked between bites. "Don't forget you want me to call before away games also." She was blaming the totally divine verde sauce for making her forget that they were on opposite sides of this negotiation. He nodded, sending his hair falling forward into his eyes. "Yeah, that too." This morning she'd woken up with absolutely every intention of never seeing Zach Blackburn again after the clinic fundraiser unless he was on her TV. She wasn't his lady luck. She was just a nurse with an attitude. Then he'd fed her the best Mexican food there could ever be, told her he gave a high school kid hockey lessons, and he'd stayed at the fundraiser signing autographs and taking pictures long past when she thought he'd be gone. Fuck. You are such a sucker at heart, girl. She should tell him thank you and no right now before she ended up in way over her head. There was something about seeing him with his guard down like this that made her think there was more to him than the asshole everyone saw in the tabloids. Don't go there. Be strong. Saying no is the smart move. It was exactly what she was going to end this little internal battle of the oh yes with a smart answer of fuck no. 2 more appearances at the clinic, at least one with more of your team, she said. Fuck. She clamped her mouth shut before she could offer up anything else. That was not what she'd planned on saying. Done. His satisfied grin showed off the never-before-noticed mini dimple in his left cheek. What else? The self-preserving part of her brain finally kicked into gear. If I'm working, I'm working. No guilt-tripping me for not being able to be at a home game. His jaw squared, and he glared at her. I don't like that. The glare probably would have worked, gave great stink, but she was onto him. Zach, the most hated man in Harbor City, Blackburn was a secret softie. Too bad. She lifted one shoulder and then let it drop. It's non-negotiable. Some of us have bills to pay. He opened his mouth and then closed it quick, as if he didn't want whatever he was about to say to come out. Fine. Pushing aside the need to examine what it was that he was trying to keep a lid on because this was Zach Blackburn, a business acquaintance in this weird situation, and not a friend, she picked up the empty guacamole serving bowl. And I'll need the recipe for this. Up went the eyebrow with the metal bar through it. I have to marry into the Lopez family to get that. We all have to make sacrifices. She grinned at him. And don't worry, I'll be your best man. That made him laugh. It was a good laugh, deep and full. You're a pain in the ass. No kidding. Deal? She held out her hand, which was kind of hard to do in the little booth, since they were already so close together. His gaze flicked down to her hand, his jaw squared, and his body tensed. The air around them went from being normal oxygen to something heavier that was filled with an electric promise. Then he looked back up at her, something dark, dangerous, and downright delicious in his hard eyes. Holy shit. Her pulse picked up, and she almost dropped her hand down to her lap. His larger hand engulfed hers before she could pull it back. Deal. All of the "you're in danger, girl" alarms went off in her head at the same time that her body was sending "oh yeah, scoot closer" vibes. When she was back home, she was definitely going to have to give herself a stern talking to about the realities of the situation, which was that this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Nothing more. Right, Fallon. And that was the moment when she realized she just might be well and truly fucked, which meant there was only one thing to do now. Get the man out of her system so she could do this whole lady luck thing without losing her heat or her heart. Her panties, however? Those white cotton briefs were goners. Taking Fallon on a tour of the kitchen so she could see the guacamole being made hadn't been his idea. Mama had insisted after the two women had started talking about the restaurant's food. And that was how he'd ended up squashed in a corner with Fallon directly in front of him, her ass practically pressed against him in all the very wrong places. One of the line cooks showed them how he made the guacamole. It wasn't a fast process. Okay, maybe it was, but it felt like forever when Zach had to keep his hands mostly to himself, and he did. She was Lady Luck. He was a loser with mountains of debt. Remembering that, though, got harder the longer he stood there, his fingers resting lightly on her hips, because there was nowhere else to put them in the cramped quarters. Really, perv? That's what you're going with? Yeah, he couldn't even lie to himself about it because they might be putting in anchovies and ground-up mouthguards in the guacamole and he wouldn't notice. All he could take in was every single little detail about Fallon, from the curve of her hip to the fact that her breath hitched every time a busboy walked by and she had to step back closer to him so the employee could get by with his tub full of dishes. And that, the cook said with a final sprinkle of cilantro, is how you make Mama's guacamole. Zach hoped Fallon had gotten the recipe because he'd missed all of it. Excuse me, a busboy coming in from the dining room said almost at the same time as another busboy coming from the opposite direction said it. They met in the sliver of space between Fallon and the prep table. The resulting face-off meant she had to scoot back against him while he tried to make his 6'3" frame fit in a space so tight a gymnast would feel squashed. And since he was good but not so much so that he could subvert the laws of space and time, there was nothing to be done but try to angle so his dick wasn't pressed right up against Fallon's high, round ass. Still, she brushed against his cock, which was pretty much all the encouragement it needed to start to stiffen against his thigh. Maybe she wouldn't notice. The fact that this was the first time in his life he'd ever hoped a woman didn't notice his junk didn't do his ego any fucking favors. You really like guacamole, huh? She asked as she looked back over her shoulder at him, her voice huskier than it had been moments ago. Busted. He searched her face for signs of her being offended. Instead of shock or annoyance, though, there was nothing but heated curiosity mixed with lust in her gaze, which made his blood rush south. Yes. He shifted his stance so he was more directly behind her, while still keeping an inch or two of space between them. It's totally my kink. The right side of her mouth curled up in a half smile as she took a half step back, so they were pressed up against each other again. Brings new meaning to food porn. He sucked in a quick breath and prayed for the strength of his zipper. Did you have to say porn? It was bad enough that her jeans didn't do a damn thing except make him imagine all the dirty nurse fantasies he'd never had until he'd met Fallon. The last thing he needed to be thinking about was what she watched or read when she wanted to get off. He clenched his teeth together, hard enough he might have to go see the team dentist, in a vain attempt to get that mental image out of his head. Why? The tip of Fallon's pink tongue snuck out and wet her full bottom lip as she looked back at him. You don't like porn, or you don't like women who like porn outside of a male gaze type thing? The pained groan that escaped from him said everything he couldn't at that moment because they were in the middle of Mama's kitchen as the cooks, the busboys, and the waiters sped around in organized chaos that reminded him of a hockey game. Not even the reminder of all that was on the line for him could bring his dick back under control, though. Not when Fallon was pressed up against him and asking him about porn. I'll take that as a you like it a little bit too much. She grinned, turning her attention back to the activity in the busy kitchen, but she didn't reverse that half step she'd taken earlier, even though the busboys were long gone. Instead, she stayed there pressed against him, the back of her thighs against his, the roundness of her ass pressed against his dick, and her back touching his chest. If he wanted to, he could have dipped his head just the slightest bit and whispered in her ear. But that's not what he wanted to do. What he had in mind was much louder. He wanted to make her scream as she came all over his dick. It wasn't fair. He was trying not to fuck this thing with Lady Luck Upand with him needing Fallon to win games, Banging her would definitely screw them over no matter how bad he wanted to, and damn did he want to, because the one thing he still excelled at was pissing people off. He couldn't afford to make Fallon mad too bad. It was hard as hell to remember that when she was this close. "I'm trying to be good," he said, almost more to himself than to her. She leaned back against him, tilting her chin upward so that braid of hers slid down his chest. "And here I'd heard you were very good at being the best kind of bad." The comment, delivered with just the lightest increase in pressure of her ass against his cock, was more than he could take. He was weak. He was horny. He wanted to fuck her 6 ways to Sunday and had pretty much since the first time he saw her when she walked into that bar to relieve him from being Lucy's wingman with enough attitude to make the chip on his shoulder seem small in comparison. His resolve snapped in two like a pencil, and he tightened his grip on her hips, pulling her back against him. It was almost enough. "If we walk out of here together right now," he said, the gravel in his tone showing just how close to the edge of saying fuck it and tossing her over his shoulder that he was. "There's only one way tonight ends." "How's that?" she asked. "Naked. Sweaty. Drained. Exhilarated. Probably sore. Definitely satisfied. A promise? A warning?" It was all that and more. She half closed her eyes and shivered against him. "Let's go, Zach." Chapter 12. Breaking. Blackburn and Lady Luck spotted during cozy dinner for 2. "Okay, hockey fans. I'm not about to turn the biscuit into a love lives of the rich and famous, but this is hockey related. A few minutes ago, an Ice Knights fan who just happened to be at Mama's place in Waterbury caught sight of none other than Zach Blackburn and his own Lady Luck getting mighty cozy. Of course, the fan snuck a pic and tweeted it out. The shots included one of Blackburn feeding her the metro area's most famous guacamole. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, that's a little extra. It is. But well, hockey fans, I stan it, and judging by how much social media has exploded about the couple, now coined Team Zuck, since Lady Luck was first spotted at his house, I'm not the only one. Add daily dose of sugar. OMG. Just met Zach and Lady Luck at the clinic meet and greet today. They are adorbs together. Team Zuck. At Don't Give a Puck. I am here for Team Zuck. We need to get these two together for real. At Hannah B. I am more invested in Team Zuck than my relationship with my own boyfriend. Sorry, Andy. Not that the assholes of Harbor City have stopped assholing. At Parkard 6280, you'd figure with those man hands she could feed herself. Team Zuck team could do better. At Mascara Mama, girl, you better up your game, or he's gonna look elsewhere. And there will be plenty of us waiting in the wings, looking like we just walked out of a magazine. Team Zuck, I'm here, Zach, real talk. I reached out to Blackburn's agent, Carl Jackson, to find out if this thing with Lady Luck is more than a publicity stunt gone also right in the eyes of Harbor City's romantics. His answer was less than satisfying. Mr. Blackburn is focused on hockey and doing whatever it takes to give the Ice Knights fans an amazing experience at the arena. I won't be commenting on his private life. Yep, that's it. 2 sentences that say nothing. And don't bother to rush down to Mama's place to catch a glimpse of them and get the real story. My sources, okay, Twitter, tell me they left minutes ago together. You know what that says to me, hockey fans? That this relationship is on, and like at Don't Give a Puck, I am here for it. Chapter 13. They no more than made it into Zach's house before he swung the door shut, picked Fallon up, and did a spin move that had her sandwiched between the wall and him. His mouth against hers was like a 1 milliliter shot of epinephrine surging through her body. Every nerve in her was screaming, oh my god, finally. And his hands on her ass? If she thought about how good that felt when they were still fully dressed, she just might orgasm right on the spot, and there was no way she was feeding his ego like that. The whole point of this was to get Zach Blackburn out of her system in the most efficient way possible. The fact that it involved orgasms within was just an added benefit. She might regret going about it like this. Odds were she totally would, but it all felt too good now to think about that. Plus, There was that thing he was doing with his tongue in her mouth and his hands on her body as he pressed that big hard cock of his sadly still covered in denim against her core that pretty much obliterated any thought of changing her mind. An electric pulse hummed through her body, and she tightened her legs around his hips and brought herself closer to him, reaching for some kind of relief. It was better, but so not there yet. Breaking the kiss, she unwrapped her legs. "Let me down." Uncertainty flashed across his face, but he didn't hesitate, allowing her feet to touch the floor. "Everything okay?" he asked, moving his hands off her and taking a step back, giving her more than enough space to make a run for the door. "You don't have to do this." And there it was again, a glimpse of that soft center that totally fucked with her and all of Harbor City's perception of him as a complete and unapologetic asshole. It would be so much easier if he were that guy. Then she wouldn't have to say this next part. "I want to be upfront on one thing. As long as it's not that you have a Cajun rage tattoo," he said, reaching out and curling the end of her braid around his fingers. "I'm sure we can work through it." She narrowed her eyes and flipped him off. "Don't even joke about that." If he noticed that she'd given him the bird, he didn't show it. The man was having a moment with her braid, and she had to admit seeing it wrapped around his fingers was giving her ideas, the kind that made her breath catch. "So, what's your one thing?" he asked. It took her a second to pull back from the mental image of her standing naked and facing the wall while Zach tugged her hair and fucked her from behind. Damn, it was getting hot in here. Annoyed by how easy it was to get distracted by this man, she straightened her spine and lifted her chin, daring him to disagree with her. "Tonight doesn't mean a thing. I'm getting you out of my system." Up went that pierced eyebrow, and the smile that curved his lips was anything but sweet. "Are you saying you think about me when you get yourself off?" Only while she was in the shower naked and soapy and on her bed in that hoodie that smelled of him, and every time she'd slipped her fingers beneath her underwear and played with her clit. That wasn't information to be shared with him, though. A woman had to have a code, and hers was opposed to sharing her masturbation mental material with the subject of said fantasies. "You wish," she said, both words coming out way too soft to be anything but an affirmative. "Damn it, girl. Where's your bitch-titude when you need it?" He took a step closer, his hands going to her hips, but left space between their bodies that only emphasized how close they were. "I think you do, and now you have a bunch of fantasies you'd like to see happen in real life." He popped the button of her jeans. "But only for tonight." That was as far as he took the back of his thumbs against the bare skin of her waist, and it took away her ability to focus on anything else for the moment, as if every nerve in her body had temporarily relocated to those two small spots. It was impossible to come just from an almost touch. She wasn't even close to it. Still, she'd been in the middle of fucking guys before and been less turned on than at this moment with Zach. Her heart was racing, her nipples were puckered so much they ached, and the throbbing between her legs grew with every shaky breath she inhaled while he just stood there and watched. "You aren't going to get attached, are you?" "You asking him or yourself, girl?" He dipped his head lower but still maintained that breath of space between them. "Worried about breaking my heart?" "I don't think that's gonna be a problem." The urge to raise herself up on her tiptoes and close the distance between them was an all-powerful swirl of want and need inside her, desperate to be released, but she had to be sure first. "This is just to get you out of my system. We're clear." His gaze dipped down to her mouth before raising back up. "Without a doubt." Fucking A. This was her last moment to walk away, clear the front door, and drive off in her car. On so many levels this was just about the dumbest thing she could do. He was Zach effing Blackburn, and she was a nurse from working-class Waterbury with a bitchy attitude who wouldn't know her way around a Sephora or a Victoria's Secret if she had a map. If she gave more than 30 seconds thought to what the women he usually slept with looked like, she'd be out the door. It sucked to admit it, and she'd never say it out loud, but yeah, sometimes that comparison thing snuck through her defenses at the worst fucking time. "I don't know what you're thinking right now, but it doesn't look good," he said, his low voice warm and smooth like honey. "If you don't want to be here, you don't have to worry about protecting my feelings." She shook her head. "That's not it." "Thank God," he said, toying with the end of her braid again. But still, he didn't take it any further. Part of her kind of wished he'd make the next move. But he wasn't going to. For one night only, this was her show, and if that was how it was going to be, then so be it. "I want to see you naked," she said, her hands sneaking up underneath the hem of his t-shirt, pushing it higher. She wasn't sure what she'd been expecting, but it hadn't been for him to take 2 steps back, leaving her hands just hovering in the air instead of pressed against the hard muscle of his abs. Her huff of complaint was barely past her lips before he reached down and whipped off his shirt. Thank God for the wall behind her, because, even though she'd seen his bare chest before, it wasn't with the knowledge that she was about to get to touch it. That made a difference. She couldn't explain it exactly, but the taking of things from theoretical to real made her feel like she was on the top peak of a roller coaster, unsure if the safety bar was going to keep her safe. Unsettling? Hell yes. Enough to make her want to stop? Fuck no, especially not when she couldn't look away from him. Zach's shoulders were broad and strong, colorful tattoos covered his pecs and one arm all the way down to his elbow, and the soft overhead foyer light caught on the metal bars piercing his nipples. As he kicked off his shoes, her gaze dropped lower to the lined perfection of his abs and the sparse happy trail that disappeared behind his jeans. "Like what you see?" he asked, bringing his fingers up to the button of his jeans. Rolling her tongue back up in her mouth, because a woman had to have her pride, she crossed her arms and gave him as much attitude as she could at the moment, considering her nipples were about to poke holes through her shirt. Has anyone ever answered no to that? His only answer was a cocky grin as he popped his jeans button open and then slid his zipper down. And she wasn't breathing. It wasn't a choice. It was just simple reality. The anticipation was going to kill her dead before she ever got her hands back on the man. Her obit would read, "Horny nurse done in by hot man's zipper." Just when she thought it couldn't get more intense, Zach shoved his jeans down, revealing thick thighs and calves that would make a soccer player envious and made her mouth go dry. Then there was the part of him still covered by a pair of black briefs. She'd never found that style particularly sexy before. Then again, she'd never seen Zach in only a pair of briefs that did nothing to hide how much he was packing. All the air that had been pent up in her lungs escaped with a whoosh as she leaned against the wall for support. She knew exactly how much work went into being in shape enough to grace the cover of ESPN's Body Issue, but that didn't make it any less impressive. He let out a sexy but way too overconfident chuckle. "I'll take that as a yes. You like the view very much." The man was an egomaniac. And he was telling the truth. "Damn it. I don't know," she said, trying to take all the "oh fuck me now" out of her voice. "I haven't seen everything yet. The rest could be a disappointment." "Could be," he said, about as humbly as a guy so obviously blessed could. "There's only one way to find out." And with that, he did a quick pivot away from her as he shoved his briefs down and then started down the hallway toward his bedroom, giving her the perfect view of his ass, if not his hard cock. The man was a teasing pain in her butt. Of course, it was kinda hard to remember that when she was looking at his ass. Talk about perfection. She wasn't sure if she wanted to stare at it, kiss it, or smack it, chances were, though, that she'd have plenty of opportunities for all 3 tonight. "Where are you going?" Because she needed him right now, preferably within touching distance. "To my room," he said, barely slowing his steps. "You've got to make this call, Fallon. You want me as much as I want you, but you've got to own it." Then he disappeared into his bedroom. "Oh, and Fallon," he said from the other room. "You better be bare-ass naked when you get here." Who was he to strut around all naked and hot and be all bossy? That wasn't how she rolled. She was the one in charge. She made the calls. She fought the wars and won. But when it came to the battle of smart decisions versus a one-night stand with Zach Blackburn, it wasn't even a stalemate. She was going down, and she'd enjoy every licking, tasting and touching moment of it. It only took about 30 seconds for her jeans and t-shirt to end up in the same pile as Zach's clothes in the middle of the foyer. She made it about 3 steps toward the bedroom before the asshole little voice in her head started outlining all of the things about her body that she wasn't such a fan of, fellow mosquito bite boob sand, reminding her of the physical perfection of the women he usually brought home, the puck bunnies with their perfect hair, practically professional level makeup, and banging bods. She'd eyeballed and objectified the hell out of Zach when he got naked. She'd be an idiot to think that he wouldn't be analyzing her body, too. Fucking A. Why couldn't they have just fucked against the wall before her frenemy brain had a chance to catch up? By the time she was a single step from the door, Fallon had her arms wrapped around her soft, vulnerable middle. There was naked, and then there was naked, and she was definitely feeling the latter. A low whistle of admiration tugged her attention away from herself. Zach stood in the doorway, his hand wrapped around his thick, hard cock, and a look of 100% lust on his face. The hater in her head shut the fuck up at the sight. "I might need a nurse," he said, his voice low and rum-ly. "Don't suppose you know of one?" It so was not the first time she'd ever been asked to play doctor, and usually she just rolled her eyes, but she'd never been asked by Zach before. She took a step into his room. "That depends. Where does it ache?" "Anywhere that I'm not touching you." And it was past time to end that if either of them was going to make it through the night without spontaneously combusting. He traced his thumb across the straight line of her collarbone to the place in the middle where it dipped into a U. Then he spread his palm wide and glided it over the slight rise of her right breast, cupping it and rolling her nipple between his thumb and forefinger. As Fallon let out a quiet moan, he increased the pressure, tugging the small pink point. "Fuck, Fallon, you have the prettiest tits." "I bet you say that to all the girls," she said with just enough defensiveness under her usual sarcasm to make the dial on his oh shit meter come to life. "Don't see anyone else here, so why are you letting them in?" he asked before dipping his head down and swirling his tongue around her nipple, hoping to distract her thoughts from going in that direction. "So you're not thinking about the guys I've fucked before you?" He whipped his head up. "Well shit, now I am." She gave him a sexy little grin. Oops. The woman loved to talk smack no matter the circumstances, it seemed, and she was going to pay for that in the best way possible. He slid his fingers through the tight curls between her thighs. Fuck, she was soft and wet for him. "You did that on purpose," he said, his voice barely above a strained, growly whisper. She let out a shaky breath as he circled her clit. "Figured you were the kind of guy who performed better when it was a competition. To be the best fuck you've ever had?" He increased the pressure and pace of his touch, following her body's movements and her little moans to know when to slow down and speed up. "Oh, Fallon, I've already won that, and you know it." She reached out, holding on to him by the shoulders as she let her eyes fall shut. "How's that?" "Because you're about to come, and I'm barely touching you." Biting down on her bottom lip, she let out a mewl of pleasure that was all the encouragement he needed. "You wish." "Really?" He pressed his thumb to her clit and held it there while he drew slow circles around her wet opening. Her breath caught, and her body tightened, her thighs becoming rock hard as the muscles in her ass clenched under his palm. She was close, so fucking close, and all he wanted in the entire world right then was to see her go over the edge. "You're gonna come on my hand, and then I'm going to bury my dick in you while I lick the sweet taste of you from my fingertips." She tightened her grip on his shoulders and tilted her hips, her body demanding a release he couldn't wait to see her take. Her short nails dug into his skin a half-second before her orgasm hit. He'd have 10 perfectly shaped crescents marking his shoulders that the guys on the team would be giving him crap about in the locker room, but it was more than worth it. "Don't say a word." She gave him a teasing pout. Not a single word. He opened his mouth, but she covered it with her hand. "Your mouth already made its promises. Now, I want to see you carry them through." Encircling her wrist, he slid her hand down his chest. "I always keep my word." Whatever else he would have said died in a hiss of breath when she slipped her hand from his grasp and wrapped her fingers around his hard cock. Squeezing just the right amount, she stroked up and down as she raised herself up on her tiptoes and kissed the base of his neck. Hand busy, she made her way up his throat with little licks and kisses that had his brain about to short-circuit from sensory overload. Then she glided her free hand up his chest, her touch setting off a million little shocks of pleasure before she brushed against the bar, piercing his nipple, and a jolt of hot, hungry need shot straight to his dick. Yeah, playtime was over. She let out a surprised "oh" and let go of him when he scooped her up in his arms and carried her over to his bed. "If you change your mind, just say the word." The words came out in a rush. "I won't pressure you." The look she gave him was too close to sympathy for his liking, especially considering they were both naked. "I don't know who fucked with your head this hard, but I'm here because I want to be." It's not that. It was totally that, but probably not in the way she was thinking, unless she meant his sense of trust in anyone not named Zach Blackburn was pretty much zilch. More likely, she just figured that as a professional athlete, he'd spent more than a few nights with women who didn't want him for his dick so much as his baby daddy potential or his bank account. Consent is important. "I agree. I consent," she said. "And now I want you flat on your back on that bed so I can take my time with you during our one night." That hadn't been his plan for how tonight would go. His next move would have been to toss her on the bed, spread her legs wide, and make her come again, but this time all over his lips. Good thing he was a man who could improvise on and off the ice. Executing a 180, he turned so his back was to the bed and sat down. Letting go of Fallon pretty much sucked because he loved the feeling of her naked and pressed up against him, but the bossy woman had given an order. Shocking no one more than him, her take-charge attitude made what little blood remained north of his abs rush south. She stood up, tall and graceful, her body a thing of lean-muscled beauty that was a testament to the fact that she worked every day in a physically demanding profession. There weren't curves so much as there were lines that he wanted to trace, from her narrow hips to her perfect, palm-sized tits. God, he couldn't wait to roll those pink nipples of hers between his fingers again, take the hard buds into his mouth, and suck on them until she was moaning his name. "You look like you're making plans." He shook his head. "No, ma'am." "Good, because I have plans for you right now," she said, using a single finger to push him flat on the bed. The moment she straddled him and slid her slick core up and down his cock, he was lost. Whatever this woman wanted to do to him, he was down with it. Luckily for him, there seemed to be lots she wanted to do to him. Her hands and mouth were everywhere, touching and caressing him as she took her time to explore his body as she rocked against him. Soft flicks of her tongue against his nipple, a light tug on the metal bar, the swirl of her hips, the tease of that braid sliding across his shoulders when she leaned down and kissed him like she wouldn't be able to make it another moment if she didn't. He knew the feeling well because with each undulation of her body against his, close enough that he could feel her sliding against him from root to tip, his control was unraveling. Unable to take it a moment longer, he grabbed her by the hips, stopping her motion. "Top drawer," he said. He didn't need to explain any more. Fallon leaned over, stretching herself so she remained straddling him, and opened the drawer in the nightstand. He waited until she pulled out a condom before making his move because in the bedroom, like on the ice, timing was everything. As soon as she ripped the foil packet open, he flipped her over so her back was on the bed, then plucked the condom from her grasp. "I thought I was in charge tonight," she said as she spread her long legs wide. He unrolled the condom onto his shaft. "Turn over in your zone." Then he grabbed her ankles and pulled her so her ass was on the edge of the bed. He was desperate to sink himself balls deep into her, but first he wanted the taste of her on his tongue. Sinking down to his knees, he glided his palms up the smooth insides of her thighs, pushing them wider. Then he dipped his head down and tasted heaven, sucking on her clit and lapping at her swollen, wet folds. Her hands were in his hair, pulling at the strands as she moaned encouragement for him not to stop something he wasn't about to do when she was so close again. He moved with her as her body tensed and her words became nonsensical until she came against his mouth, and he rode out the wave, softening his touch as she came down from that sweet high. Her breathing was still ragged when he stood up, palmed her ass, raising her hips off the bed, and plunged inside her tight warmth. Fuck, he was not going to make this into a marathon session. Being inside her felt too good, too right. He sank in deeper, leaning forward so he could kiss her as he pushed forward and back again and again until the tingling started in the base of his spine. He clenched his teeth together, trying to make it last longer when everything inside him was screaming for release. Finally, when he couldn't, he gave in to the need, letting go with an orgasm that rocked him all the way down to his toes. He was still sucking wind by the time he was finally able to crack his eyes open and look at Fallon spread out on his bed. She gave him the blissed-out half-smile of satisfaction that he figured was on his face, too. By the time he made it back to the bed, after a quick trip to the bathroom to dispose of the condom, Fallon was under the covers with her eyes only half open. "Your trouble, Blackburn," she said, sounding anything but pissed off. He lifted the comforter and got in next to her, pulling her close. "How's that?" "Because that was a hell of a first period." She laid her head down in the pocket of his shoulder, her eyes fluttering shut. "Think you can maintain that all game long?" "Without a doubt. At least when it was Fallon in his bed." Chapter 14. The Ice Knight's unofficial song would not stop playing while Fallon fought off an octopus armed with a machete for each of its 8 tentacles. It really was the perfect background music for this kind of underwater battle, but just as she was getting her dance fighting on, the music stopped and the seafloor shifted under her feet. "It's for you." The booming voice came out of nowhere, and it stopped her cold. Something wasn't right. The octopus in front of her started to fade, and it was like she was being dragged toward the ocean's surface by a tractor beam powered by a really sexy voice. That made no sense even after she'd been dance fighting an octopus. "Fallon, wake up," the voice said. "It's your brother, and he sounds pissed." "Brother? Wake up?" All the water disappeared in an instant and bam. She was up, jackknifing into a sitting position, her eyes wide open, and the Hartigan "oh shit" warning screaming in her head. Heart hammering against her ribs, she grabbed the phone from Zach. "Who's hurt?" With 3 firefighters and a cop in the family, the phone didn't ring without that worry hitting her hard. "Depends on how likely it is that Mom will kill you for missing the matinee you were supposed to see together," Finn said. Relief whooshed out of her, and she collapsed back onto the pillows. Well, that's what she'd meant to do, but somehow had ended up with her back against Zach's chest instead. "The movie's not for hours." "Try again, sis," he said, not bothering to keep the "you are so gonna get it" chuckle out of his voice. "It's past noon." Shit. This was not good. In fact, it was the very definition of not good because one of the most painful places to be was in the middle of a Hartigan family gossip whirlwind, and boy, would there ever be one. Her family lived and breathed hockey, and they'd spent entire meals discussing the man who was, right now, tracing circles on her bare hip as he kissed his way up the back of her neck. It was distracting in the best of bad ways. "I told Mom you got called in for a work thing." She let out the breath she'd been holding. "You are the best brother ever." Of course, the truth of that wasn't going to stop her from hanging up on said best brother ever because Mr. kept her up until the wee hours by banging her into oblivion was ready for round 685, judging by the steel poker pressing against her left ass cheek, and she was totally in for more. "Yeah, tell me that again when anyone is around to hear and that person who answered your phone doesn't count," Finn continued, oblivious, thank God, to what was happening on her end of the line. "Please tell me it's not Dr. S. Wipe." Yeah, the women in the movies might fall for their work nemesis, but Fallon was much more likely to set that jerk's car on fire than have sex with him. "His name is Dr. Anderson, and no." Thank God. The only one worse would have been Zach Blackburn. Fallon cringed, wishing her brother had an inside voice. With the exception of Felicia, an ant scientist, none of the Hartigans did. Their voices carried like sonic booms across time and space. There was no way Zach hadn't heard her brother's comment. Finn let out a frustrated huff. Blackburn? Really, Fallon? She snuck a peek over her shoulder at Zach, who raised an eyebrow and shrugged. His calm acceptance of her brother's idiot reaction, as if people said shitty things about him all the time, which they did, landed with a thud against her chest, and it pissed her off. Then she noticed the telltale tightness around Zach's mouth. Yeah, someone was bothered by outside judgment more than he wanted to admit. Maybe she'd just set Finn's car on fire. This has nothing to do with you, she told her brother. And you don't get to have an opinion about it. I don't like it. As if that mattered. She tossed the covers aside and got out of the very warm and very welcoming bed, the exact opposite of what she'd been planning on doing a few minutes ago, but sometimes a person just had to walk off the fury. Did you miss the words that just came out of my mouth? She asked as she started to pace from one end of Zach's all but empty room to the other, glad that he didn't have any neighbors so she didn't have to worry about being seen through the curtain-free window. Just be careful, Finn said, implying with his tone that she was some sort of delicate flower just because she didn't have a pair of testicles. Professional athletes aren't known for monogamy. Since when had she been looking for something serious? Why did everyone assume that just because she had ovaries, getting married and having babies was part of the equation? Was that what having two X chromosomes automatically meant? Why did the entire world, from the shitty internet trolls offering advice about how she should be more of a girly girl to her own brother, feel it was their right to get in her business? Who said monogamy is what I wanted? She asked, righteous indignation fueling her march back and forth across Zach's room. Maybe I just wanted to get laid so well that I had multiple screaming orgasms that left me in a dick coma and happy. And you know what? She spun around and looked at Zach, still lounging in bed, the sheets tangled around his calves and his cock hard in his hand. I got just that, and I'm about to get it again, not because I want him to put a ring on it, but because I like fucking him. It feels phenomenal. Her breaths came in hard pants as she tried to slow her heart before it jumped out of her chest, which was not a medical possibility, but it totally felt like it could happen at any moment. How did we end up in this conversation? Finn asked, sounding completely grossed out. Despite being about to reach through the phone and knock him upside the head a minute before, she laughed. You started it. A fact I'll regret for the rest of my life, he said. And I thought Mom's TMI was too much. Thanks again for covering for me, she said, and meant it. Her temper always had sparked up and gone out fast. Talk to you later? Yeah, go ahead with, he paused, making a gagging sound, whatever. She hit the end call button and strode over to the bed and the man in it, who looked delicious enough to lick, which she had every intention of doing. I realize technically it's the day. She stopped at the edge of the bed, her gaze going over him, memorizing the moment because it was not one that happened to a woman like her very often outside of the movies. However, since both of us just woke up, I think the rule book gives us a little wiggle room for our one night only. His arm shot out so fast, she barely had a second to let it register before he wrapped it around her waist and pulled her down onto the bed with him, managing to roll them both so she was on her back. He settled over her, bracing himself on his forearms, but letting his hips drop so he pressed against her core. I've never been one for the rules anyway. Your penalty minutes stats would agree, she said, tracing her fingertips down his back to the hard globes of his ass. Such a ballbuster. Grinning up at him, she squeezed his butt, pulling him even closer to her so she could grind against him. Always. And before she could say anything else, he lowered his mouth to hers and round number 686 commenced. Zach hated wearing a suit just to get on the plane to fly to Vancouver. Coach, however, thought different. He figured it did something for team cohesion. All it did for Zach was make him feel even more tense than usual, just the kind of mindset he wanted when about to face down a team on a 6-game winning streak. As the rest of his teammates filtered down the center aisle, joking and talking shit with one another, he put his best keep walking vibe on and pulled out his phone. He was opening the text app before he even had a chance to think about it. Zach, on the plane. So fucking smooth. You're like hot butter on a bagel, you doofus. Regret hit immediately. The last he'd seen Fallon, she was sashaying to her car, her steps a little wobbly after that last time he'd had her pressed up against the wall by his front door. They may have spent the night together, but talking beyond right there, harder and yes please hadn't happened. And now he was texting her with his location? Not a had fun last night or let's do it again or just WID. No. He'd gone full awkward nerd. His phone vibrated. LL. In the hospital's staff break room. His pulse picked up and he hunched over his phone. Well, about as much as he could, considering that even on the team plane the seats were cramped. Zach, we'll be in Vancouver tonight. Her response came half a second after Stucky, obviously impervious to Zach's don't sit by me vibe, flopped down next to him. Zach made sure to angle his phone screen away from his younger defensive partner before reading Fallon's message. LL. Have a good flight. Zach wasn't smiling. He was grimacing in a weird way. At least that's what he told himself when Stucky, wearing his usual no-cares-in-the-world grin, elbowed him in the arm. What's up, man? You got another muffin lady? Stucky asked, taking up too much room with shoulders that made Zach's seem narrow. Triple shit. He did not like anything that might allude to the slightest weakness being out there. Who told you about that? Man, Fitzsimmons has no chill. Stucky shrugged and started scrolling through his phone. He was ready to tell the front office, wanted them to sue for endangerment or something. Everything turned out fine. He ground out the words. Defensive asshole? Him? Fuck, yeah. Thanks to your lucky nurse. As if he hadn't just dropped a little bomb in Zach's lap, Stucky took the earbuds hanging around his neck and popped them into his ears. Tension strung him tight enough to make his traps burn. Not even rolling his shoulders or neck did much to ease the sudden ache. He reached over and yanked out Stucky's buds. What do you know about her? Dude, everyone knows about her. He hit pause on the music blaring from the tiny white headphones. Didn't you see what Harbor City Nights posted on Insta? They're total stans. He'd gotten a few notifications, but if the posts didn't tag him, he had no clue what was going on. Kyle's assistant was supposed to let him know if there was gossip swirling. I hate social media. Well, it fucking has a hard-on for you and this girl. Stucky scrolled through his apps and pulled up Instagram. Look, they have a ton of posts of you two at some Mexican restaurant, and you're looking mighty cozy. Let me see that. He snatched Stucky's phone. Fucking A. The pics weren't the best and it was creepy as fuck that someone was taking photos while they were on a non-date and not at a public event, but there was no missing it was him and Fallon. Sure, she was in a Nurse's Rock t-shirt, but there was nothing else to identify her as a nurse. How did you know she was a nurse? He asked. I swear you live under a rock. Stucky took his phone back and opened Tumblr. He hit on some hockey gossip account and he started to read the post. We are totally Team Zuck and so are you, looking at our polls. The question is, do you ship it more for the way our new fave hockey hottie has been playing on the ice since he met his lady luck, or because even Harbor City's most hated needs the love of a good woman? We've got all the deets you need to know about ER nurse Fallon Hartigan, who snagged herself Zach Blackburn and helped turn around the Ice Knights' losing streak. Fallon was going to flay him alive and leave him for the buzzards. And he deserved it. All he'd wanted was to get his hockey mojo back, not force Fallon out into the court of public opinion. He knew firsthand how all those little nips and bites at the ankles could end up taking a chunk out of a person. Yeah, most of it's pretty gooey, but you still don't want your girl to look at it. He shook his head. Trolls, man. Zach glared at the other man, who still seemed totally immune to the look that sent most people scattering. She's not my girl and why? Why isn't she your girl? Stucky grinned at him, showing off every one of the dental technician-made teeth in his mouth. Because she obviously has taste. No, he said, trying to remain calm when he was ready to take some nameless internet troll's head off. Why shouldn't she look at it? Let me put it this way. Stucky grimaced. My sisters are tough as shit, and some of the comments would make them cry. Lots of shit about her looks, that she needs a girl makeover. Zach sucked in a deep breath, trying to remember the yoga instructor's words about the power of mindful breathing, and unpeeled his fingers from the armrest he was gripping like it was a weirdly shaped stress ball. Bunch of assholes. Stucky shrugged. Pretty much. A prickly nugget of guilt burrowed into his gut. Sure, everyone in the world got used. It was the way life worked. Even though it didn't rise to the level of what his parents did to him, what was happening to Fallon was shitty. So what in the hell did he do about it? She was his lady luck, and without wins on the ice, he'd be fucked, and everyone would know exactly what his parents had done and what a total chump he'd been for not seeing it. How many times had he heard his old man, his favorite uncle, coaches, and hell, just about every man he'd ever looked up to with a few exceptions reinforce that real men didn't cry, they didn't accept defeat, and they didn't get made fools off by anyone. Ever. Sure, part of him knew all that was bullshit, but his reflexive reactions were what they were. Still, there had to be something he could do to help Fallon. He needed to talk to Lucy. She'd know. As soon as he got back into town from this road trip, he'd get advice from his favorite shark in an ocean full of defenseless minnows, and everyone would come out fine. No harm. No foul. No secrets spilled. He sat back, the pain in his stomach dulling to an ache. Thanks for the heads up. No biggie. Stucky popped his earbuds back in as the plane started its taxi down the runway. It's what teammates do. Zach let his eyes close as the plane picked up speed and lifted off the runway, and a single thought crystallized in his head. Maybe it was time to stop acting like everyone was there to fuck him over. Sure, some assholes were. But Stucky wasn't. The trainer wanted to go to the mattress for him. Peppers was always on his side. And Fallon? She kept her word, and he could trust that. He didn't know how he knew it, but he did. And that was about as freaky as when he thought about the fact that he was hurtling through the sky in a metal tube. Sitting between Gina and Tess for paint and sip night was definitely not the best place to text Zach, but if she was going to hold up her end of the bargain, she didn't have a choice. She'd gotten off shift at the hospital with just enough time to get to paint and sip before Larry's cutoff time. Another few minutes and Zach would be on the team bus heading to the arena for the game. She didn't want to leave him hanging. So, as unobtrusively as possible, she held her phone close to her lap and shot off a quick text. LL, you ready to kick some ass? Her hands were only clammy because she didn't feel like getting called out by Larry or busted by her besties. It wasn't because she was texting Zach after she'd made such a boring fuck-up of things before his plane had taken off. In the staff break room. The level of stunning dialogue there was amazing. In her defense, she'd been nervous and not sure how to talk after the night they'd had together, which hadn't meant anything. Really, not a thing. Her phone vibrated. Zach, literally kick-ass? Checking her periphery to make sure that Gina and Tess were focused on following Larry's directions on making the perfect sweeping stroke, she moved her phone so it was slightly under the table and responded. Fallon, only if the occasion calls for it. Watch out for Ixter. He's a dirty player. Zach, I have seen a couple of hockey games in my life. She rolled her eyes. She could smell the testosterone from here. Fallon, you making jokes? Zach, maybe? Fallon, I'll laugh after your win, when you're back to the hotel without a concussion and all the teeth you still have. Zach, hey, I'm only missing one. Fallon, keep it that way. Stop typing thumbs. Why had she said that? What did she care if he was putting some dentist's 14 kids through college? He was just a guy, no matter if he did some wicked work with his tongue. Zach, you watching tonight? There was no need to ask what. When it was Ice Knight's game night, there was only one option. Fallon, as soon as I get done painting this wilted lettuce. It seemed Larry had read an investigative post about the amount of food tossed out uneaten compared to the number of people going hungry in the United States, and instead of donating to the food pantry or volunteering at a shelter, he decided to make all of them paint wilted lettuce on a kitchen counter. Zach, wilted lettuce? Is that the world's worst euphemism? She snort-laughed before she could stop herself. Fallon, it's paint and sip night with the girls and a long story. Zach, you'll have to tell me after I get back. Which, according to the news, ought that she was stalking or cared, just because the local sports talk radio station was playing on her drive to paint and sip would be in the wee hours of the morning on Sunday. Fallon, I'll tell you at the next fundraiser. Remember you promised to bring a few of your teammates to this one when you get back. Sunday at noon. Do. Not. Mississippi. It. Zach, I won't. Have to go catch the team bus. Fallon, go forth and kick ass. Before she could stare at the screen and reread the whole stream, she shoved her phone into the backpack between her feet, wondering why Larry had turned the air conditioning off. Tess leaned over. Are you blushing? No, okay, her face was hot, and she was super pasty Irish and hit. She was totally blushing. You liar. You are blushing, Gina said, holding up her plastic wine glass, as if she was offering a toast at one of the weddings she planned. Who were you texting? Was it Zach? Fallon nodded because saying his name out loud felt different since she'd hollered it while his face was between her thighs. Just part of our agreement. Plus, I needed to make sure he didn't forget about the fundraiser when he gets back into town. I think you like him. Tess's eyes were big and round with excitement. Nope, she said, the single word coming out loud enough that half the class turned and looked at them. Gina waited for the gawkers to return to their still lives before saying, I think you want to bang him. Tess's eyes narrowed, and then she gasped. I think she already did. Spill, they both whisper-screamed at the same time, earning a dirty look from Larry. Oh God. This was not how she wanted this to go, not that she wanted to have this conversation at all, but once the besties were on the trail, there was no knocking them off. The fastest way to end the Inquisition was to give them all the answers within reason. And quietly. Very quietly. Having this conversation end up on the biscuit or somewhere else that had been all in her business lately was on the never-ever level of hellscapes she wanted to visit. So, she said, drawing this single-syllable word into 4. It happened. And? Gina asked. It was good. Great. Amazing. She was still sore. But it was just the one night. Tess seemed to deflate on her chair. Why? For a million really good reasons that she couldn't think up at the moment. Because I'm me and he's him. Plus, he has some weird superstition that I'm bringing him luck on the ice. Gina snorted. Oh, you mean the same weird superstition that every hockey fan in Harbor City has? Did you know more than half of Americans say they're at least a little superstitious? Tess asked, her face getting that thoughtful, far-off look she got when discussing random factoids. Really, though, I think it's just a way of feeling like we're in control. Really? Because all it had done was open her up for a million comments from strangers on social media about her hair, what she wore, and a ton of other things. Basically, for being female in public. Yeah, well, I'm not anyone's lady luck. She picked up her brush and started slathering green paint in the approximate shape of a lettuce leaf. I'm just playing along to help raise money for the clinic. So you're using each other? Something that felt a lot like guilt made her middle sag. It's not like that. So your friends doing each other a favor? Tess asked. Yeah, her thoughts weren't exactly friendly about Zach Blackburn. It used to be she wanted to bang him upside the head. Now she just imagined banging him. Not exactly. Tess cocked her head to one side and looked at Fallon as if she was the weird thing Larry had thought up for them to paint. It's gotta be one of those two. Fallon shifted uneasily on her seat. Damn it. She hated it when other people were right. I guess I'm using. Oh my God, stop looking like that. Gina picked up Fallon's wine glass and handed it to her. This is medicinal. Drink it. She waited for Fallon to down half of it before continuing. You're not a user. There's just no way you could be. Just look at what you do for a living. You help save lives at the ER, and then you volunteer at the clinic on top of that. Plus you're a great friend, Tess said. When my delivery guy flaked out on me, you helped cover his shifts, even though you work all the time. Gina nodded. Also, you did give up a weekend off to go nurse the most hated man in Harbor City as a favor to Lucy. Yeah, she said, slouching a little bit more with every brushstroke as the uncomfortable awareness that she wasn't fighting the good fight, even if it was for a good cause, broke through. I'm Mother Teresa. Everyone agrees. I don't know. Gina giggled. I never heard about her threatening to pluck the balls off a doctor who kept cornering the candy stripers in the supply closet. You're definitely somewhere between Mother Teresa and someone who uses people for their own gain, Tess said. Yeah, there was no overlap in that Venn diagram. You do realize there's a lot of room between those two. Tess shrugged. The world is full of gray. Speaking of which, Fallon said, glancing up at Larry, who stood in the front of the room giving them the evil eye. If we don't start adding gray paint to this picture, Larry's going to start threatening to not let us in again, even though we come so often we practically pay the light bill. Tess and Gina looked over at Larry and gave him matching guilty smiles before going back to their sad lettuce leaf on canvas. Fallon dipped her brush in more gray paint, but the droopy feeling that had made her shoulders sag didn't go away, not even when she was back in her car on the way home to watch the hockey game. She had been using Zach, just like that fake nurse and her poison muffins. The fact that she was doing it to raise money for the clinic instead of to gain another 15 minutes of fame didn't change the fact that she was basically using his belief that she was Lady Luck to her own advantage. That had to end. There had to be another way to help the clinic raise money, and she'd figure it out. She had to because, while she was nowhere near being at the Mother Teresa end of the line, she didn't want to be this far on the opposite end. Chapter 15. The locker room at the LA Sequoias Arena was jubilant. Some teams wouldn't be ready for the champagne after only 3 wins in a row. Those teams weren't the Ice Knights, and it wasn't just the wins that had Phillips standing on the wood bench singing a song that was about 1,000,000 years old that had everyone yelling along to doing it their way. Hair damp and his suit back on Coach Peppers really needed to get talked out of this whole formal when they traveled thing. Zach headed down the underground hall that led to the private parking lot where the bus would be waiting. There were a few non-Ice Knights folks hanging around, family members and friends, but no one stopped him on his way out, something he was oh so grateful for. After 2 brutal, hard-fought games in 3 days, the last thing he wanted to do was chit-chat. Nope. His ass was headed for the bus, and then the plane for a few hours of dead-to-the-world sleep on the cross-country trip back to Harbor City. He'd have to deal with catching a ride with Stucky home from the airport, but after that, he'd collapse in his bed. The only thing that could make it better was if Fallon were there. The thought hit him out of nowhere like an illegal check to the back of the head, and he came to a dead stop halfway to the exit. What the fuck? Hey there, Zach. The words came from off to his right side. It was a voice he would never not recognize, in part because it was low for a woman, thanks to her decades-long smoking habit. And despite knowing better, he couldn't help but be drawn to the fake warmth of it. God knew he'd been responding to her call since he'd been born. He pivoted, spotting his parents standing next to a water fountain. Both were dressed in some kind of low-key designer clothing that made it look like they were the kind of people whose lives were filled with golf at the club and dinner at home, where the silverware really was silver and always sparkled. His mom spread her arms wide. Come give your mother a hug. He didn't move a muscle. What do you want? Don't you embarrass us in front of your teammates, Zachary, Mom said, her voice sharpening to wounding level 3. If she wasn't up to level 6 yet, then she hadn't started drinking. Listen to your mother, boy. His dad looked the part of a wealthy old guy, but there was no getting rid of the Midwest nasal accent tinged with bitterness the old man had gained growing up angry and poor so far from town that he couldn't even see the streetlights. Your mother, and I don't want to make a scene. But they would, being the implication, and after all he'd done to avoid publicity about what they'd done, he wasn't about to let it happen now. Zach glanced around. There was no missing the curious glances players and others were shooting their way. Cold fury washing over him, Zach put that shit on lockdown as he turned back to focus on the Vipers who'd made him, both as a human and a hockey player. His mom's smile grew even as it iced up, and she winked. They had him, and they knew it. If he ignored them, they'd make a fuss, and people would get to wondering out loud about why they weren't his managers anymore. He'd worked too hard and paid his parents too much hush money to make sure no one ever found out the truth to give it all up now. He stepped into his mom's embrace like a man about to eat ground glass. She squeezed him tight. He did the awkward pat on the back thing and untangled himself from her as fast as possible. His dad kept his hands shoved in his pockets, so they exchanged a barely tepid chin nod. Fine with him. Better that way, really. Zach stayed close, not because he wanted to be near them, but because he didn't want anyone to overhear. What do you want? Why, to see our darling boy, his mom said. It's been too long. He used to believe her. Hell, part of him still wanted to. That's what pissed him off more than the money or the potential for public humiliation hanging over his head like an anvil. Sure, he'd been stupid, naive, and trusting, but he'd fought his way free of that, and he wasn't going back to being that guy who believed. I'll only ask one more time. He kept his voice low, even though he wanted to roar the words at them. What do you want? What do you think? His dad asked, the words coming out like a punch. He had to clamp his mouth shut and count to 10 before he could answer. There's no more money. Zachary, there's always more, his mom said, her tone as warm as her eyes were not. Sometimes you just have to get creative. Yeah, that's how they saw what they'd done to him. They'd gotten creative. He had no clue how in the hell they'd managed to go through everything they'd creatively skimmed off of him, and then his shut-up-and-go money already. It made sense, though. With the Ice Knights winning and the sports talking heads no longer saying his name with an edge of what the fuck, his star was back on the rise, and that meant one thing to his parents. Money. Understand me, he said, fighting to keep the emotion out of his voice. There is no more money. None. It's gone, and I still owe millions. Every dollar I earn goes to paying down the debt you created, so I can avoid bankruptcy and keep all of our names out of the news. His mom brushed the platinum blonde hair off her shoulder. All publicity is good publicity, son. No, it's not. He took a step back, willed himself not to yell out the rest of what needed to be said. Go back to wherever it is that you've come from and leave me the hell alone. He started to turn away, to go join his teammates, but his dad's voice stopped him. You don't want to turn your back on us, son. Zach knew that to be the truth, but he'd had more than enough interaction with his parents for one night. Hell, he'd had enough for a lifetime. They'd given him life. They'd turned him into one of the top-rated draft picks in the league. Then they'd taken what they saw as their just reward. Trust me, I learned that lesson the hard way, Dad, Zach said, embedding as much disgust as possible into that last word before turning and striding to the exit, hoping like hell the snarl on his face would keep the rest of the world the fuck away from him. Keeping his head down and his snarl in place, Zach was one of the first players on the plane. He walked all the way down to the last row by the bathroom, the one spot no one ever wanted, and sat down, tossing his backpack on the empty seat next to him. Dude, Stucky said, stopping in the aisle beside Zach's row. Move your shit. Seat's taken, he said. Stucky chuckled. Buy your backpack? Yeah. Stucky let his head fall back and let out a deep breath as if he was barely holding on to his California surfer boy patience. Well, fuck you too. Then he muttered asshole under his breath as he pivoted and strode back up to the front of the plane where the rest of their line was sitting. Zach watched him go, ignoring the little voice in his head confirming that he was, indeed, an asshole. Good. It was about time he returned to form. He may not have wanted to see his parents, but it was a good reminder of how the world really was. It wasn't just sexy nurses and blocked goals. It was disappointment and a constant slog. And if the reality of that put him in a bad mood, made people hate him on sight? Excellent. Then that would be one less user to deal with. His phone vibrated as a text message came in. LL. Great game tonight. He stared at the message from Fallon for a full 30 seconds, fighting off the urge to enjoy the interaction before he could shoot back the bare minimum. Zach, TKS. Her answer popped up almost immediately. LL. The check you put on Bartnan was a thing of beauty. He sent a thumbs-up emoji in response. If he was an asshole before, he was a gaslighting dickhead now. Still, it was what needed to be done. So the silence from the other end of the phone was both an indictment and a confirmation. He should have known better, though. Fallon didn't let things go. LL, are you okay? Zach, fine. For someone who couldn't shake the feeling that everything was about to go to shit. His parents hadn't shown up for pocket change. They wanted more, and they would figure out a way to get it. LL, on the plane yet? Zach, yep. He was doing the right thing here with the short answers and refusing to be drawn in. She was his lady luck, but self-preservation wasn't something to be fucked with. Things with Fallon weren't easy in the regular sense. She was too much of a pain-in-the-ass scrapper for that, but they were at ease together. Their snarly personalities fit. LL, so about the fundraiser. Zach, I'll talk to the guys on the flight. Yeah, that was not gonna happen. LL, no. You don't have to come. He stared at his screen. This was good. It was fucking great. So why was he in danger of crushing his phone in his tight grip? Zach, you don't want me there? LL, that's not what I said. Yeah, it was. And again, he should be doing the happy dance in his chair. He wasn't. Zach, the fuck, Fallon? LL, you don't owe me any quid pro quo. I'll show up to the games. I'll keep my word. That stopped him, and all he could hear was the rush of his pulse pounding through his ears. She didn't want any quid pro quo? That was how the world worked. Thanks, Mom and Dad, for that timely reminder. What she was really saying here was that she didn't want him. He might get paid to move a puck around the ice, but even he could grasp that truth. Zach, and my word to you isn't important? LL, that's not what I said. Zach, that's exactly what you said. He would have showed the text stream to Stucky, who would definitely agree, if he hadn't all but told the defenseman to fuck off. LL, don't be obtuse. All I'm saying is that I don't want to use you. If you want to come to the fundraiser tomorrow afternoon of your own free will, great. If you don't, fine. That hit a little too close. Why would she? And that's when it hit him. Zach, is this because of the other night? Because you want to do it on the regular? LL, what, all the hot sex? You think a few orgasms turns me into someone who has to have a man? For the first time since he left the locker room, the corner of his mouth kicked up. Holy hell, they really were two peas in an uncomfortably tight pod. Exposed soft underbelly? Cover that shit up with a titanium plate. Zach, stop doing that. LL, what? Zach, getting defensive because you feel vulnerable. LL, look who's been reading all the self-help sites. Ouch! That was a direct hit. Still, it just made him snort laugh. She wasn't wrong. His yoga teacher had recommended a few sites for mindfulness, and he'd overheard one of the other guys talking about this personality quiz he'd taken at his girlfriend's insistence about some kind of love languages thing. So yeah, he was a Googling motherfucker, but that didn't mean he wanted anyone to know. LL, that was bitchy. I'm sorry. How did she make that look so easy? It literally took her 35 seconds to go from explosion to apology. Him? He usually stewed and held grudges and plotted revenge that he'd never carry out. But this time, he needed to try something different. Zach, I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have been an ass when you first texted. LL, it's a little awkward now, I guess, after the sex. And there was this Fallon who really wasn't his, and that was starting to make his stomach cramp, blunt and to the point. Zach, it's not that. LL, what is it? Did he really want to go there? On text. Screenshots lived forever, as one of his old teammates found out when some chick put him on blast after they'd broken up. Some dudes really shouldn't take dick pics. But this wasn't someone with a grudge. This was Lady Luck. No, this was Fallon. Zach, my parents were at the game. LL. Oh, that's nice. Zach, not at all. LL. Oh. I don't want to butt into your business. I know how it feels to have an overbearing family that's always too involved in your life. Yeah, that wasn't his problem unless by business she meant bank account. Zach, there was shit that went down. LL, I'm sorry. You don't have to say any more. Just know, whatever it was, that it sucks and I'm sorry it happened. Most people would want every detail. Hell, he would, too. Yet, Fallon kept her nose out of it. He should be thankful. He should move the conversation in another direction. He didn't. Zach, I'm millions in debt because of them. They were my managers and didn't pay my taxes when they told me they had. They signed me up for loans I didn't know about, and some that I did, but I didn't realize how predatory the terms were. I just signed because my parents said it was a good deal. They siphoned off money in addition to their salaries from my first paycheck to the last one before I figured everything out. Too late. Dumb jock for the win. By the time he finished and hit send, he wasn't sure if he was still breathing. Everything hummed and burned and felt great all at the same time. LL, you're not dumb. Zach, I was for trusting them. He should have known better. He should have seen what they were really like. He'd been an idiot. LL, how have you kept all of this on the down low? This is huge. They should be in jail. I want to fly out there right now to yell at them at the very least. Of course she did. She was Wonder Woman in scrubs, out for truth and justice. The mental image of her in a metal breastplate and thigh-high boots while holding a lasso put a different spin on his mood. Yeah, he'd totally be putting that in his pocket to think about later when he could be alone. Zach, Lucy stamped out any hint of it in the press. Coach Peppers helped make sure the team took care of my basic necessities. Kyle worked out a payment deal with the banks and the IRS. They're the only ones who know. And now you. I don't want anyone to know. Ever. I just want to pay off my debts and get free from underneath all of it. The conversation bubbles on her end appeared and disappeared 5 times before her next message came through. LL, why did you tell me? He didn't even have to think about it. He knew the answer the same way he knew which way an opposing player was going to move or if there was a hole in their defense that needed to be covered. Zach, are you gonna tell? LL, no. Zach, that's why. I trust you. More appearing and disappearing text bubbles. LL, what are we doing? He didn't have a clue, but he wanted to do more of it. Zach, I don't know, but I'll see you tomorrow. LL, you don't have to come to the fundraiser. Zach, I know. There was no way he was missing out on a chance to see Fallon again. The plane was picking up speed when his phone vibrated with an incoming message. This time it wasn't a text. It was a photo of Fallon on her bed. She was sitting cross-legged, wearing his Ice Knight's hoodie above her bare legs. Her face was turned up toward the camera, but she was looking away from it. The words "Sweet Dreams" were written in block text across the top of Fallon's picture. Yeah, he wasn't about to have sweet dreams after seeing that pic, which was a clear quid pro quo for his being vulnerable with her. She hadn't needed to send, but she did. And tomorrow, he'd show up at that fundraiser with every Ice Knight he could strongarm into coming. He couldn't fucking wait. Chapter 16. It was an hour until the official start of the clinic's second carnival fundraiser, and it was total chaos. There were a handful of volunteers' kids who were already running through the clinic, which had been transformed into a circus midway, with balloons and tickets for games. There were clowns everywhere, along with balloon animal makers and face painters for the kids-oriented circus-themed clinic fundraiser, but no Ice Knights and definitely not one in particular. There were about 1,000,000 things still to do before the doors opened, and they would be getting done a lot faster if Fallon didn't keep looking behind her to check the doors every 23 seconds, hoping to see Zach walk through. What had she been thinking with sending that pic last night? That wasn't something sort of friends and one-time fuck buddies did. Those people didn't flirt with each other, and she sure didn't, because flirting was definitely not her thing. And now she was going to have to see him again? Without the glass surrounding the hockey rink between them, or from the safe distance of her side of a texting conversation. This was going to be a disaster. Fallon tied the knot on a helium-filled balloon and handed it out to a waiting 6-year-old in pigtails and kept her nothing-to-see-here move-along folks smile on her face. It fooled the grade schoolers, but judging by the curious looks Harper and Cameron were giving her, she wasn't slipping one over on the adults. Harper, you did a great job organizing this. Another couple of these, and we'll be able to fund the food pantry for the entire upcoming fiscal year, Cameron said. It really helps that our overhead has been so low for these events because of the volunteers. How did you get all the clowns to work for free? Harper nodded toward one of the clowns across the waiting room. They'd turned into a station where the kids would be learning to pull scarves out of the sleeves of their jackets. I used to date the goofy one with the red hair and the kazoo. Interesting choice, Fallon said, taking in the guy with the bozo nose all t-shirt and rainbow suspenders. Harper leaned in close and dropped her voice so their boss wouldn't overhear. Sometimes I had him wear the nose to bed. She shrugged. Come on, everyone has their thing. Don't judge. Yeah, Fallon was not going to be the one to do that, especially not after the pic she'd sent Zach last night that he'd never responded to. That wasn't awkward at all. An embarrassed heat burned her cheeks, and the balloon she'd been trying to tie shut slipped from her grip, shooting off toward the ceiling like a rocket of shame. You okay? Cameron asked, looking up from the countdown-to-do list on his clipboard. You seem kinda nervous. She was, and it was a weird-ass feeling. Incoming traumas at the ER? Handled. People needing a comeuppance for being jerks to her friends? Done. Seeing Zach Blackburn after a night of orgasms that could never be repeated and sending a stupid selfie in his hoodie like someone trying to get back into his pants? Where was the never-ending hole she could fall into? Could it be because there's a particular hot hockey player who's coming today? Harper asked. Unsuccessfully willing the butterflies in her stomach to chill the fuck out, Fallon tried to remain calm. I'm not sure he's gonna make it. I am, the other woman said, her attention focused on the clinic's doors. And he brought friends. Fallon whipped around so fast that the tail of her braid thwopped her on the face. Way to play it cool, girl. Zach strode toward her as the kids and adults between them parted like the sea all except for Cameron's 5-year-old daughter, Bianca, who stood on a step stool with a stethoscope around her neck and 2 big latex gloves on her hands. You gotta pick me up, she demanded, totally nonplussed that she was staring down a professional athlete known for some of the hardest hits in hockey. The floor is lava, and I have to pee. Zach froze, his eyes wide. The 4 guys behind him, Caleb Stuckey, Alex Christensen, Ian Petrov, and Cole Phillips, who made up the rest of the Ice Knights' first line, stopped dead in their tracks, too. They looked around at one another, terror and confusion on each of their faces. Did none of them have nieces and nephews? Not that she did, much to her mom's annoyance, but still, Bianca was a kid, not a radioactive spider. Bianca held up her arms. Save me. Cameron was hustling over to get his daughter, but before he could get there, Zach scooped her up and tucked her under his arm, which Bianca took to be her cue to stick her arms straight out and make airplane sounds. Then he started heading their way. Good thing I have lava-proof armor on, he said to the little girl once they, and the other hockey players, made it across the room, and he handed Bianca to Cameron. The girl inspected him as she wrapped her arms around her dad's neck. Why do you have a stick in your eyebrow? Zach ran his fingers over his only visible piercing. It's a metal bar. Did it hurt? He shrugged those broad shoulders of his. A little. Are your ears pierced? Bianca looked up at her dad and let out a long-suffering sigh. Louise's ears are pierced, but Daddy says that I have to wait. Zach looked over at Fallon, and her heart did a little hip-hop skip thing, which meant she really needed to schedule a physical because there was no reason for it to do that. She may not be getting it on with half of Waterbury like Frankie before he met Lucy, but she knew well and good that one night of hot sex did not mean anything. Her current shortness of breath and a racing pulse had to have a medical explanation because, otherwise, she was in a world of shit, and she refused to accept that. The bitch of St. Vincent's ER did not develop crushes, especially not on a hot hockey player who only hung around because he thought she was some sort of lady luck. Girl, have some pride. Don't get sucked in. Your dad seems like a smart guy, Zach said, his gaze sliding over to Fallon for half a second, long enough for a sexy wink before returning to the little girl. I'm sure he has his reasons. I like your shirt, Bianca said, her voice loud and clear. Daddy says the Ice Knights finally pulled their heads out of their butts. Of course, all of the chatter in the clinic downgraded from a loud roar to a quiet chatter in the half-second before Bianca made her pronouncement, ensuring her voice carried to every corner of the waiting room. Zach's eyebrow went up, but his smile didn't waver. Behind him, the other players let out muffled chuckles. Cameron's face turned a shade of red that Fallon was pretty sure needed to be documented on a patient care chart. Sorry, he mumbled. Nah, Zach said. It's good to know our heads are back where they're supposed to be. Speak for yourself, Caleb said, the brawny defenseman whose nose seemed to have borne the brunt of an on-ice brawl or 12. My pretty mug has always been in the right place. Pretty, scoffed Alex, a forward with the hair of a shampoo model and a perfect smile that would sell 1,000,000 tubes of toothpaste. Do we need to tell Coach you need concussion protocol? So funny, Caleb snarled. Just remember I lost a tooth for you. Boys, Cole Phillips, one of the other forwards, said, smacking both of them on the back of the head at the same time. Be nice, we're in public. With another mumbled apology, Cameron hustled off to the bathroom with Bianca, leaving the 7 of them standing near the helium tank. Thank you so much for coming. She said it to all of the men, but she couldn't look away from Zach. He was in an Ice Knights long-sleeve tee and jeans, but it wasn't what he was wearing so much as how he was wearing it. Seriously, someone must have turned on the heat because it was getting steamy in here. No worries, he said, a sinfully knowing smile curling his lips because of course the man knew exactly what he was doing to her. Can I talk to you for a minute? In private? Play it cool, girl. She'd had her naked fun time with him already, and he was now officially out of her system. Really? 100%. They were just sort of friends now. The kind who sent stupid late-night selfies. OMG, what had she been thinking? Sure, she said, managing to pull from deep reserves somewhere in her toes to make herself sound like she was in total control at the moment as opposed to having a squadron of butterflies zoom around inside her every time Zach looked her way. I have to give you your wetsuit anyway. His eyes rounded with surprise. Wetsuit? It's October, she said. Kinda cold for an outdoor dunking booth without one. Blackburn, I am buying all the tickets for that one, the center Ian Petrov said with a laugh. Be warned, I was starting pitcher for my high school baseball team. Zach closed his eyes and mumbled something that sounded a lot like fuck me while the other men laughed. Come on guys, let's get you set up in your booths, Harper said, her eyes beaming as she gave the 4 men a collective and very appreciative once-over. Which one of you wants to give away goldfish? While they walked out toward the back parking lot where the booths were set up, she and Zach headed toward the staff break room. It looked the same as always, 2 small circular tables, a little kitchenette in the corner, a fridge in another corner, and a huge dry erase board on the wall with a thermometer drawn on it, showing the progress on their fundraising efforts. Whenever there was an all-hands meeting, the room fit 20. Still, it seemed small with him in it. The scent of his soap surrounded her, the anticipation of knowing he was there brushed against her skin, and there were so many horizontal surfaces that it gave her all sorts of ideas that she most definitely did not need to be having. Desperate for some air, she went over to the table with the wetsuit on it and picked it up. So this is on loan, but since your height and weight stats are on the team's website, we figured it should fit. What about my hoodie? He asked, taking the wetsuit from her grasp and dropping it back on the table. How does that fit? Yeah, sorry, she said, the words coming out breathy. I need to wash that and give it back. Damn. He was close enough that she'd barely have to reach out to touch him, trace her fingertips down his muscular chest, tug up his shirt, and twirl her tongue around his pierced nipples. As if he could read her thoughts, he moved nearer, winding the end of her braid around his finger. That's not what I want to know. Electricity snapped in the air around them, stealing her breath as every nerve in her body focused on him. I spent the entirety of the plane ride home with a hard-on, he went on, desire darkening his eyes until they were nearly black. I was wondering if the hoodie went low enough to cover your ass, or if it would stop just short, giving me the perfect view of the bottom of that sweet butt of yours. It goes down to my thighs. Brilliant. A response for the ages, girl. So I'd have to ask you to pull it up for me. He lowered his hand to her soft cotton shirt, inching it higher and higher. I like that too. That way I could have a nice long look at you from all angles. The mental image of that off standing in front of him only in his hoodie, lifting it ever so slowly, showing a new sliver of skin a breath at a time, had her squeezing her legs together in an effort to find relief. One night, that was what they'd agreed on. Zach, she asked, just barely hearing the urging of her better judgment anymore. What are you doing? He stroked the pad of his thumb over the skin above her jeans. Asking you very important questions. Her entire world collapsed into that small place on her body where he was touching her, leaving a trail of want behind. Why? Because. He dipped his head down and nipped her earlobe. I want to fuck you again, and at some point, I want to fuck you in that hoodie. She was supposed to have gotten him out of her system, but she hadn't, and if they did this, she wasn't sure she would. There was something about Zach, hidden under all those layers of attitude and defensiveness, she recognized someplace deep in herself. It was supposed to be one time. Honestly, she didn't know if she was talking to him or herself at that point. Is that all you want it to be? He asked, his voice rough and urgent. No. Then why can't we? It was a question she might have been able to answer if he weren't so close, but he was, and her body overruled the logic of her brain. She gave in to the urge to touch him, to feel his warm skin, lifting his shirt and skimming her palms up his unyielding chest. This isn't a good idea. But God, did it feel good to touch him. You're right. It's a great one. His hands were on her ass, cupping her through her jeans. Does that door lock? No, but the bathroom does. Her feet were off the ground the second the words were out of her mouth, and he was carrying her into the employee bathroom. The second they were inside the small room, he kicked the door shut and flipped the lock. They were both breathing hard, their eyes a little crazed. Then, he was kissing her as her hands roamed his body with an urgency she couldn't explain as it washed over her. When he broke off the kiss, there wasn't time to question the need, making her core ache, because he spun her around so she faced the bathroom counter. I will make up for the quickness of this later, he said between kisses and nips down her neck. What makes you think there will be a later? She asked, a question that probably would have carried more weight if she wasn't pressing backward and rubbing her ass against his hard cock. Because, he said, pushing her back enough that there was room for his hands on the button and zipper of her jeans. You want me just as bad as I want you. He shoved her jeans down past her ass, palming it and squeezing with just the right amount of pressure. Don't you, Fallon? He let go of her, but sliding his palm around her hip and slipping his fingers under the elastic of her underwear, but not going any farther. I'm gonna find out in a second just how much you want me, so you might as well give it up now. He brushed his fingertips across the top of her pubic bone, smoothing the tight curls there, so close to her sensitive clit that it was the best kind of torture. Yes, I want you. Good. He glided his fingers through her wet folds, one on either side of her clit, moving up and down but not touching her most sensitive spot. So soft and wet for me already. Do you want to come now, or while my cock is deep inside you? Fucking A. He turned her brain and legs to jello, and then he wanted her to make decisions. Inside. It was the only word she could get out as she rocked against his fingers, arching her hips in an effort to get him to touch her in just the right spot. So impatient. You're lucky we're so pressed for time, because I had the entire 5-hour plane trip last night to think about all the things I wanted to do to you. He circled her clit so slow it wasn't even close to fair. How many ways I wanted you to come on me and with me. He sped up, pressing harder against the sensitive spot. And just how damn bad I wanted to see my wet dick sliding in and out as I fucked you slow and hard. Holy hell, she was going to come just from listening to him. Zach, she moaned, sounding desperate and needy and not giving a shit. Please. I got you, Fallon. But he didn't. He let her go and stepped back. It was almost enough to make her cry out in frustration. Then she heard the crinkle of a foil wrapper being torn open and the unmistakable sound of a zipper going down. Watching him in the mirror, she shoved her jeans and underwear down to her ankles, spreading her legs as wide as she could, and planted her hands on the bathroom sink while arching her back and pushing her hips out as far as they would go. You look so good like that. She looked up at his reflection in the mirror, and a shiver of anticipation went through her right down to her toes. Stop looking and fuck me. Now, there's the bossy woman I know. He smoothed his hand over the curve of her ass. She shivered in anticipation and pleasure as she felt the smooth head of his cock rub against her before he pushed inside. Not all the way, just a taste. Then his hands were on her hips, and he yanked her back as he drove forward, filling her until it was all she could do not to scream out just how damn good it felt. Then she felt his fingers brush her clit as he leaned over her so his mouth was near her ear. You feel that? How good we fit together. He circled her clit with his finger. You're so wet and tight, so close to coming already, aren't you? Did you play with yourself last night after you sent me that pic? There was no point in lying, even if she could when he was inside her, making her body respond to his every thrust. Yes. And did you come all over those fingers? He asked, mimicking what she'd done to herself last night. Yes, she said, the words coming out low and needy. He picked up the pace, pushing into her hard and sure, filling her up until he was so deep. Will you let me watch sometime, see how you work that clit? Yes, she cried out as the tension building in her core tightened and spun, taking her higher with each thrust of his hips and circle of his fingers. She had no idea what it was about his words as he fucked her that did it for her, but her entire body was vibrating and reaching toward release until finally her climax hit, momentarily wiping out the rest of the world except for Zach fucking her hard until he came a few seconds later. Chapter 17. Zach had not planned on screwing Fallon in her clinic bathroom while a bunch of kids were outside, waiting to send him crashing down into a tank of water. Then he'd gotten into a room alone with her, and she had her hair in that braid again, was wearing an Ice Knights t-shirt, not one with his number on it, and something primal inside of him came roaring to the front. It wasn't just that he wanted his hands on her. It was that he only wanted his hands on her. The fact that she was wearing Pavel Gherkin's number, even though the guy was 60 if he was a day and his number had been retired, made him jealous. That was a new one, and he had no idea what in the hell to do with that, which meant that their quick post-sex cleanup in the bathroom was quiet as well as fast. Are you okay? She asked as she swiped some chapstick across her lips. You just went from dirty talking fuck machine to silent mode. He laughed. Do you ever not say what's on your mind? Occasionally, just to freak people out. She opened the bathroom door a crack and peeked out. Coast is clear. They walked out into what he assumed was a break room of some sort. There were windows on one end of the room, and he peeked through the closed blinds. There had to be 100 people out there already. His boys were already set up working the booths. Phillips was handing out miniature fishing poles to kids, trying to hook floating rings that would earn them a goldfish swimming in a plastic baggie. "So we have to go out there?" he asked as he turned around to face her. Fallon gave him a sassy grin and picked up the wetsuit. "Your public awaits." Yeah, he was not looking forward to putting that thing on. In fact, he didn't remember agreeing to a dunk tank. He was about to open his mouth and point that fact out, but the smile on Fallon's mouth shut him straight up. He didn't want to do anything to ruin that. Hell, he was fucked. She was his lady luck. He wasn't an idiot. He knew it was just a superstition, but without that, what draw would he have to keep talking to her and touching her and being with her? Even if she was the type to go for him for the money, she knew his secret that he didn't have any. She sure wasn't drawn to him because of his fame or his personality. The sex, they both enjoyed the hell out of that. Maybe if he could figure out how to keep that going, he could ensure she'd stay interested not forever. His parents had driven that message home with a Mack truck, but for a while. Was that too much to ask? Clearing his throat, he shook all the touchy-feely, old wounds shit out of his head. "I'm pretty sure your brothers are out there fighting with my teammates to see who gets to be first at throwing softballs at the bullseye to send me into the dunk tank." "Probably." She held out the suit. It took him all of 3 steps to cross the room and take it from her when what he really wanted to do was toss the suit down to the table again, throw her over his shoulder, and take her back to his place. "And what are you going to be doing while I'm doing that?" Rising up on her tiptoes, she gave him a soft kiss that packed a harder punch than any he'd taken on the ice. "I'm going to sneak to the front of the line while all the boys are arguing amongst themselves." Now that sounded exactly like something Fallon would do. She really was nobody's fool. "We need to talk after this." She cocked her head to one side. "About what?" "Us." Shit, he hadn't meant to say that. It just sort of came out. Concern flittered across her face, and she took a step back. "Zach." "Don't say anything now," he cut her off, hating the way her hesitation twisted his gut into a knot. "Just hear me out later. That's all I ask." "I can do that." She gave him another kiss that sent a shockwave straight to his dick and walked over to the door before pausing halfway through it. "Remember to watch out when you're in that dunk tank, because I've got a mean fastball." And with that, she disappeared out the door. All the oxygen in the room came back in a hot blast, nearly knocking him on his ass. This was insanity, and yet he couldn't get the very unnatural feeling grin off his face, one that remained on his face when he walked out of the break room in the wetsuit a few minutes later and ran smack into Marty. The photographer was leaning up against the wall, a single camera strung around his neck. Unease slithered up Zach's spine, and he fought the urge to stop in his tracks. If Marty was here, there was a reason for it, and it wasn't to cover the clinic's fundraiser. "You trolling the charity beat now, man?" Zach asked, keeping his tone friendly as he started down the hall toward the door leading to the back parking lot where the booths were set up. "I go where the story is," the photographer said, keeping step with Zach. "Word is your parents are making a comeback." Ball rose in his throat, burning the back of his mouth, but he managed not to falter in his steps. "What do you mean?" "They're trying so far unsuccessful. Lido locked down other hockey players as management clients, using you as an example of what they can do," Marty said. "Of course, they aren't your managers anymore." "Why is that?" Zach stopped and pivoted until he was face to face with the photographer. Marty might work the gossip side of the business now, but he'd supposedly been an award-winning investigative journalist at one point. According to Lucy, the man could smell a good story and fear, which were kind of the same thing. That meant Zach's only option was to brazen it out, as if the idea of his parents getting their claws into some rookie wasn't the most terrifying thing he'd ever heard in his life, one he'd have to find a way to stop. There was no way his parents could ever be allowed to do to some kid what they'd done to him. Looking down, Zach gave the other man a smile that wasn't the least bit friendly. "You really should stick to gossip photos. You're starting to see stories where there aren't any." "That's not what my sources say." "Are your sources Bobby and Donna Blackburn?" It wouldn't surprise him. Honestly, he hoped they were, because they were just the sort of people to make up mystery players they couldn't name out loud because they didn't exist. Marty shrugged. A journalist never tells. The happy screams of kids filtered in from outside as they fished for prizes and tossed balls into milk jugs for stuffed animals. Through the door's window, he spotted Stucky sitting at the autograph booth, putting a kid up on his shoulders and making a goofy face while the kid's mom took their picture. It was all so fucking wholesome it made his gut twitch. Yeah, your parents didn't fuck your head at all, did they, Blackburn? Letting out a deep breath, he turned his focus back to the photographer. There's no story, Marty. It's a sensitive subject, I can see that. He made a whatcha-gonna-do face. Still, it doesn't do my bank account any good to walk away with nothing. How about, as a sign of friendship, you agree to an exclusive of you and Lady Luck kissing? Nothing more, just a sweet kiss for all the folks in Harbor City rooting for you two to be dating for real. And I will help shush the rumors I keep hearing about your parents. One friend helping out another. Zach's blood pressure went from 1 to burn the world down in half a second as he imagined using Fallon like that. And what are you doing now with the Lady Luck bullshit, Blackburn? Frustration, rage, and guilt slammed together inside of him, and he didn't think. He just reacted, grabbing Marty by the shirt and shoving him up against the wall hard enough that the pictures hanging there shook. He got right in the photographer's face. Are you trying to blackmail me? Beads of sweat popped out on the other man's forehead, but his snarl stayed in place. Just trying to earn a living. Go earn it somewhere else. He let go of Marty's shirt and stepped back, his own rage making his breath hard. A blast of cool air hit his overheated skin as the door to the outside opened and shut. Cameron stood just inside the door holding his daughter Bianca's hand. Her big brown eyes were round as she regarded him with fear-tinged shock. It was completely different from the trusting admiration she'd shown when he'd rescued her from the lava floor earlier, and the difference made Zach wince. Everything okay? Cameron asked, looking from him to Marty and back again. Just a little difference of opinion, Zach said. Yeah, my friend was here the whole time. Marty glanced left to the other end of the hall, where a second photographer stood half-concealed in an exam room doorway. It's good to have friends, Blackburn. Too bad you don't understand that. Zach stood there, his hands curled into fists, as Marty and the other photographer walked away. Cameron gave him a curious look, but headed past him toward the waiting room where the clowns were set up. Bianca scooted past him, holding her daddy's hand tight as if Zach wasn't an ice knight, but a lava monster instead. The kid probably wasn't wrong. Fallon was not the first in line at the dunk tank. By the time she made it over there, after manning the free blood pressure screening booth for the past 2 hours, there was a line 15 deep. Is everyone taking extra shots? She asked the woman at the end of the line. Nah, Cole Phillips said he'd send autographed pucks to anyone who dunked Blackburn 5 times. Okay, that was pretty damn funny, especially considering the smack talk coming out of Zach's mouth right now as a guy in a Cajun Rage t-shirt wound up and shot a zinger that still managed to miss the bullseye. That was pretty damn generous of Cole. All of the ticket money for the extra opportunities to dunk Zach would be going to the clinic's food pantry fund, which, judging by the length of the line and how soaked Zach appeared, was going to be substantial. Looks like his plan is working, Fallon said. The woman brushed her dark hair back behind her ears and gave her a conspiratorial grin. This is the shortest the line's been in the past hour. Mr. Cajun Rage fired off another softball at the target right as Zach was bad-mouthing the Louisiana team's defensive strategy, which he was totally on the money about, and connected. Zach went down with a huge splash that got some of the folks closest to the tank wet. So you look totally familiar. The woman held out her hand. I'm Marty. I'm Cole Phillips's girlfriend. She rolled her eyes. Well, at least I am this week. We've had this whole on and off thing for a million years and oh my god. Her green eyes went big and buggy. I know where I know you from now. You're Lady Luck. Busted. She took the other woman's hand. Fallon Hartigan. You have the most amazing skin, she said, peering closer at Fallon. If I had your skin, I wouldn't put anything on it either, besides moisturizer. You have got to tell me what you use. Whatever is on sale at Target. Which was about as specific as she could get beyond the white bottle with the green writing and an illustration of a butterfly on it. You're killing me, Fallon. Marty sighed dramatically and slapped her hand over her heart. I am dying right here of jealousy. Are you really a nurse like they say, so you can keep me from keeling over? She didn't mean to laugh, but it was hard not to. The woman was seriously over the top. Gina and the girls would adore her. Yeah, I volunteer here, but I work at St. Vincent's. Go you, Marty said as she fiddled with the strap of her cross-body bag decorated to look like a pair of owl eyes. I am euphemistically between jobs at the moment, meaning my postdoctorate unpaid internship has not resulted in a job offer, so I am living with my parents. Again. It's awful. Nothing like moving back home when you're 27. Considering that was Fallon's personal nightmare and where she would have ended up had Frankie not moved in with Lucy, she could commiserate. That sucks. Tell me about it. Marty stepped in close and lowered her voice. So you and Zach, huh? What's going on there? Wait. She held up her hand and shook her head. Don't tell me. It's none of my business. Sorry, bad habit. My family is a little in everyone's business, which is really annoying when your boyfriend of the moment works for your dad. That's not awkward at all. Fallon was laughing for real now. Just the idea of dating one of the probies in her dad's firehouse made her want to hurl. And the questions from her mom would be intense, to put it mildly. Now that I can totally understand, she said once she caught her breath. My mom is like a one-woman Spanish Inquisition. We must be related somewhere along the family tree, and as such, you need to take this. Marty reached into her bag and pulled out a small card. Good for one mani-pedi and a personal styling session at Dylan's department store. Her stomach, still a little sore from laughing, sank like a lead weight. Here, female human who obviously doesn't understand this whole how to be a real woman thing. Let me fix that mistake, the card practically screamed at her. Thanks, I'm not really. Oh no, take it. Marty waved the card in her direction. It's the friends and family card, and I have a ton of them because Dylan's is an Ice Night sponsor, and they give a ton of these freebie cards to the team. It's not like my dad is going to go do a mani/pedi, even though he could totally use one, so they end up with me. You never know when you'll want a fun girl's day, and her face fell, and she crumpled the card in her hand. Oh my God. I just realized what I did. She closed her eyes, tilted her chin skyward, and let out a sigh before focusing on Fallon again. I am the queen of saying the wrong thing the absolute worst way. I did not mean that you needed a makeover. Shit. After all of the comments you've been getting online. She paused and seemed to register what must have been a look of total confusion on Fallon's face, because that was what she had swirling about inside her head. Comments? Marty grimaced. And I did it again. Because you haven't seen today's comments. And now you'll go looking for them, or at least wonder about them, and it's all because I'm a giant dumbass with 6 toes on my right foot. Thanks, Dad. Something clicked in Fallon's head as she looked at the dark-haired woman with the 60-mile-an-hour mouth. Dad as in Coach Peppers? Yep. Marty nodded. Of all the creepy things to pass down to your kid, 6 toes has to be the weirdest. I don't know. Maybe a 3rd nipple. But I'm off track. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to be a bitch about the whole makeover thing. Sometimes okay, most times me mouth moves way faster than my brain. I'm sorry. She grabbed Fallon's hands between hers. Really, I am. In the emergency room, a person got used to reading people on the quick and discerning the lies from the embarrassing, like I don't know how that action figure got there, to the awful, like it wasn't my husband, I walked into a door in 10 words or less. So she didn't need the 1.5 billion that had come out of Marty's mouth in one long, run-on sentence to realize the other woman was being sincere. It's okay, Fallon said. Because what was she gonna do? Scream about the tyranny of pink lipstick and false eyelashes? That whole girly girl thing is really not my thing, but my friends and I do a paint and sip night once a week or so. You should come. Oh, I am in. She dropped Fallon's hands and gave her a quick hug. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go sink Blackburn for the 5th time today. You don't want a signed puck, do you? She was the coach's daughter and dating sort of player, so getting a signed puck should be the equivalent of Fallon getting a signed Waterbury Fire Department calendar. Not that she wanted one, because you... Nah, Marty plucked a softball from the bucket of 3 she must have gotten when she'd bought her dunk tank ticket. I promised Cole I'd dunk Zach as often as I could today. I was a fast-pitch champion in college, so my arm is wicked good. She let out an ornery laugh as she waggled her eyebrows. That man is going down a lot. Giggling, Fallon looked over at the dunk tank, where Zach was climbing back up on the chair that collapsed every time someone hit the bullseye. I almost feel bad for him. He sat down in the chair, and his gaze locked with hers, and a shiver went through her that had nothing to do with the fall temperatures and everything to do with the man who she definitely should not be thinking about every 3rd second, let alone fucking in the bathroom. Oh, girl. Marty shook her head. You've got it bad. We're just sort of friends. Which didn't sound like a lame lie at all. Marty looked from Zach, who was doing his best badass smolder that made Fallon's nipples pucker, which was pretty impressive considering he was in a wetsuit sitting on a collapsible platform, and back to Fallon. Whatever she saw, it put a sympathetic smile on her face. Whatever you say, Fallon. Then she turned and walked up to the chalked throwing line and let loose with a hard pitch that landed against the bullseye with a thwack. And as the platform collapsed and Zach went down into the water, Fallon couldn't help but wonder if she was falling just as hard and fast. Chapter 18. Zach's house was empty and quiet after how loud and crowded the locker room had been after the latest Ice Knights win. People had been laughing, music blared, and some asshole had put a bobblehead doll of him in a plastic bin of water. A few months ago, he would have snarled at the perpetrator. Now, though, things felt different. He'd, instead, dumped the water over Petrov's head in retaliation. Of course, the reporters in the room got a cell phone shot of it, and the scene of all of them laughing at Petrov looking half-drowned made Sports Center before Stuckey even dropped him off at home. Now he was walking around his empty house with his post-game cheat of a pint of mint chocolate chip. The ice cream was delicious as usual, but he didn't get his usual thought-quieting buzz. Why? Because instead of Fallon in her usual seat on the other side of the glass at the Ice Knights arena, it had been a guy who looked like a retired accountant wearing a Lady Luck sash. Yeah, the view was definitely not as good as when Fallon was there. He glanced at the clock on the microwave as he wound his way through the kitchen on his 4th lap around the house. Her shift had ended 40 minutes ago, according to the info he'd gleaned from Lucy, who had greeted him with a hug and a "don't fuck with my girl" talking to outside the locker room. Stopping in front of the island, he stared at his phone sitting right in the middle of it. He hadn't talked to Fallon beyond a few hurried texts since they'd had sex in the bathroom at the clinic right before she'd left the fundraiser early for a shift at the hospital. The urge to call her had only grown in the past 2 days, to the point where he'd left his phone on the island so he wouldn't start texting. If she wanted to talk, she'd reach out to him. That was how it usually worked. Someone wanted something from him. They called or texted or waited outside a locker room to flush his day down the toilet. Yeah, thinking of his parents was definitely not what he wanted to do at the moment. What he wanted was Fallon, but he had no idea what he was doing. She wasn't a booty call, she wasn't a puck bunny, and she wasn't the single girl from college that had been his last actual relationship. Not that he wanted a relationship. He just wanted to hang out with her but naked, and then they'd talk after, argue hockey greats, and order in food. Christ, he made himself sound more pathetic the longer he thought about it. Locate your balls and call her, Blackburn. He tossed the empty pint carton in the trash, put the spoon in the dishwasher, and grabbed his phone, which he stared at in confusion for way longer than someone who used the damn thing 8 billion times a day should. Your balls. They're currently in deep storage. How about taking them out? Hip-checking the annoying, mocking voice in his head, he opened up his contacts. There she was under LL, which just seemed stupid. She was more than Lady Luck. He and his missing balls could both agree on that. He tapped the edit button and added an FA in front of the LL and then an on after. Then, a quick Google Images search later, he uploaded a contact pic of her screaming bloody murder from the stands while he and Johansson traded haymakers on the ice. Like an asshole, he grinned at that shot for way too long. Fuck this. Your gonads have been ball-napped. You're on your own. Ignoring the dish-a-bag in his head, Zach hit call. Hey, she said, her voice groggy and sleep-roughened. He winced. Sorry, I thought you'd just gotten off work a little bit ago. I did, she said. Came home and collapsed in my bed. And he was the jerk keeping her up. You shouldn't have picked up. Go get your sleep. If I didn't want to talk to you, I wouldn't have, she said. Great game tonight. I got to see a couple of minutes of highlights during my break. If that's how she wanted to play it, he wasn't about to argue. Instead, he started back toward his room, shutting off lights on his way. Wish you'd have been there. I think you did fine with the stand-in. The muffled sound of covers being tugged into place carried over the line. That guy was a good sport to wear that sash thing. Yeah, it was true, but that dude was also the last person he wanted to talk about when he had Fallon on the phone. So, are you working Thursday? There's no game that night. I know. He walked into his room, flipped the phone audio to speaker, and tossed it on his bed before he started to undress. I was hoping we could go out to dinner, maybe catch a movie. There was a pause long enough for him to shuck all his clothes off and crawl into bed, which was really damn long. You still there? He asked. She let out a soft chuckle. Are you asking me out on a date? Yes, absolutely. Maybe. Considering what happens when there's not plexiglass between us, I'm not sure if it's a good idea. You'd rather just come over here? Okay, he was completely down with that. Or I can come over there. That's not what I meant. He took her off speaker and put the phone to his ear again, the activity giving him an outlet for the sudden onset of nervous jitters, making him not just want but need to move. What do you mean? That despite my better judgment, I'm starting to like you. His pulse sped up, even though he was lying propped up on a pair of pillows instead of skating his ass off to stop a breakaway, which was what this felt like. She liked him. Liked him. Not a coy tease or an implied maybe, but just the facts, straight out and without adornment. That was his girl. You make it sound like a bad thing. She let out a half giggle, half sigh. More like a dangerous thing. I'm completely harmless. Yeah, he didn't even believe himself. Not even when I'm so tired I can barely keep my eyes open will I ever agree with that one. I'm gonna convince you to go out with me. As soon as he said it, everything clicked into place. It was like seeing a play form on the ice seconds before the players moved and knowing where the puck was going to go. This was going to happen. They were going to happen. All he had to do was get her to agree. Good luck to you, she said. I'm a stubborn woman. I'll have to play dirty then. And he most definitely wasn't above that, especially not when inspiration hit out of thin air in the form of an already planned Ice Knights players and family event. How about a group thing? No pressure. No chance for us to get naked. Plus, you can shoot me with paint pellets. You're a glutton for punishment, aren't you? She asked with a laugh. What time? He raised his fist in triumph. Be ready at 11. We'll swing by and pick you up. We? What fun would it be if I told you everything? Especially since, as a total Ice Knights fan, she'd freak out knowing she was going to be hanging out with the entire team. You can't just hang up now without more details, she said, excitement making her voice higher, and the words come out quicker than usual. It doesn't work that way. Now you know how I felt when you sent that selfie before my plane took off. Curious. Needy. Wanting more. Sweet dreams, Fallon. Fallon had no idea how she'd ended up squatting behind a haystack as paint pellets flew overhead. Scratch that. She knew exactly how she'd ended up there, and it was all because of the guy with the fabulous ass sneaking around a tower of old tires a few yards away. When he said the other night that she'd get to hit him with paint, She was thinking more along the lines of a color run or a messy paint and sip. Instead, they were in a field littered with obstacles along with half the ice knights and their significant others playing paintball. There were only 5 of them left in play in this round, with all the others shooting off wisecracks from behind a 10-foot-high chain-link fence, where everyone went once they'd gotten splattered with a bright yellow paint pellet. "Hey, Blackburn," she yelled as she stood and took aim. He turned and must have realized halfway through his pivot that he'd made a rookie mistake because he tried to dive behind the tire tower, but it was too late. She fired off the last 2 rounds in her air gun, hitting him right in the middle of his camouflage vest. "Nice shot." Fallon whipped around. Marty stood a few feet away, her own vest free of any paint, with a friendly grin on her face and her finger on the trigger. "Sorry, Fallon." The paint pellet hit her in the shoulder, leaving a yellow splotch and a dull ache like getting nailed by a hard-packed snowball. "Don't let the sweet smile fool you. Marty is a bloodthirsty competitor," Zach said as they did the walk of shame together off the field. "You know her pretty well?" Not that she was jealous. She was just curious, and the uptick in her blood pressure was the result of the paintball. That was all. "Coach Peppers coached my travel team in high school. Marty was always around." "Don't ask. Don't ask. Don't ask." "And did you ever?" He nodded and held open the gate to where everyone else had gathered. "Like rabbits." And that's what she got for asking. Her stomach sank. She liked Marty, but she did manage to make wearing a dorky camo vest and goggles look cute. And Fallon? She didn't need a mirror to know that the minute she took off the goggles she was going to have a red imprint across her forehead and under her eyes. Super attractive. "I'm kidding," Zach said, pivoting so that he was directly in her path. "We've never and I would never." "Why?" Not that she was digging for more, but she was totally digging for more. He snaked an arm around her waist, pulling her close as they walked toward the rest of the team at the covered picnic area. "She's too nice for me." He dipped his head down so his lips were millimeters from her ear. "I like em more bitchy." The warmth of his breath against her sensitive skin sent a shiver of anticipation down her spine. The man was trouble to her personal pledge not to end up naked with him again. "Is that supposed to flatter me?" she asked, quickening her step toward the group of players, wives, and girlfriends sitting around the picnic tables, watching the action and drinking hot chocolate and steaming apple cider. "Does it?" he asked, looking at her as if he already knew the answer as he easily kept pace with her fast steps. "A little. Or a lot, judging by the way her heart was going 1,000,000 miles an hour and the fact that she had to shove her hands in her pockets to keep from touching him." "Then yes. I'm known all across Harbor City for my flattery skills." Even he couldn't keep a straight face. "You're so smooth." She rolled her eyes and sat down at the end of the picnic table, close enough to everyone else to still be a part of the group, but not so close that they were right next to them. "Of course, we did meet when you were puking your guts up, so there really was nowhere for you to go but higher." He sat down beside her, his gaze locking on hers, and the world tilted just for a second. "That wasn't when we met." It wasn't his words that got her right in the solar plexus, but the way he said it. The way his voice lowered, his eyes darkened, and his entire focus zeroed in on her as if how they'd first set eyes on each other was important. They were on the edge of something here, and she wasn't sure if she was ready. Taking in a steadying breath, she tried to pull back and create some mental distance with that old familiar snarky teasing. "Oh, you're finally ready to admit that you knew exactly who I was when I showed up at your house? You knew I was full of shit, huh?" he asked. Chuckling, she nodded. "You got all 3 of my sisters' names right while you were forgetting mine." "Yeah, I knew." "And you didn't make me pay for it?" She shrugged. "Figured you puking your guts up was punishment enough." He leaned in close, his smell enveloping her as his fingers strummed along the length of her inner thigh. Such a softie. When it came to him, it had started to feel like that. There was just a sense of ease that came from being around him. Not that she was relaxed. She was way too turned on for that. But being with Zach just felt right. They felt right together. "Oh my God," Cole said, flopping down on the opposite side of the picnic table from them and letting out a huff of annoyance. "Would you two just get a room already, or go behind a tree or something? Some of us are not in the mood for all the lovey-dovey." "Phillips, did Marty come to her senses again?" Caleb Stuckey asked, scooting down to their end of the table. Cole glowered at his teammate. "She's impossible." "Really? It's her, huh?" Zach asked. "The woman who has a doctorate, can kick your ass in pool, and is currently wiping the field in this paintball battle? Don't forget she's hot," the team's center said. "Shut it, Petrov," Cole said while flipping off the other guy. Brain trying to catch up on this kind of conversational whiplash, Fallon turned to Zach. "Do I even want to know?" "This is a constant cycle for them," he said, shaking his head. "This time they made it 6 months, though. That's a record." Cole shrugged and looked down at the spread of 3 yellow globs of paint across his chest. "Did she do that?" Fallon asked, wincing because unless she was mistaken, Marty had triple tapped the forward with direct hits to the heart. Cole nodded, stood up, and turned around to show off his back with an additional 2 splatters right between his shoulder blades. The rest of them let out a collective groan. Someone had sent a message, and not a particularly subtle one. "Look, you like her?" Zach asked as the other players looked at him like the team leader he was. "Then find your balls and figure out a way to make it happen." And as he finished, his heated gaze fell on Fallon. The air crackled around them as the rest of the team and their significant others fell away, and realization jolted through her clear and loud like a lightning bolt in a summer storm. She wouldn't just fall for Zach if she wasn't careful. She already had. So what in the hell did she do now? Her brain was trying to work through the possibilities when a text buzzed through on her phone, making her ass vibrate. She pulled it out of her back pocket, still in a kind of haze, but one look at the group message changed everything. "Mom, emergency family meeting ASAP. Battery dying. Can't give you details yet. Not bad. See you soon." Lungs squeezed tight, she jolted up and away from the picnic table. Sure, her mom had said not bad, but when it came to their family, there was a lot of space between good and bad when it came to injuries sustained in a fire or a shooting. "Something happened," she said, barely able to get the words out. "I gotta get home." In a heartbeat, Zach was up with an arm around her, grounding her to the here and now instead of the million horrible possibilities. "Take my car." Caleb, who'd given them a ride to the paintball field in his truck, tossed his keys to Zach. "Don't worry," Zach said as he guided her to the truck. "I've got you." 3 words she held onto as they sped down the highway toward whatever was waiting at her parents' house. Chapter 19. The Hartigan house was total chaos. The entire family was packed into the living room when they arrived, everyone talking over each other at a volume probably audible from space. Then, just to add to the general insanity, there was a French bulldog chasing an orange tabby cat with one eye and a chunk missing from its ear from one end of the house to the other. It had been like that since he and Fallon had burst through the doors a minute ago, and it had Zach on edge, but Fallon seemed to take it all in stride. As soon as she gave the room a once-over that seemed to assure her that both parents and all 6 of her siblings along with their significant others were alive and apparently unharmed, her vice-like grip on his hand relaxed, but she didn't let go. Instead, they stood in the doorway to the kitchen and watched the chaos. Fallon relaxed against him, laying her head on his arm and letting out a soft huff of amused annoyance. She did it again. Surveying the room, he tried to pick up on what and who she was talking about, but this whole family thing was not his game. "What do you mean?" "Last time my dad got promoted, Mom sent out a similar get your butts here right now message." She shook her head and looked at him with a "can you even believe it" expression. Everyone rushed over, and we found them 2 glasses into the bottle of celebratory champagne. The whole explanation made little to no sense to him because, glancing around the room, it looked like everyone was pissed off. Well, except for Lucy and Frankie, who were both standing in the corner laughing their asses off. What in the hell was going on? Really, we should know better, Fallon said. I love my mom, but she always thinks it's gotta be done her way, and now. The laugh burst out of him before he could think better of it. The irony was just too sweet. Sounds like someone I know. Fallon looked up at him, her eyes big with mock innocence. I'd never cause this much chaos, and anyway, I am always right. Before he could call her on that bullshittery, an ear-splitting whistle from the family matriarch cut through all the noise, and everyone except for the dog and cat fell silent. They all turned to Kate Hartigan, who smiled at the crowd as if she hadn't just caused all the drama and given them a heart attack in order to get them in the family home ASAP. Frankie and Lucy have an announcement, she said, turning to the couple in question. We're getting married, Lucy and Frankie said at the same time as she lifted her left hand and showed off a gleaming ruby engagement ring. There was half a beat of silence, and then it was like the Hartigans had won the Stanley Cup, the Norris Trophy, and been inducted into the Hall of Fame all at the same moment. Everyone was screaming and hugging. Kate hustled over to Fallon and him, drawing them both into a quick squeeze strong enough to have broken a rib or two. I know you're about to kill me, Fallon, but they wanted to wait until everyone was together at family Saturday lunch to make the announcement, and I had no chance of keeping something as good as this to myself for 48 hours. The words came out fast and with a hint of guilt clinging to them, but I did tell you all that it wasn't anything bad. Fallon laughed and shook her head as if this was all par for the course when it came to the Hartigans. Did he tell you I helped pick out the ring? You did, Kate asked. That does not sound like my favorite tomboys thing. Well, that girly girl stuff is definitely not me, but neither is Frankie helping Felicia pick out a date night dress to wear, so I guess when it comes to the people we love, we do whatever it takes. Of course, Kate said as if it was ridiculous to even question it. We're Hartigans. Another cheer went up on the other side of the room as Faith, Fiona, and Gina gave Lucy huge hugs while Frankie received a million hard back slaps from his brothers. What hit Zach right between the eyes as he watched them was just how genuinely happy everyone was for one another. He could practically feel the shared joy like a warm blast of air on his skin. The closest thing he'd ever experienced had been the night he'd been drafted, and even then, the excitement was infused with a hefty dose of "we'll finally get ours now" from his parents. And the kicker was, he thought that was just the way families worked. Everything was transactional. Growing up, it had been the camaraderie with teams he'd played on, the bond he'd experienced with the other guys on the ice, that he'd thought had been an outlier, not his family. However, watching the Hartigans was like looking through a window at the way things should have been. And now that you're practically family, Zach, Kate said, pulling him back to the here and now, you've got to join us in the toast. You like whiskey, right? Frank's gone down to the basement to get the good stuff. She powered on as if she hadn't even asked him a question. Who knows, maybe you two can get a move on things and make it a double wedding. Fallon gasped, her face turning a blotchy red. Mom? What? Kate shrugged. Like I'm the only one who's noticed how you two are together. When you know, you know. Your father and I got married less than 4 months after we met, and look at us now. Plus, she paused as she unbuttoned her cardigan and showed off a t-shirt with Team Zuck written on it in fancy font. There's this. How could I not buy it? He'd read the posts, seen the comments, mostly good with a few would it kill her to look more like a woman should ones that made him want to punch the assholes who wrote them, and rolled his eyes at the hashtag. Still, seeing Kate Hartigan in a Team Zuck shirt should have taken everything to a whole new level of get me the fuck out of here, but it didn't. Instead, he was having too much fun watching Fallon turn shades of red he didn't even know existed to worry about the fact that her mom was angling for them to more than hook up. Fallon covered her face with her hands and let out a loud, horrified groan. We need to make a $1 jar for all of the awkward things you say, she said, her words coming out muffled from behind her long fingers tipped with short, unpainted nails. Are you trying to encourage me? Kate said as she buttoned her cardigan without even an ounce of shame or embarrassment. I'd use all the money I put in there to finally get your dad to go to Italy with me. Could you imagine all the delicious food we'd eat? You should come with Hudson and me next time, Mom, the youngest Hartigan, Felicia, said when she and her fiancé wandered into the conversation. Then who would watch your devil cat? Finn asked, handing glasses of whiskey neat to Zach, Kate, and Fallon. The cat in question sat perched on the top of a high-backed chair, totally ignoring the French bulldog doing everything in its power, from little yapping barks to pitiful whining, to try to gain its attention. That would be you, Finian, since you obviously are going to be needing the company soon when Fallon moves out, Felicia said, pushing up her eyeglasses and giving a look that just dared Zach to contradict her. Enough, you two, Kate said. Your dad's about to give a toast. They all turned toward the family patriarch, who stood next to Frank and Lucy. I was a firefighter with absolutely no plans of settling down when I met your mother. Love may be patient and love may be kind, but it's also an inconvenient pain in the ass sometimes. Love had other ideas, and falling for her was the best thing that had ever happened to me. Lucy, I don't know what you were thinking when you said yes to this guy here because, let's face it, like my Kate, you could do 1,000,000 times better than to marry a Hartigan. He paused while everyone including Frankie laughed. But welcome to the family. I wish the both of you all of the happiness Kate and I have had, plus more. He raised his glass. To Frankie and Lucy. The whiskey didn't burn like Zach had expected when he sipped it. It had a warm, spicy smoothness that went down like velvet. Wow, that's good. Never doubt the Irish when it comes to good whiskey. Fallon slipped her hand into his, intertwining their fingers. And I'm so sorry about my mom. I had no idea she'd gotten that shirt. Keeping an eye on everyone, Zach maneuvered Fallon into a narrow hallway off the living room, one with a huge plant in it that practically hid them from view. Her back was pressed against the wall, and he stood in front of her, so close they were almost touching. This was not a good idea, being this near to her when he couldn't touch her the way he liked. There were 1,000,000,000 Hartigans only a few feet away, but he didn't care not when Fallon was looking at him like she wasn't sure if she wanted to bang him or run away. Because he knew exactly which option he'd pick. Dipping his head down, he brushed his lips across the shell of her ear. Are you saying you're not Team Zuck? Team Zuck? At this moment, Fallon was Team Take Me Now, even though she was at her parents' house in the middle of an impromptu engagement party. She had lost all self-control. That was what being around this man did to her. It's a horrible name, she said. She needed to move, get some space between them, but her feet had mutinied along with her hormones. It sounds like Team Suck. One side of his mouth curled upward. How was it that she thought he was such an asshole grump before? Obviously, she'd been confused, because Zach Blackburn was all soft, except where he was so very, very hard. His kissed his way down her neck. You didn't answer my question. It wasn't fair, and he had to know it. Hell, he was playing this distraction game like a pro, and it took everything she had to remember that her family was just on the other side of her mom's biggest philodendron. This is fun. She exhaled a shaky breath as her nipples hardened, desperate for the kind of attention her neck was getting. But it wouldn't work out. That stopped him. He took a step back, which was a blessing even if her whole body let out a collective fuck you to her for stopping the fun. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked, why not? For so many reasons, most of which had to do with her liking him so much it scared the shit out of her, which there was no way in hell she'd admit out loud. She had to go with something, though, because she could tell by the determined set to his jaw that he wasn't going to give up on this. Luckily, that dumb hashtag gave her the perfect thing to point to. I've seen the kind of women you usually date. She'd seen the pics. He used to get snapped with super hot, could have been a model types, like the rage fan who'd tried to poison him. That's not me. I don't wear skirts and high heels. I'm not into makeup or having my hair done, and the idea of getting a manicure gives me the shivers. I don't flirt, and I don't keep my opinions to myself to safeguard someone else's ego. You also wouldn't poison my muffins just so you can play nursemaid. And that brings up another thing. You're on the road all the time and those hot, sexy women are going to throw themselves at you. His eyes went wide. You think I'd cheat on you? Yeah, the idea of that turned the very good Irish whiskey in her stomach into battery acid. No, but I think there would be comparisons and I'd be found lacking. She rubbed her stomach, trying to make the ache and the sense of loss go away. I'm not getting a makeover to fit better into your world. Did I ask you to? He whisper-shouted. She shook her head. No. Good, because I'd hate for us to be confused on that point. A makeover is the last thing in the world you need. Those assholes on social media don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about. He closed the distance between them again, his hands resting on her jean-clad hips. However, I will say the skirt thing is kind of a bummer. It's not about how it would look, although I love your legs, but for efficiency. It would be so much easier to touch you right now and show my appreciation for just how fucking hot you are if you were in a skirt. And BM. Her entire perspective about skirts changed. My whole family is just on the other side of that overgrown potted plant. Did that sound like a regretful whine to him? That's sure as hell what it sounded like to her own ears. Don't worry, you're safe with me, he said, looking at her as if she was anything but at least when it came to keeping her clothes on. But don't think I'm fooled by that BS you just threw my way. That was a deke. Damn. She should have known better. I'm not trying to use a fake move to throw you off. I think you are, and here's why. We've been thinking about this whole thing all wrong. His grip on her hips tightened, and he lowered his face close to hers. Today wasn't our first date. It was just our latest. Were the others so exciting that I totally forgot about them already? She asked, desperate to hold on to her sanity before she jumped him in the hallway of her parents' house. Smartass. He gave her a kiss, sliding his lips across hers and twisting his tongue around hers in a quick, ruthless tease meant to tune her up without giving her any way to get off. We've been dating for weeks, but we were both too chicken to call it that. It was hard to form any kind of argument when such a delicious ache had started in her core, making her breath catch and her heart race. Desire, hot and demanding, had her burning with want. Wearing a skirt suddenly seemed like not a good idea, but the best idea ever. All she wanted was to feel him against her, easing that sense of need, making her wet. You're reading too much into it. Her hungry gaze dropped to his hard cock pressing against his jeans. She licked her lips, imagining how good it would be if they were somewhere else, and she could just slip down to her knees and take him deep in her mouth. But they weren't, and she couldn't, so she forced herself to keep going. I was just acting like your lady luck so you could give yourself permission to love the game again and play it like you know you can. He lifted a pierced eyebrow. Wrong again. I'm never wrong. Zach was looking at her as if he'd figured out how to make her come just by glancing her way. The expression on his face should have been illegal. It probably was. You were wrong. He pulled her close, his cock pressing against her stomach, and lowered his voice, made gravelly with want. Because the woman who came all over my dick the other day wasn't doing it so I could score a goal. She was doing it because she likes me as much as I like her. He rocked against her. And I like her a lot more than I probably should. That sizzle in her head? It was the sound of the last threads of her resistance getting fried like a moth in a bug zapper. She liked this man, more than liked him really, and what kind of chicken shit wimp was she if she didn't at least go for it? A loud rustling sounded from the philodendron, enough noise that she couldn't help but look over in that direction. There was nothing there but the huge plant. However, her sister Fiona's loud whisper came from the other side. You two have about 3 seconds before Mom figures out where you snuck off to, so pull it together. Fallon moved to put some space between them before they got busted, but Zach wasn't going anywhere. The man had an advantage right now, and he knew it. Really, she'd be disappointed if he didn't press it. Admit it, he said. Your team's up. Was she currently the same temperature of the sun because she was so turned on or because her mom was going to discover them at any second? Both. Definitely both. Let's just get through this party and then we can talk about it later. He gave her a quick kiss. I'm holding you to that. He took a step back just as her mom rounded the massive houseplant. There you are. Come on, Kate said, giving them a narrow-eyed you're not fooling anyone look. Your brother wants to toast his soon-to-be bride. They followed behind her mom, holding hands and no doubt both giving off guilty as hell vibes. It didn't matter, though. All eyes were on the happy couple at the front of the room while all Fallon could do was think about how quickly she could get Zach away from here and them both out of their clothes. Chapter 20. It had taken approximately 400 years, but he and Fallon had finally snuck out of the Hartigans' house after giving one more congratulations hug to Lucy and Frankie. They'd driven the few blocks to Fallon's place like two teenagers sneaking out to screw. The house she shared with Finn was a cute place that, unlike Zach's house, had furniture and actually looked like someone lived there. Hold on, I'll be right back, she said with a mysterious smile and left him in the living room almost as soon as they walked in. I just want to grab your hoodie real quick. She was gone down the hallway before he could stop her. He didn't give two shits about the hoodie. All he wanted was to get her back to his house so they could get naked. One-track mind? Him? Hell, yeah. But when she'd asked to stop at her place, he wasn't about to say no. He seemed to have a hard time of that when it came to her, plus he wasn't above getting a peek at another aspect of her life. If someone would have told him 6 months ago that he not only would have attended 2 fundraisers for a free clinic along with a paintball fun day with his teammates and enjoyed all 3 events, he would have laughed in their face. Then he probably would have told them to fuck off. Yeah, he definitely earned his nickname. Doing laps around the living room while he waited for Fallon, he checked out the family photos on the fireplace mantel. There were pictures of trips to theme parks when the kids were all still in school, another of a family barbecue, and then there was one of Fallon at her nursing school graduation. She was standing next to a guy, and they had their arms wrapped around each other's waists. While Fallon was looking straight at the camera, the guy was looking at her. Zach ground his teeth together and fisted his hands at his side as an unfamiliar raged annoyance zipped through him. Zach didn't know who the dude was, but he didn't like him. Jealous much? When it came to Fallon, yeah, it turned out he was. Found it, Fallon said, pulling his attention away from the photo and over to the other end of the living room. He took one look at her then offered up a thank you to the universe that he was in good shape, because otherwise he might have had a heart attack right there. Fallon stood just beyond the entrance to the hall wearing his Ice Knights hoodie and nothing else. He'd spent a lot of time on the road thinking about how she'd look in just his hoodie. His imagination hadn't done her justice. It came down to just below her ass, giving him the perfect view of her long, strong legs. The fact that it puffed out around her, hiding everything between her shoulders and her ass, just made him want to peel it off of her and reveal what was underneath. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Please tell me your brother isn't coming home tonight. She played with the strings hanging down from the hood, a sexy little vixen smirk playing on her lips. I told him to couch surf at Fiona's. Thank God, he said, crossing over to her, the need to be near her, touch her, have her overwhelming everything else. Because I'm not sure I could do quietly after seeing you in that. Why? She asked in what he would only think of from this day forward as her naughty nurse voice. Are you feeling uncomfortable? That's one way to describe it. Can you describe your symptoms to me? He took her hand and placed it on his chest. My heart is hammering. I see. She nodded, her pink tongue wetting her lips. It's hard to breathe. He guided her hand lower, stopping just above his jeans. Uh-huh. I've got a heartache right here. He lowered her palm and pressed it to his aching cock. She lightly squeezed him. Perhaps some massage? That might help. Or it might kill him, but he'd die a happy man. I think I need to do an exam. She sank down to her knees. If you'll press your palms against the wall and follow my directions. He did exactly what she asked as his entire body tensed and hardened, tightened by a rush of lust and something more that nearly had him on his knees. This wasn't just play anymore. It wasn't a game. It sure as hell wasn't just for fun. They'd crossed a line, and he didn't want to go back. Her hands went to the button of his jeans, but her gaze stayed on his as she slipped it free and then lowered his zipper. Don't move. Hell, he couldn't even remember how to breathe at the moment, so he wasn't worried about breaking the no-moving rule. Leaning forward, she used her hot mouth to trace the line of his happy trail as she worked his jeans and underwear down his legs. Her hand felt cool against him as she wrapped her fingers around his hard cock, moving her hand up and down his length. I'm just gonna take a closer look, she said as she dipped her head down and sucked his swollen head into her mouth. He rocked his hips forward, desperate to sink farther inside her warmth, but she smacked his ass, the sound a crack in the otherwise silent house. No moving. And without waiting for any response, she went back to licking and teasing the tip while her hand remained wrapped tight around the shaft. It was torture. The best fucking torture he'd ever experienced in his life. Each touch of her tongue created a shot of electricity jolting through his body. Then she began to stroke her hand up and down his shaft, following with her lips until he was buried in that lush mouth of hers. She kept him there, watching him with her big blue eyes, almost challenging him to move as she did things with her tongue along his length that had him clenching his jaw tight in an effort not to give in to the urge. He was going to lose that battle. They both knew it. But it wasn't going to happen like she expected. Get up, he said, the words coming out harsh and clipped as he fought to maintain control. With one last stroke of her hand, she pulled back and released him before standing up. You ready for the exam room? It's too late for that. He grabbed her by the hips and turned her around so she faced the wall. I'm going to fuck you right here just like this, and every time you walk down this hallway, you're going to remember how damn good it was. For a whole half a second, Fallon thought about arguing, about wresting control back. Then he slid his hands over her hips, up her sides, and cupped her breasts as he leaned forward, his breath hot against her ear. Spread your legs. Questioning it wasn't even part of her thought process anymore, not when he used that voice, the one that promised so many dirty things that would feel so damn good. She widened her stance and pushed her ass back toward him, expecting the next thing she'd feel was his hard dick sliding inside her, filling her up. Instead it was his fingers. First one, then another, moving up and down her slick folds, circling her entrance, and rubbing her clit. Fuck, you are so wet for me already, aren't you? She pushed against his fingers, desperate for relief from the aching need in her core. Please, Zach. What do you want, Fallon? He asked as he rolled and tugged her nipple between his fingers. I want to feel you inside me. He must have heard and understood the desperation in her voice, because the next sound wasn't his rough voice teasing and tormenting her with more questions. It was the sound of a foil packet being opened. Time for a choice. Do you want me to fuck you now or lick that sweet pussy of yours? She didn't even have to think about it. Fuck me. She needed to feel him deep inside her, experience that sense of fullness she could only get from him. It wasn't about getting the dick. It was about Zach. She needed him. She loved him. The realization hit her just as he pushed forward into her, scattering the thought into the wind as her body responded to his. She arched her back, rotated her hips, pressed against him, taking him deeper. You feel so good, Fallon. He kissed his way up the back of her neck as he fucked her. I love. Whatever he was going to say next turned into a groan of pleasure as he sank deeper, changing the angle just enough so that he slid against the tight bundle of nerves inside her entrance with every thrust. Then he dropped one hand lower, brushing his fingertips across her hard clit, circling it as he continued to fuck her, deep and hard. It was all so much. He was everywhere with his chest pressed against her back, rolling an aching nipple between the fingers of one hand and caressing her clit with the other. Still, it wasn't enough. Harder, she begged. I need. He gave her exactly what she wanted, thrusting deep and with enough power that she was sure her hands were going to leave dents in the drywall. She was okay with that. She was beyond okay with that as the pressure built inside her, setting off a buzzing vibration in her core. "Oh my God, Zach, And her orgasm shattered the world around her, taking away her ability to do anything but feel as wave after wave of pleasure washed across her. "I will never stop loving the feel of you coming all around me and squeezing my dick tight," he moaned as he increased his pace for 1, 2, 3 strokes before coming with her name on his lips. Hours later, Zach watched the lights from the passing cars crisscross Fallon's ceiling. She was cuddled in next to him, her breath soft with the occasional mumbled words because, of course, she'd be giving people what for in her dreams as much as she did in real life. That wasn't something he'd been expecting to like about her. Hell, when she'd first showed up outside of his house, his general judgment of her was as a bossy bitch. Nice? No, but neither was he. Well, mostly. Lady Luck didn't just have an impact on how he acted on the ice, but how he acted off of it, too. Again, unexpected. Obviously, something was going on, a reason why he couldn't stop thinking about her, and why seeing her in the stands wasn't about winning games anymore. One thing he'd learned in locker rooms was that a player didn't fuck with what worked. He and Fallon worked. Did that really need to be defined? Not tonight. But as he smoothed his palm across the silk of her hair spread across her back, he knew it already had, even if he couldn't form the words in his head yet. Chapter 21. Zach didn't want to move. Even with the sun coming in through Fallon's bedroom windows like a laser beam, he just wanted to stay in bed with her and ignore the rest of the world. Lucy, though, had other plans. When her number flashed across his phone's screen for the 3rd time in the past 30 minutes, that was all the confirmation he needed that she wasn't going to stop until she talked to him. He loved the woman, but damn, could she be a pain in the ass sometimes. He swiped his thumb across the screen. "Good morning to you, too. About time you answered." "What's up?" he asked, keeping his voice low so he wouldn't wake up Fallon, who was dead to the world beside him. "It's your parents." That news hit him like a stick to the face, and he sat straight up in bed, completely awake. "What now?" Lucy let out a heavy sigh. "I had a media source reach out to tell me that they've sold their story to one of the gossip rags. It's going to be out today, 4-page spread plus a video interview that'll be streaming." This was what they'd meant when they'd hit him up during the road trip. No doubt they'd wanted him to be a part of the interview, probably would have been a bigger moneymaker than that it was airing all of their misdeeds, and his stupidity in trusting them wouldn't have mattered to them when there was cold hard cash on the line. Sometimes you have to get creative. He swallowed back the bile that phrase brought up. "What?" Lucy asked. "That's what my mom said to me a few weeks ago when they hit me up for cash." He lay back against the pillows, closing his eyes and trying to imagine any outcome that wasn't a total shitstorm. "Is there anything we can do?" "Tell your side of the story," Lucy said. "My understanding is that they're spinning it so that you were the cruel son who turned away from them even after everything they did and the sacrifices they made to get you to where you are today." He would have laughed if his entire chest hadn't been kicked in, just when he thought they couldn't sink any lower. Assholes. Pretty much. "So I can set something up today with the Harbor City Post. You'll get to share your side of things." Oh yeah, that sounded like a great idea, almost as good as scoring on his own net. Even picturing the outcome from that made his gut twist and his hands turn clammy. "You mean shove my biggest personal failing out onto center ice so the whole world can see what a trusting fool I was? You're supposed to be able to trust your parents." "Yeah, well, we know how well that worked out for me." Frustration and fury swirled together like an angry hurricane inside him, and the need to strike out, to tell the world to just fuck off, had him ready to yell. Then Fallon's cool hand came to rest on his chest. He had no idea when she'd woken up or how much she'd heard. Even though she knew the story already, having to revisit it in front of her and see the pity in her eyes was like shoving a salt lick into his open wound. He let out a harsh breath. "I'm not doing any interviews, Lucy." "Zach, if you'll just listen to reason you'll see." "No, Lucy," he interrupted. "I'm not doing it. My public humiliation isn't for sale." His parents had already bartered it away, and no amount of spin was going to change that. The best he could hope for was that they'd realize this was their last opportunity to milk him dry and that it would all blow over. With the way the Ice Knights were playing now, he wasn't worried about losing his spot on the roster, but his rep as a leader within the team would take a huge hit if he admitted what an idiot he'd been. Why trust someone with such obvious bad judgment? Lucy let out a sigh that all but screamed, "This is the wrong call." "Okay, I'll see how we can spin, no comment, to make you look like less of a jerk." Yeah. Being seen as the most hated man in Harbor City hadn't bothered him before, at least. Not that he'd ever show. Why would it now? "Thanks for the heads up, though. I appreciate it." After hanging up with Lucy, he laid his phone down carefully on the nightstand because all he wanted to do was throw it across the room. That, however, wasn't going to do anything but possibly put a hole in Fallon's drywall. Her arm snaked across his chest, and she snuggled closer, her warm, naked body fitting perfectly against his. He dropped his arm so it curved around her back, as if that were the way he'd been doing it forever. "You okay?" she asked, her breath soft against his shoulder. "Fine. Always. No matter what." He refused to give in to the dread pooling in his gut. "I can take the lumps." She planted a hand on his chest and pushed upward so she was staring down at him, a righteous fury hardening her features. "But you shouldn't have to. Your parents are lying." Nothing new there. In fact, it was all too familiar. "But you shouldn't have to pay for it." An angry flush bloomed at the base of her throat. "Why are you protecting them?" "I'm not." Because she'd grown up like she did, in a family where the rules of play were defined by love and support, he could understand her confusion. "I don't feel like having the entire world know that my parents stole millions from me before I caught on. Dumb athlete, trusting the wrong people. That the people who were supposed to raise me and take care of me saw me as a paycheck. Because that was the only value they thought he brought to the table. That I was too trusting and too stupid to realize how the world worked." "Really?" Fallon rolled back into a sitting position, narrowing her gaze at him as she pulled her teal comforter up over her tits. "Everyone just uses everyone else. That's how it works?" "Yeah." She scooted farther away on the bed as she laughed. It wasn't a nice sound. "Is that what this is?" No, he reached out, taking her hand in his and bringing it to his mouth for a kiss as he drew her close again. "It's different." "Exactly." She jabbed him in the chest with a finger. "Your parents' way isn't right, and you have to fight against it. Don't let them do this to you. Don't let them win. Wouldn't that be nice if the world worked like that? But it didn't. They can't do a damn thing to me anymore because I won't engage with them." Letting her head fall back, she let out a frustrated growl. "You are the most frustrating man I know, and my last name is Hartigan, so that is really saying something." Then she let the comforter drop and straddled him, still giving him the stink eye. "You're lucky you're cute." Okay, he didn't understand where this was going, but any time she sat on him naked, he was in a better place than when she wasn't. "Why's that?" "Because otherwise I'd want to keep arguing instead of this." She leaned down and kissed him as she brought his hands up so they covered her tits. Zach wasn't fooled that Fallon had given up on the argument, but he wasn't about to turn down this momentary truce with the woman who seemed determined to prove to him that there was something better out there in the world even for someone like him. Hours and orgasms later, Fallon was in the shower and he was still in bed wondering if he had it in him for one more round before she had to leave for work. The quick answer to that was hell yes. The real answer, though, was that while he did, he wanted to make sure his girl was fed and ready to go before she had to deal with a long shift in the hospital emergency room helping others. He got out of the bed and walked over to the bathroom door that was open enough for him to get a good look at her naked and soaped-up body through the steamed-up glass shower door. The view made his brain stop for a second as he contemplated his options. For once, though, he wasn't going to be a selfish bastard. "You hungry?" he asked as he grabbed his jeans from the chair where he'd tossed them last night. "Starving," she said. "But I'll grab a protein bar or something to eat in the car on the way to work." Sure, he was spoiled by a team nutritionist, but she was a nurse and should know better. That's not good. It's better than me having to cook. Anyway, it's my week to grocery shop, and I haven't gone yet. Our fridge is probably filled with odds and ends, but nothing yummy. Yeah, no, that wasn't going to happen. He pulled on his jeans. I'll take care of it. You cook? She asked as she turned under the shower head, giving him a delicious view of her from the back. I am a man of many talents. I can testify to that, but I don't want to put you out. He'd noticed that about her, that while she was always ready to help others, she rarely took time for herself and hardly ever asked for help. It was past time she experienced something different, and he got to show her how he felt, even if the words weren't something he was ready for yet. I got this for you, he said, meaning far more than just about the food. Meet me in the kitchen when you're ready. Scrubs on, and hair tied back into a braid, Fallon followed the smell of something totally delicious down the hallway and into the kitchen. That was where she found Zach wearing only his jeans while he stood in front of the stove. Up until today, it was a room she avoided at almost all costs. However, if this was what she'd find every time she walked in for a cup of coffee, she'd be visiting it a whole lot more often. About time you showed up, Zach said as he picked up the pan on the stove, turned off the gas burner, and then poured the pan's contents onto a plate, which he picked up and handed to her. 1 veggie omelet, half a bagel, and a slice of ham. Mouth-watering, and not just because of the shirtless hottie in front of her, she took the plate and sat down at the small table. Where did you find this? You had everything in your fridge. He sat down across from her, his own plate filled with 2 omelets, the other half of the bagel, and another slice of ham. We did. She looked over at the fridge, trying to picture what was inside the shut French doors. I swear every time I open it, there's only a half-empty bottle of catsup and a little of this and a little of that. Finn and I live off of the leftovers from the weekly family lunch. Was she proud to admit that? No, but it was true. Between her crazy schedule and Finn's, they were a grab-and-go house. Zach shifted in his seat and kept his gaze locked on the plate of food in front of him. That's where years of having to fend for yourself in the kitchen comes in handy. On its own, that sentence didn't carry much weight, but considering the baggage of growing up with his total monsters of the year parents and being broke as hell now, there was no way that Zach wouldn't consider the admission one of vulnerability. The fact that he'd uttered the words to her meant more than just about anything. He trusted her. It was at that moment that whatever remained of the wall around her heart crumbled into dust. Acknowledging the importance of it, though, would just make him uncomfortable, so she pushed forward with the food talk. You cook a lot? He nodded and took a bite of his omelet. Can't afford to go out, and I grew up doing it. Where were your parents? The bastards. At work or meeting with hockey coaches. He cut his ham with hard, efficient slices of his knife. They had the goal of making me a hockey star, and nothing was going to get in the way of that. She could picture 10-year-old Zach frying up bologna sandwiches and boiling water for mac and cheese all alone in a quiet house. Comparing it to the absolute chaos of the Hartigan kitchen when she'd been growing up, the difference was stark. For all of the mental complaining she did about the in-her-business nature of her family, there'd never been a day in her life that she doubted their love for her. She couldn't say the same for Zach, and it was heartbreaking. Of course, Zach picked that moment to look up from his plate, catching what had to have been a look of pity on her face. Instead of snarling at her per usual, though, he reached across the table and used her fork to cut off a bite of omelet. He held it up to her mouth and fed it to her, his smile a little forced, but she couldn't fault him for the efforter for how yummy the omelet tasted. It was good training for now, he said, scooting his chair closer and cutting off another bite of the omelet for her. So I could make you breakfast out of the barren vista of your fridge. Fallon didn't need to be fed. She had 2 hands that both worked, but this moment wasn't about that, and even she knew it. This isn't part of our negotiated terms, she said, taking the fork from his hand. His eyes darkened with emotion, and he shrugged. We left those behind a while ago, and we both know it. This was him letting her in while using the cover of taking care of her. This was a preview of what their life together could be like. Not that he'd be hand-feeding her for the rest of their lives, but that they'd be in it together, watching out for each other. She'd never realized before just how much she wanted exactly that. And you're going to come home after a 3-game road trip and make me an omelet before I go to work? The idea was both ridiculous and thrilling in the same breath. He leaned closer, his mouth only a few inches from hers. If I'm lucky, I think I'd be the lucky one in that situation, she said, her heart speeding up from his nearness and the possibilities. How about we agree we're lucky together, he said, cupping her cheek. Giving into the idea that this could really be happening, she nodded. Sounds about right. Really, it sounded perfect, almost as perfect as the feel of his lips against hers when they met in the middle for a kiss. That night, Fallon pulled into the employee parking lot at St. Vincent's, her mood almost as dark as the stormy sky. The whole thing with Zach's parents had blown up since the call from Lucy this morning. Now, everyone from the egomaniacs on sports TV to the gas station attendant filling up her tank had an opinion about what a shitty human Zach was for what he'd done to his parents. And I'll tell you another thing, the blowhard on her car radio continued. Could you imagine what kind of person you'd have to be to make the kind of money he is and abandon his parents so they're living in a 5th-floor walk-up studio with a drained retirement account? That's low, really low. It's also totally not true, asshole, Fallon muttered to herself as she shoved the stuff that had spilled out of her backpack onto the seat back in with more force than was necessary. I couldn't agree with you more, Trevor, the blowhard's partner said. Gotta tell ya, kudos to TMQ for going deep to get that story. I'd always wondered why Blackburn's parents stopped acting as his managers so suddenly. It was fishy. He wasn't wrong there, but not for the reasons he thought. She jammed her extra t-shirt down to the bottom of her backpack, maybe picturing totally picturing Zach's parents' faces when she did it. Very shady, blowhard, Trevor said. And a total gut punch when Bobby Blackburn just came out with how they'd spent the last of their retirement savings so their son wouldn't have to pay them to be his managers because they didn't want to be those parents. You could really hear the anguish in his voice. Heartbreaking, man. Well, when my kid hits the bigs, his partner said, chuckling as if he was the funniest guy to ever walk the planet. I already told him he's buying me a house. Hell yeah. The smack of the men doing a high five in the studio sounded. You take care of your parents. That's the way it works. Blood pressure peaking, Fallon flipped off her radio and killed the engine so the drive-time idiots would stop yammering through her car speakers. The jerks didn't know a damn thing they were talking about. Of course, how could they with Zach refusing to fight for himself? Muttering about the stupidity of men, she grabbed her backpack and got out of the car, slamming the door shut hard enough that it even made her wince, and she was already a 12 on the 5-point pissed-off scale. As she marched across the parking lot, she spied a handful of people standing near the emergency room entrance. Probably smokers. She'd give them a heads up that if Fred, the security guard on duty tonight, caught them, he would banish them from the ER even if their mother was inside getting stitches. Then, if that didn't get them to put it out, she'd add in a little tidbit about what smoking did to a person's lungs before heading inside to start her shift. However, as she got closer, she realized there wasn't any cigarette smell coming off the group who all turned as she approached. That was when she noticed the cameras, microphones, and cell phones held out like tape recorders. Fuck. Maybe she should tell all of them to take up smoking so they could hack up a lung while Fred kicked them off the property. She looked down and angled her face away from them, but it was too late. Lady Luck, one of the women called out. Hey, Fallon, shouted another. Do you have any comment about Zach Blackburn? They hustled over to her, shoving their mics and phones in her face as she marched toward the door. Did you know he'd given his parents the shaft? A man asked. That wasn't what happened, and there was nothing in the world she'd rather tell them, but Zach had been clear about how he wanted this handled. She glared at the reporters. No comment. Oh, come on, Fallon, the first woman said, stepping in front of her. Give us the real story. As if that was their due? Yeah. No, get out of my way. I said no comment. The other woman gave her a sympathetic look as if they were friends from back in the day. TMQ's coming out with another story tomorrow, she said. Word is his mom's about to unload about how they've begged for help and he said no. Begged for help? More like continued to try to extort money from him because what he'd given them already hadn't been enough. It never would be. Fury on his behalf beat against the backs of her eyeballs and pounded against her skull. It wasn't fair. He was going to get nailed to the wall for this. Still, she unclenched her jaw enough to get 2 words out. No comment. What about the fact that the time he punched out a fan, supposedly for spitting in his face, wasn't the first time Blackburn has punched someone after a loss, the Mail reporter said. According to his dad, it was a pretty regular happening. One time he broke his old man's jaw and left him with medical debt the old man is still paying off. That's not true. There was no way. Bobby Blackburn has X-rays, the reporter said. Oh, she didn't doubt that. There were probably hundreds of people who'd taken a swing at him over the years and a million more herself, included, who wanted to punch him now. No comment, she said, pushing her way through them, determined to get inside so she could call Zach and let him know what was coming. He hadn't known all of this when he'd made the decision to go the no-comment route. Do you really think the Ice Knights will stick by him after the TMQ story with all of this comes out? One of the female reporters shouted at her. Will you? Is he hitting you? Blackburn's mom said it was a question that haunted her. Fallon slammed to a stop, the sounds of the reporter's questions drowned out by the blood rushing in her ears. Is he hitting you? An ugly certainty settled deep in her belly. That was where it would go next, a way for his parents to up the ante in their quest for more money. It made her want to puke. She couldn't count the number of domestic violence victims she'd seen come through the emergency room over the years. Some swore they'd slipped down the stairs, broken their arm, and gotten a black eye or worse. Others didn't say anything. The third group spoke up despite the threats made against them and their children. Some of them even got out. That Zach's parents, just to score a payday, would make a mockery of those women and men who really had survived domestic violence made her sick to her stomach. If his parents were willing to go public with this level of bullshit, they wouldn't quit, not until they drained him of absolutely everything: money, belief in himself, hope. She couldn't let them do that to him. Zach deserved better. He deserved someone who would fight for him, not just use him. Pivoting around, she faced the scrum of reporters, their eager faces hungry for a scoop. Everybody used everybody, that's what he'd told her. But it wasn't true. She'd fight for him. Zach's parents took out loans in his name for millions, skimmed money from his accounts, and sucked him dry like a pair of vampires before leaving him holding the bag for it all, she said, her voice shaking despite her best efforts to remain calm. That's why he's living in a house the team pays for, doesn't have any furniture, and doesn't have a car. Because all of the money he earns is going to pay off the millions of dollars of debt his parents ran up in his name. The pure awfulness of what they'd done still astounded her almost as much as the fact that somehow, some way, Zach acted as if he deserved that kind of treatment. And he didn't take his parents to court or turn them into the cops. Why? Because even though they did that to him, he still protected them. It's what he does on the ice and off of it. They were staring at her slack-jawed by the time she finished. Her lungs were heaving, and that adrenaline rush that came with standing up for what was right, for who was right, was whooshing through her like an Arctic blast, cold, clean, and clear. Zach might not understand at first, they'd probably be pissed as hell. But she'd explain that she was fighting for him, for what was right, and he'd understand. She was sure about it. Do you love him? The Mail reporter asked. Yeah, because a woman can't be trusted to tell the truth if her heart is involved. Why? Does that make me biased about his parents' bullshit if I do? Nah, he shook his head. It just makes the story better. That dude was fast moving up the list of punchable people that Fallon had had to deal with in her life. She let out a deep breath, counted to 10, and looked the reporters dead on because they really needed to understand. "This is more than just a story," she said, using the same "do not fuck with this shit anymore" tone she employed when she was talking to someone brought back from an OD, praying that this time they'd listen. "It's his life. Leave him alone and let him live it." And since there was nothing left to say after that, she turned back around and strode into the madness that was the St. Vincent's emergency room when the skies were thunderous. Phone in hand, she was texting Zach the details about what had just happened when the call went out about multiple traumas headed their way from a multi-car pileup. She hit send and shoved her phone in her locker and rushed out front to help. As soon as Zach got back into the locker room after a killer practice that had left him 10 pounds lighter from skating his ass off, he grabbed his phone. After Lucy's phone call this morning, the notifications had been going off like crazy, and he'd turned it off. Fallon was going to be off work soon, though, so he swiped his thumb across the screen to power it up. His phone started vibrating with a million incoming notifications right at the same time as Fallon appeared on the big screen TV at the end of the locker room. She was in blue scrubs, her hair braided with the tail draped across her shoulder, and she was giving whoever was talking a glare that would shrivel most men's balls. So, all was normal, right up until what she was saying to the reporter penetrated his brain. Parents stole from him. He's millions in debt. They skimmed money. The team pays for his house. He can't afford furniture or a car. Those may have been the words she used, but it all translated in his head to failure and loser and fool. And with each one, he sank deeper and deeper into that dark place where he was alone and no one could touch him. Not his parents. Not his critics. Not Fallon. There wasn't any anger or hurt or bitterness here. It was just acceptance that this was how the world worked. People betrayed and used each other. You should have known better, Blackburn. By the time the phone he was white-knuckling stopped vibrating from all of the delayed notifications, the interview on the TV was over. His secret, the one he'd been hiding from everyone, was out in the open because he'd been dumb enough to think that Fallon wouldn't betray him. Standing there in the middle of the locker room, his hair still damp with sweat, he looked around. None of the other players were talking, and no one was looking at him, either. It was the kind of heavy, uncomfortable silence that takes over a locker room after a player suffered a season-ending injury. Blackburn, coach hollered from the doorway. "My office. Now." Zach nodded to the coach and looked down at his phone. All of the text notifications were from Fallon. She needed to talk to him. It was important. Not really. Not anymore. He tossed his phone into his open duffel and started forward toward the door, going through the motions like he was a man still in control, even though his entire world had just fallen apart. Heart hammering in her chest and panic clawing at her skin, Fallon pressed the buzzer outside Zach's gate, sending up a prayer that he'd answer. She'd been texting throughout her shift with no response. She'd called repeatedly on her way over, and it went straight to voicemail. Sure, it wasn't like he was out fighting fires or arresting mobsters, but he could have gotten hurt at practice. He could have fallen down his steps. She jabbed her finger against the buzzer again and again, desperation making her movements jerky. Finally, the light went on. Thank God. Letting out a relieved breath, she sent up a thank you to the heavens. I was afraid something had happened to you when you didn't respond to my texts and calls. We really need to talk. Did you bring the reporters with you so they could document everything? Ignoring the way his voice was coming through the speaker, giving it a harsh, icy tone, she looked up at the closed-circuit camera perched on the gate. I'm so sorry. I know it's not what you wanted, but... Not what I wanted, he asked, a cruel edge to his words that she couldn't blame on the speaker. You could have remembered that before you opened your mouth. No, this was not how it was supposed to go. He had to listen. He had to understand. She'd done it for him. Your parents were telling lies. Yeah, it's what they do. She gripped the strap of her backpack slung over one shoulder tighter, needing to feel it bite into her clammy palms and ground her in this moment. Warning sirens were screaming in her head, and the sick dread of having fucked up was making her eyes burn. "No," she said, her voice shaking. "They were going to tell people you punched your dad out, left him with medical bills. That you ignored your mom when she begged for financial help from her rich son. They were intimating that you hit me. Your point." "I couldn't let that stand," she said, her voice breaking as realization set in. She hadn't just fucked this up. She may have ruined it. "I had to fight for you." "Why? Am I just another charity case for you? Like your clinic?" "That clinic changes people's lives." "Good." The single word blasted out of the speaker. "But my life was perfectly fine." A wave of angry heat slammed into her at that obvious lie. Okay, he could be mad. He could be wrong about how this whole thing should have been handled. He did not get to play it off, though, with some crap about his life as the most hated man in Harbor City being the one he wanted. All that toxic bullshit needed to end. He was more than that if he'd give himself half the credit he deserved. "Really?" She put her hands on her hips and glared up at the camera, oh so much more comfortable in this space, where there was yelling instead of a panicked desperation to make things right. "You expect everyone to screw you over and you don't trust anyone. I wonder why. It's not like I didn't get screwed over by anyone new lately." "Is that what you think I did?" Was he joking? She may have messed up royally, but she hadn't screwed him over. She defended him. Are your ego and your pride more important than fighting for yourself? Because it sure as hell seems that's what this is really about. She wanted to smack her own head at the realization. You didn't want the truth out there because you are embarrassed, when you have absolutely no reason to be. This isn't about what you let happen to you, it's about what awful thing was done to you. Her chest was heaving and her cheeks burning by the time she got the last word out because they'd fallen over an edge. She could see that now. She tried to fight for a man who didn't think there was anything worth fighting for, not even himself. After a few beats of silence, Zach's carefully neutral voice came through over the speaker. "Go home, Fallon." The light above the security system blinked off, and no matter how many times she pressed the call button, she knew he wouldn't answer again. Her chest ached from the power of the invisible hands squeezing her lungs tight and not letting go. Her head throbbed from the effort to hold back the tears threatening to fall. A whole ball of emotion had taken up residence in her throat, making it nearly impossible to swallow. Even her skin was too sensitive. It was all too much, and she couldn't take any more, so she did the one thing she wanted least in the world. She walked away. Chapter 22. Blackburn back to being a bust? Settle in, hockey fans. We have a lot to unpack when it comes to Zach Blackburn and the faltering Ice Knights. After weeks of playoff-worthy games, it seems we have back the early season team unable to put the puck between the pipes. Then, there's Blackburn. It seems not even Lady Luck could help after the defenseman's parents came out with one of the ugliest stories I've seen in decades. The accusations of cruelty against Blackburn made by his parents did a 180 on his approval ratings. It was kinda hard for them not to when his mom told TMQ he was always a selfish boy, but I thought he'd grow out of it. And then when he signed that first contact, I thought it was our duty as his parents to help guide him however we could. If he wanted us to do that for free while collecting early on our retirement funds, I'm his mother, I'll sacrifice everything to make his life better. And now we just make do. I mean, it's not easy to make ends meet when you've run through all your savings, but I wouldn't dream of asking Zach again to help us out even if he does earn millions. I mean, we'd asked before, and he made his feelings known. Now we just watch his game on the library internet because we can't afford it at home or a cell phone. Ouch! Lady Luck gave a rousing defense of him, but Blackburn has refused to comment on TMQ's story and hasn't said a peep about it beyond no comment and an extended middle finger when a reporter asked during a post-game press conference. Yeah, that was just the beginning of Harbor City realizing that the most hated man in town was back again. And since then, he's returned to start of the year form on the ice, too happy taking crappy penalties and skating like he was gliding through molasses as fans chant Blackburn sucks. So the question, hockey fans, is, has Blackburn returned to form, or is this just a temporary glitch? Comments. Type AB+. He's a bust. I coulda told you from the beginning that he'd fizzle out. Don't trust a guy who fucks over his mom. Chris K, it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. He sucks. Trade him. And Lady Luck was never all that wow either. Maybe if she got a makeover, but yeah, she's a 6 on a good day. Greg DeGoat. Wow. Amazing how people love to build people up and then watch them fall. Type AB+. We're just telling it like it is, yeah, Homer. He sucks now. His chick is some kind of tomboy man-hater, and she sucked the hockey skills right out of him. The biscuit mistress, and I'm shutting down comments because too many assholes seem to be trolling here. Chapter 23. Zach had no interest in answering his door. Too bad that didn't stop whoever was on the other side from pounding on it. It had to be Stucky. Zach never should have given him the code to his security gate. It had just seemed easier, though, since his fellow defensemen had been picking him up for practices. He should have stuck with Uber. Now he had to deal with whatever bullshit was on the other side of his front door when all he wanted was to sit at the card table in his kitchen and play solitaire. Open up the door, Blackburn, Stucky hollered. Otherwise Petrov will just pick the lock. Go away, he yelled through the door. No can do, Stucky said. We have a delivery. We? What the fuck? Why in the hell were there enough people for a we on his front porch, and what kind of delivery was it? He yanked open his door and all but snarled at Stucky, Phillips, Petrov, and Christensen, who were all crowded around his front door. About fucking time. It's cold out there. Phillips marched inside carrying an ottoman. Too confused to stop him, Zach watched as the other man walked over to the absolutely barren living room, like he had every right to be there. What are you doing? Delivering your furniture, Petrov answered as he and Christensen carried in an oversized chair that looked like the vibrating kind in the mall and followed Phillips into the living room. My old man owns a store south of here. What? The fuck? I didn't ask for this. Stucky shoved a second ottoman into Zach's arms. Yeah, and yet it's coming to your house anyway. He opened his mouth, but Stucky gave him a glare he normally saved for opponents on the ice. Just shut the fuck up and help us carry it all inside. Then it's customary after your friends help you move your stuff and to tell them, thank you, and offer them a beer. Now there was some bullshit. These guys strong-armed their way into his house with a bunch of furniture he didn't ask for and couldn't pay for, and Stucky wanted him to give them beer? Yeah, that wasn't gonna happen. I don't. Dude. Stucky picked up a box labeled TV stand that had been leaning against the door and pushed past Zach. I told Peppers I wouldn't punch you out if you were a pain in the ass about the furniture. The front office is already talking about trading me to Nashville. Do not increase the chances of that happening because I had to break your nose. That stopped him cold. If anyone on the team was going to get traded, it was gonna be him. Stucky was a phenom, destined to have his name on the cup. Why would they trade you? Because we're a great team that is playing like shit and they want to shake things up, Stucky said as he strode into the living room, set the box down, and started opening it. That made no sense. None. What did make sense was getting rid of him. He set the ottoman down next to the one Phillips had already brought in. Then they can trade me. The ego on you, Petrov said as he and Christensen passed by him on their way to the front door, no doubt for whatever else was in the back of Stucky's truck. Blackburn, no one wants you but us. What does that mean, but us? In case you missed it, the team has your back, Phillips said, walking in with a rolled-up rug. We always have, even when you ignored us. Zach opened his mouth, shut it, then opened it again, but nothing came out. He couldn't wrap his brain around what the hell was going on. For of his teammates, whom he'd all but ignored or growled at for the past week and a half, were delivering furniture that he hadn't ordered. And putting it together. He watched Phillips unroll a dark blue rug and center it in the room. They were even decorating. He had nothing. None of this computed. Once all of them were back in the living room, Petrov and Christensen carrying in a huge couch, he turned to the group and asked, "Why?" "Fuck if I know," Stucky said, flipping through the directions for the TV stand. "I'm kidding. Because you're good people. The fact that you miss that half the time isn't my problem." "So the furniture?" he asked. "It's our way of saying we love you," Christensen said in a mocking voice. "No, really it's so we have a place to sit while we watch the playoffs, since it looks like we won't be making it. We voted this as the team gathering house." "I'm so lucky." He said it in his best I'm an asshole voice, but it didn't seem to have an impact on the other men in the room, who went on with what they were doing as if he hadn't said anything. "I'd say so," Philip said. "I wish I had someone who'd go to the mat for me like Fallon did for you." Now, that did stop them. That same heavy silence from the locker room hit Zach like a gut punch. "She wasn't supposed to do that." "Stick up for you?" Stucky asked, his upper lip curled into a sneer. "Yeah, I totally see how that would be a problem. Get your head out of your ass, Blackburn. She went after the people who'd taken a million cheap shots on you, just like you nailed Hendricks after he checked Phillips from behind in the last game." His shoulders tensed. "It's not the same." It wasn't. He was doing his job. Fallon was spilling secrets she wasn't supposed to share. "Whatever, dude." Stucky rolled his eyes. "Now, where's the beer?" He crossed his arms and gave his teammates the stink eye. "All out." "Don't worry," Petrov said. "I'll text Svoboda to pick some up on his way here with the Xbox. Hope you're ready to get your ass kicked in Hockey All-Stars. I call playing as Gretzky." An hour later, he walked out of his now fully furnished living room with half the Ice Knights roster eating pizza and drinking beer while talking shit about the video game hockey being played on his TV, now sitting on the stand Stucky had put together. No one mentioned why he hadn't had any furniture in the first place, or any more about what had happened with his parents or Fallon. "I still don't get it," he said to Stucky when they both were in the kitchen getting beers. "Why are you here? Is it just to get me playing better on the ice? We're a team." Stucky shrugged. "It's what we do and off the ice." They both stood at the island, drinking their beers and watching the others in the living room where there were enough people and enough chaos to remind Zach of the Hartigans' house, Fallon, and everything that had changed since she'd marched into his life. Even as pissed as he wasn't ready to lose her. He twisted the top off his beer bottle. "She fucked up. Maybe?" Stucky nodded, not needing any explanation of who she was. "But didn't she do it for the right reason? That might not excuse everything, but don't you think it's a reason to give her another chance? She let everyone in the world see what a chump I was." The words came out sounding the same as they had the million times he'd said them in his head, but something was off. "Welcome to the real world." Stucky rolled his eyes. "We're all chumps at one time or another. Only those asshole MRA types think having a set of balls makes someone always infallible. You need to wake up and see past the bullshit so you'll realize that Fallon may not have been all right, but she sure as hell wasn't all wrong, either. Everybody's fallible, man. And fuck him if that didn't make some kind of sense, unraveling some of the anger that had wrapped around his middle like a python and squeezed him just about to death. She'd told him his reasons for wanting to keep it quiet were bullshit. He'd told her she was wrong. She'd taken matters into her own hands to defend him. It was an act so opposed to his normal worldview that he didn't know what to do about it. Maybe it was past time he stopped with all the crap thinking about how a man should react and instead did things the way his gut advised because they were the right things to do. Maybe it was time to be better. And when he did that, he wanted Fallon by his side. "What are you, some kind of love doctor?" he asked the younger defenseman, who seemed to have his head on straight well, mostly. "That's what all the ladies say before I love them and leave them, never to be tied down because that shit is so not for me." He laughed. "Anyway, I'm just a guy on the trading block." He clapped his hand down on Stucky's shoulder. "You're not going anywhere." "Yeah, well we need to win to make that happen." It was a simple solution, if not the easiest one, but what good things in life ever were. So we win. Now, if it were only that simple when it came to figuring out what to do about Fallon. Fallon couldn't even watch the replay of the game. Sure, it was still on, but she tossed a blanket over the living room TV. They'd suffered 5 losses in a row since the news about Zach's parents had hit. She'd come to his defense, and he'd gotten, rightfully, she could sorta admit, pissed at her for breaking his trust. She'd watched the most recent game as if the big screen was a radio while eating chocolate chip cookie dough straight from the plastic wrap. The CDC could kiss her ass with their warnings about eating uncooked food. A buzzer blared on the TV. And that's another loss for the Ice Knights, who just can't seem to get it together. Fallon flipped off the TV as she powered it down via remote, then settled back on the couch, bringing her comforter tighter around her. It still smelled like him, warm and kinda woodsy, with a strong whiff of "I will fuck your brains out and you will love it." She needed to wash it. She would. Tomorrow. Tonight was for cookie dough and loneliness. If she were ever to start an emo jazz band, Cookie Dough and Loneliness would definitely be the name of it. Finn walked into the living room carrying his on-duty bag because he was covering the second half of a shift for one of the other guys. "You finally have an entire weekend off, and this is what you're gonna do?" She flipped him off. "You're my brother, not the boss of me. Thank you for that deep dive back to middle school." He plucked the tube of cookie dough from her grasp. "If you eat this entire thing, you'll die." "If you don't give it back," she said, reaching while he held it way higher than her arm span, "I'll smother you in your sleep." "Relax, Fallon. I'm smarter than to try to get in your way." He tweaked her on the nose, handed back her cookie dough, and gave her a pitying look. "Do you need anything before I go?" "Nah, I'm not really planning on moving for the weekend. I'll still be here when you get off of your shift." Alone. She'd be doing it all alone, was the unsaid part of that answer. Tears pricked at her eyes, and she sniffled before pinching off another piece of cookie dough and eating it. "Wow." Finn's eyebrows went up. "And I thought rooming with Frankie had been questionable." Ignoring that dig, she took another deep inhale of her comforter and settled down for another night of chest-aching misery. Finn just shook his head at her and made his way to the door to go to work. As soon as he opened it, she heard 3 very familiar voices say hello, followed by a "Bye, Finn." Then, Tess, Lucy, and Gina walked into the living room armed with grocery bags. They took one look at her and did a group grimace. "Oh, honey," Tess said. "You've got it bad. You tried to do your makeup." One sympathetic group hug later, it was down to business. "We come armed with liquor, ice cream, and movies," Gina said, flopping down onto the couch beside Fallon. "Tonight's selection includes Wonder Woman, Rogue One, and The Silence of the Lambs." "What kind of kick-ass heroine are you in the mood for? One who kicks ass and lives, one who kicks ass and dies, or one who kicks ass and becomes a serial killer's best friend?" She glanced over at the blanket-covered TV and then back at Fallon with a "So that's how it's been look. We'll have to take that off." If Fallon wasn't ready to cry before, she was now. Her girls were here not because she'd asked, but because they knew she needed them. She really did have the best friends in the world. She was about to tell them that when her mom walked in. "I came as soon as Finn texted." Her mom took one look around the room, her focus settling on Fallon. "Are you wearing eyeliner?" "On only one eye. My other eye kept itching, and I must have rubbed it off." Okay, she had cried it off as she was trying to apply it, but no one needed to know that. Tessa's eyes rounded, and she sat down in the chair closest to Fallon's spot on the couch. "Oh, this is serious." "It's not serious," she said as they all looked at her like she had 3 heads instead of one broken heart. "It was just an impulse buy at the drugstore when I stopped in and got the cookie dough." Gina reached over and snagged a pinch of cookie dough. "You never wear eyeliner." "And now we know why," Lucy said. Her mom made a tut-tut sound and sat down on the coffee table in front of Fallon. "I'm not buying that, young lady. Tell me everything, and Lucy, please make me a Jack and Cokie a double." Where was she supposed to start? They already knew all the horrible details of the fight with Zach. Thank God for group texts that eliminated the need to have the same horrible conversation multiple times. Today, she'd gotten off of work, stopped by the drugstore, and scrolled Ice Night's news while she was standing in the world's longest line. That had been a mistake. The ache in her chest combined with her crying-induced stuffed-up nose didn't do a lot for clarifying her thought process. "I don't know what happened," she said, letting out a shaky breath. "I was reading all those stories about Zach while I was waiting in line, and I know I shouldn't, but I scrolled down to the comments and I guess they got to me. I had a moment of weakness and grabbed the eyeliner." "So you're saying other people's judgment got to you, even though you know it's bullshit?" her mom asked as she accepted the Jack and Coke from Lucy. Fallon nodded, understanding beginning to beat against her skull. Her mom set down her drink and went on, "Sort of like how Zach told you specifically not to tell his secret, and you did anyway because you thought his reason of being embarrassed because of others' judgments was wrong." "Oh, ouch. That hurt probably because it was accurate. It's not the same. One is eyeliner. The other is his life. It was all about his pride." "Oh, honey." Her mom took Fallon's hands in hers, giving them a comforting squeeze. "You've always been so very fierce. You've known who you were and what you wanted from the beginning. Your first word was no. You were a warrior for others. It's why you became a Nursito, take care of them and fight for them. I love that about you so very much, but it does not mean that you get to take away someone else's right to make their own decisions, to fight their own battles in the way they want, even if it's some eye-rolling testosterone BS that they'll eventually work out." "But I was right." It was a weak argument even to her own ears. "That may be," her mom said. "But it still doesn't give you the right to supersede someone else's wishes about their own life and how they want to live it. If Zach wanted to let his parents spend the rest of their miserable lives telling lies, then it was his call to make." The truth of it all landed like a solid punch to the gut that made it almost impossible to breathe. She pressed her palm to her belly as emotion clogged her throat. Shit, she finally managed to croak out. "I really fucked up." "Yes, you did." Her mom took a sip of her drink. "Also, watch your language." Her mind blank and her heart aching, she looked around at the smartest women she knew. "So, what do I do?" For concerned faces stared back at her. No one said a damn thing. Finally, Lucy spoke up. "You go fight to make this right." The effervescent bubbles of "maybe this will work" had her sitting up straight again as she glanced at her mom and three best friends in the world, certainty filling her. "Okay, somebody call me an Uber." "Honey, I think you might need a shower first," her mom advised wisely. "Yes, first stop, get this mess off her face. Next, go get her man back." Chapter 24. Fallon had washed Zach's hoodie and it didn't smell like him anymore. It was just a sweatshirt with a vaguely floral scent. Still, she took one last inhale before walking up to his front door. There was noise coming from inside and a handful of cars, including Caleb's truck, parked in the usually empty driveway. Steeling herself for whatever would come next, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Nothing happened. She looked back at her Uber driver, who'd been amazing and had given her a pep talk on the way here and a second one when they drove through the open gate. Now he gave her a thumbs up. That was a good sign, right? The kindness of strangers and all that. Turning back around, she tried to calm her jangly nerves by clutching the hoodie a little tighter and knocked on the door again. "I'm coming," someone hollered from inside. A few moments later, the door swung open, revealing Caleb holding a bowl of chips and an Xbox remote. His gaze dropped from her face to the hoodie she was holding on to like it was the only thing she had left in the world, then back up before lifting an eyebrow in a question. "Hey, Caleb." Okay, this wasn't awkward at all. "Is Zach here?" He turned his head and hollered behind him. "Blackburn, someone's here for you." "Someone?" Yeah. That probably was all she was now, just someone. To get past the sharp pain in her chest, she pressed her lips together hard enough to hurt and inhaled a deep breath through her nose to calm her heart. "Thanks." Caleb, usually so chatty, nodded. Really, she couldn't blame him. If their places were swapped and someone had acted toward one of her girls the way she had toward Zach, she'd be righteously pissed, too. A noise behind Caleb must have alerted him that Zach was coming because he relaxed his posture before whispering, "Don't fuck it up," and clearing out of the doorway. She didn't have time to freak out about the warning, though, because Zach was standing there in the next heartbeat. It wasn't fair that he looked so good when she was standing there with her breath probably still smelling of raw cookie dough. Or maybe it was fair. He wasn't the one who'd betrayed the other's trust. And no matter how valid her reason may have seemed at the time, that was what she'd done. "I know you're mad," she said, her voice shaky and higher than normal. "You have every right to be. I was wrong. I should never have disregarded your wishes. I hope someday you'll be able to forgive me. Until then, I brought your hoodie." Too nervous after that babbling word vomit, she shoved his hoodie in his direction, hitting him square in the chest. When she started to let go, he clapped his hand over hers, holding her in place and sending a jolt of electricity through her. "Why did you do it?" he asked, his tone as inscrutable as his expression. She'd practiced what she'd say in her head in the Uber. It had all made so much sense then. But now? It was just a jumble of emotion-soaked words swimming around her head and making her heart ache. "I didn't want anyone to believe your parents' lies." The words came out in a rush. "I didn't want them to be able to hurt you anymore. I know that's probably the last thing you want to hear from me, especially after that dig I made about how dumb it was for you to ignore what they were doing, just to protect your pride." Oh God, that sounded so much better when I was planning out what I was going to say in the Uber. He stroked his thumb over the top of her hand, pressed to his chest, before letting it go so it dropped back to her side. "You thought a lot about this?" "Not enough, obviously." She let out a deep breath, straightened her shoulders, and looked him straight on. "I never meant to accidentally start dating you, and I most certainly didn't mean to fall in love with you, but I did. The fact that I messed it all up will be one of my biggest regrets. I couldn't help it, though. I thought, and I still do, that you're worth fighting for." When he just stood there staring at her, that last little shred of hope that this crazy idea would work out, that somehow he'd be able to forgive her, died. So much for that. Well, that's what I had to say. Good luck tomorrow night. I'll be rooting for you. And since there was nothing left to say, and she was about 10 seconds away from falling apart, she turned and started toward her Uber. Her driver gave her a sympathetic smile. "Can you take me back where you picked me up?" she asked, her chin trembling as she dug her short fingernails into her palm to keep the tears at bay. Her driver nodded as she reached out to close the door, but it wouldn't shut. "So that was your plan?" Zach asked as he stood there holding the door open, his gaze thunderous. "Say all of that and walk away?" "I wanted to give you time to think about it." Without her standing in front of him crying. "I thought about it," he said, his tone rough and hard. She got out of the car and braced herself for the worst. Still, she managed to keep her gaze on him. She owed him that. "You are always so damn sure you're right, and that you can take on anyone's battles, that you never give anyone else the chance to fight for you. Do you have any idea how frustrating that is?" He threw his hands in the air. "Very. Do you have any idea what it's like to love someone who can do the wrong thing for the right reason, which makes it impossible to be mad? I've spent most of my life pissed off and guarding against other people. Right until this bossy woman arrived on my doorstep and demanded I let her in." He took a step closer, so there was only the slightest space between their bodies, his hands going up to her face, cupping her jaw. "And now you want to go so I can think about things? Forget that. I just need to know one thing. You say I'm worth fighting for, but what about us? Are we worth fighting for?" "I think we are. I want to be my best with you, not because you're my lady luck, but because you're the woman I love." Fallon couldn't talk. All of her emotions were blocking the words, so she nodded, tears pouring down her cheeks. Using the pad of his thumb, he wiped away her tears. "Then let's fight for us together." He dipped his head lower and kissed her, and it was like the world started rotating again. Everything came back in a whoosh as he slanted his mouth over hers, his tongue sweeping across her lips and demanding entrance. The rightness of it all nearly overwhelmed her in a rush of joy, possibility, and the promise of forever. By the time they broke the kiss, she'd forgotten the rest of the world existed, something the other Ice Knights players reminded her of by immediately beginning to clap and holler. "Party's over, boys," Zach said with a laugh. "Go home." They hustled off the porch, delivering a few catcalls and offering up unsolicited advice. Caleb and the other first-liners claimed her Uber, since they'd been drinking, while Svoboda gave them a cheery wave, said something in Czech she didn't understand, and took off in his car. "So what now?" she asked Zach as the car's taillights faded into the darkness. He swept her up in his arms and started toward the house. "I have new furniture to break in." She would have said something smart in return, but then he kissed her, and talking became so much less important than getting inside the house, so they could start forever right now. Ice Knights said what? On the heels of an amazing comeback season that saw the Ice Knights get all the way to the finals, it seems a new group of players has stepped up to take the mantle of most troublesome players from defenseman Zach Blackburn. This morning, news broke of a video showing the rest of the Ice Knights' first line talking smack in an Uber about one another's love lives, their teammates, and their off-ice foibles. Word is that Coach Peppers is none too pleased about the distraction and has set defenseman Caleb Stuckey and the forward line of Alex Christensen, Ian Petrov, and Cole Phillips up with crisis communications guru Lucy Kavanagh to help them course correct. So will it work? I have my doubts, but Kavanagh is known to be a real ballbuster in her own right. She was the one who helped guide Blackburn through his recent troubles with his parents. Bobby and Donna Blackburn are currently serving time for embezzlement and taking out fraudulent loans in a scheme where their son was the victim. If she can help Blackburn deal with all of that, then she should be able to fairy godmother her way through the latest Ice Knights trouble. Personally, hockey fans? I'm rooting for an HEA for all four of these guys. What can I say? I'm a fan. Epilogue. 3 years later. The little black box in Zach's jacket pocket weighed 1,000,000 pounds. Okay, the ring inside the box weighed about 3 carats and sparkled, but it felt like more. He'd been carrying it around ever since the Ice Knights had won it all for the second time. Fallon might not be his lady luck, but being with her had made him the luckiest man in Harbor City, and he didn't want that to end. Ever. So when she'd invited him to meet at the bakery near the clinic after her shift, he figured it was the perfect time to ask. Fallon was waiting for him at a small table in the corner with 2 huge blueberry muffins sitting on it. His stomach did the Pavlovian jolt and twist at the sight of the muffins. Even if that gut-roiling case of food poisoning was the beginning of him and Fallon being together, he still couldn't stand the things. "Hey there," she said, standing up, her hand going to her rounding belly, which was only now starting to be noticeable. He stopped dead in his tracks, his lungs squeezed tight with a kind of unexplainable joy that superseded everything else he'd accomplished or ever would. The endorsement deals that put him back on the right side of the financial ledger, and his happiness at how Fallon had flourished in her new position as a full-time nurse at the Beacon Clinic, were good, but this was better. Even after 4 months, he still couldn't get over the mind-blowing awesomeness of the whole thing. He'd found the woman who'd changed his world, they were happily together, and they were having a baby. "Are you going to stop doing that every time you see me?" she asked, raising herself up on her tiptoes, pressing her palm to the spot where he'd added an LL tattoo over his heart, and giving him a teasing smile. "We do have 5 more months to go." No, he dipped his head and gave her a quick kiss. "I'm in awe every time I see you." "Well, you better feed me while you stare because this baby is hungry." She sat back down, and he followed her lead right up until she picked up one of the crumb-topped blueberry muffins. Yeah. He was not going to do that. She may be over her morning sickness, but he wasn't over his muffin sickness. "You aren't going to try yours?" she asked. "I'm kind of full." And he was never having another muffin again in his life. "We can take it home, and you can have it after I get you naked so we can play doctor." Even though he'd said it quietly, Fallon's cheeks turned a vivid shade of pink with embarrassment. He looked around. The bakery was full, but no one was looking at them. In fact, everyone was turned completely away. Since Team Zuck had turned every Harbor City hockey fan into a matchmaker and the Ice Knights had won 2 cups, he'd gotten used to people staring, so this was nice, but a little weird. She pushed the plate with the remaining blueberry muffin closer to him. Just try it, you'll like it. His stomach gurgled. The one thing he'd learned in the past few months was not to argue with a pregnant woman about food, but eating a muffin wasn't gonna happen. Fallon, I love you, but I'm not gonna eat that. Someone behind him let out a groan. He turned his head so he could glare at the jerk so obviously eavesdropping, but the guy in a dark hoodie quickly turned away before Zach could get a good look. The hairs on the back of his neck spiked as he took a closer look around at the bakery. The clerk was behind the counter, grinning at them as if watching Fallon scowl at him while she ate her muffin and he refused to eat his was the best entertainment there was. However, no one else was giving them even a glance. They were all glancing away, even if the location of their tables made it a game of human twister to look in the other direction. Fallon, what's going on? He zeroed in on one guy wearing a baseball cap low and sunglasses. Insidwo had the same been in one-to-many fights on the ice nose as his defensive partner. Is that Stucky? Eat the muffin, Zach, she said in that cut-the-bullshit tone that reminded him of that first night when he was sick. When everyone in the bakery except the clerk continued to keep their back to them, he turned to Fallon. What are you up to? Instead of answering, she tilted her chin toward the ceiling and let out a long-suffering sigh. Would you just try the muffin? Fell. A loud clattering from behind the counter yanked his attention away from the woman he loved, who was most definitely involved in shenanigans. Lucy poked her head out of the kitchen. Oh my God, Blackburn, pick up the stupid muffin. He turned and looked at Fallon. Her cheeks were red, she was twisting the end of her braid around her finger, and her mouth was uncharacteristically shut. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Fine, he said, picking up the muffin closest to him. I'll eat the muffin. It was almost up to his mouth when he noticed the shining gold ring sitting dead center in the middle of the crumb topping. Zach Blackburn. Fallon got up from her chair and then kneeled beside him. Will you marry me? Okay, that was not how he planned on this whole proposal thing going. He was going to get down on one knee and ask her. She'd fan her face and get a little teary because pregnancy hormones were no joke. Then she'd say yes. However, she'd pulled a fast break on him. He really should have expected it. He helped her up before reaching into his pocket. Only on one condition. What's that? He withdrew the little black box from his pocket and flipped the lid open, revealing the diamond engagement ring. You always stay one step ahead of me. She grinned up at him. Consider it done. Unable to wait another second, he pulled her close and kissed her, promising all of the tomorrows and forevers he could, as the friends and family who'd packed the bakery cheered them on. Later, after everyone had given them their congratulations and Fallon's brothers had shot him death glares of warning to not fuck this up, they stood alone at their table. He glanced down at the muffins and chuckled. Did you really have to put the ring in a muffin? She shrugged and winked at him. It made me laugh. Because of course it did. That was his Fallon, always there to bust his chops just as much as she was there to have his back, and he wouldn't have it any other way.